I call to order the regular session of the Hemet City Council. Sarah, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Krupa?
Here.
Councilmember Mills?
Here.
Councilmember Wright?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Here.
Mayor Youssef?
Here. At this time, we'll have an invocation given by Russ Jacobs of the Hemet San Jacinto Interfaith Council, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Mayor Pro Tem Smith. Please rise.
My name is Russell Jacobs. I represent Pilgrim Church on the Interfaith Council of Hemet and the San Jacinto Valley. Interfaith Council represents more than 50 different faith traditions, and at the request of the City Council, we offer a non-denominational invocation for each council meeting. In that sense, I'd ask each of us to quiet our thoughts for just a moment. Creator, Spirit God, we seek your magical and mysterious presence among the group assembled here. We ask that you hover over us, mingle with us, and infuse each of us with the desire to, in all things we do, seek justice and act in the sense of brotherhood and sisterhood. We ask these things in the names of the people that have gone before us and those that will come after us. Amen.
Thank you for that, Pastor. Join me, if you would, in the Pledge Allegiance of our flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we'll ask for a report out of closed session from the city attorney, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session with regard to item 2 on the agenda. It was a meeting with their labor negotiator with regard to Hemet Firefighters Association. Received an update from their labor negotiator. That was the only action. There was no other reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the consent calendar, which is routine in nature and will be enacted by one motion of the City Council unless a member of staff, the public, or a council wishes to pull an item off of the consent calendar. We have 3 items listed for the consent calendar: approval of the minutes and 2 receive and files. At this time, I will ask if there's any member of the public that wishes to pull one of those items. Seeing as there are none, I'll ask staff. Any requests to pull? Council, any requests to pull?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 3, minutes to the previous meeting.
Item number 3 has been pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Smith. At this time, I'll ask for a motion to approve the consent calendar's items 4 and 5.
So moved.
Second.
A second by Councilmember Wright. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes 5-0. Councilmember Smith, item number 3.
Item number 3, just a statement of clarification. Under last week's meeting, National League of Cities, in commenting about an upcoming trip to Washington, D.C., the minutes would indicate that there would be no transportation cost, but there are. There will be no lodging cost for the trip to Sacramento, but there will be normal transportation cost, just like we do when we make any other trip. So I think just to clarify that the lodging is an in-kind donation. Transportation costs will be borne by the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
At that time, will you give the motion?
I will. I'll say a motion to accept the minutes as stated and corrected.
I will second that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That passes 5-0. Next, we have the City Council acting as the redevelopment successor agency. As the agency, there is one item, a receive and file. At this time, I'll ask for a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
I'll ask for a second.
Second.
Is there any members of the public, staff, or council that wish to pull this item for discussion? Okay, we have a first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That passes 5-0. Next, we have communications from the public. Anyone who wishes to address the council regarding an item not on the agenda may do so at this time. As a courtesy, please complete a request to speak form, which is what we have here. Presentations are going to be limited to 2 minutes. When we call you forward, we'll call you in groups of 5 to go ahead and speak on your item. We ask that to remind you that state law prohibits City Council from taking action or discussing any item not appearing on this agenda, except for a brief response or statement. In addition, they may, on their own initiative response, questions posed by the public, ask a question for clarification or provide a reference. We ask that you show respect to the people that are here to speak, to give them their time, as well as staff and as well as council. And we'll talk more as we move on at that. But we do have a number of folks that wish to speak for something that's not on the agenda at this time. So I'm going to call this in group of 5. Please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Catherine Keynes, Felicia Hampton, Rachel Klein, Jim Lindberger, and Jose Hernandez. Catherine, please come and you'll have 2 minutes.
Honorable council members, I just wanted to come and remind you all that one of the things coming up is our legacy of Helen Hunt Jackson. Next weekend here at the library, we're celebrating as part of the 90th anniversary of the Ramona pageant. We have a full weekend planned, and you are all invited, and please remember it started with a book. Thank you.
Thank you. Felicia Hampton.
I just wanted to address the community, if you will, as far as the streets that I'll name off: Florida, Latham, Valencia. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Now we can.
Florida, Latham, Rosalia, Valencia, Palm, Elk, Oakland. And this community, it's gone down. It's dropped drastically. So with the question regarding the police and the fire department, my basic question would be, what are your plans to mediate a lot of the criminal activity that has been taking place for the last 3 years? I don't know if you guys can address that. However, there's a lot that's been taking place with the youth, and that's vitally important to me as a Hemet Californian, due to the fact that I'm a parent of 4 teenagers. So,
Thank you. Rachel Klein.
Basically the same thing Felicia said. I live very close to that area, and today I ran into several of Hemet's finest, and I asked what they could do about the situation. We've called the police, and they basically laugh it off. We say that there's gunshots a block up. Nobody comes. Nobody calls the cops anymore. Nobody does anything because people in this town are scared. And I'm wondering when our neighborhood can come forth to city councils, when you guys, first city council meeting, sorry, nervous, when you guys will actually have police on the agenda next. Maybe that could be a consideration. Thank you.
Jim Lindberger. And you, Jim, I see 2 additional folks that have given your time, so you'll have 6 minutes.
If I need it, thank you. Good evening, council, and thank you very much. Tonight we have a lot on the agenda, and we got important topics. And I didn't want to stay here tonight and be part of the fight. I wanted to sit back and let those who want to fight do the fight. But I do have to share with you what's been on my heart. And I'm a man who speaks from the heart. I'm a man who speaks of value and truth. I live in this city for 8 years and never comprehend what our local fire and police department do for us day in and day out. I have a brother-in-law that serves for LAPD detective squad. I just take it for granted what he does every day. But I shared on Facebook, and I want to share it tonight. I had the pleasure on Friday morning going down Florida early hours to go to work, turn north on Buena Vista, and to see our men and women from our police force suited up in their riot gear, lined up 12 to 15 cars. And I turned that corner and I stared at every one of the eyes of these officers. And as I drove by, something hit me and told me the true value of honor, integrity, and service. I changed my opinions or my values, and I take what they do for us every day to heart. I shed tears for seeing in the fear in these eyes of these officers. What are they going to do? What are they up against? The fear, are they going to come home to their loved ones? So I stand here tonight to share with you what I saw was true service. Service that protects me and every one of us here every day of our lives, and I think the majority of us take it for granted. Now that morning I saw the police department, the riot squad, the CHPs. I saw different agencies. But what came to me is the honor and the integrity and what these officers swore to do, and that is defend every one of us. Well, that also goes along with our fire department. I didn't get a chance to see them in action that morning. But I sit back and I look at what they do. And I cried and I said a prayer for these officers. And I prayed for their families that these loved ones would return home. Then over the weekend, I thought about this. And I wondered why. Why are we here? This is our city. This is our city officials and paid staff. This is our fire department. This is our police department. Why are we here? 100 years plus of fire service, of police service. This city at one time had a lot to be known for and talk about, and we're losing that. And now we want to talk about the possibility of losing our police in the near future and our fire department, and that disturbs me. We should be fighting for these people. We should be able to be smart enough as city officials to find a way to support.
Please let him speak.
To support these people, and we should give them the respect and thank them every day for protecting our lives, and we all know where we live. And I am afraid myself to walk at night. So I had a lot not to come and bash you folks, which a lot happens. I'm here to talk from the heart. And there's a lot to share, and I'm just going to share a few things from you. Martin Luther King once quoted, "Do not judge a man by the color of his skin, but by the value and the integrity of his heart." And unfortunately, you all are going to be judged tonight on those same characters. Public opinion in this country is everything, quoted by Abraham Lincoln. Two great leaders. These came to me over the weekend while I'm reflecting on that Friday morning that really changed my heart. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Where do you all stand? I know where we stand. I don't claim to be a man perfect, but I claim to be a man of God. And I claim that to have respect for leadership. That's what I'm taught in my word. But I want to share with you Proverbs 16, 1 through 9. The plans of the heart belong to man, but the answer of the tongue is in the Lord. All the ways of a man are pure in his own eyes, but the Lord weighs the spirit. Commit your works to the Lord, and your plans will be established. The Lord has made everything for its purpose, even the wicked for the day of trouble. Everyone who is arrogant in heart is abomination to the Lord. Be assured he will not go unpunished. By steadfast love and faithfulness, iniquity is atoned for, and by the fear of the Lord, one turns away from evil. When a man's way pleases the Lord, he makes even his enemies at peace with him. Better is a little with righteousness than great revenue with injustice. The heart of man plans his ways, but the Lord establishes his steps. So I'd like to close and quote another Martin Luther King who said,
15 seconds.
The time is always right to do what is right, and tonight's that time. Thank you, and God bless.
Next, we have Howard Rosenthal, followed by Jim Walker and Ed Formica.
Ask him to use that podium.
This podium here?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Thanks for that.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, 2 minutes will be plenty. Tonight, I have a message to share with you that also is about truth. And it's truth about the fact that 3 council members, Mayor Youssef, Councilmember Smith, and Milne,
Mr. Rosenthal, you'll please address the council as a whole.
have worked in collusion outside of the rules of the Brown Act for some time now for, quote, a done deal.
Mr. Rosenthal,
The first,
Mr.
I
Rosenthal,
have 2 minutes.
I'll ask
Mayor.
that you speak on an item not on the agenda, the city council business.
This is non-agenda item.
This is for
I'm
city-
here to
city
place a
council
specific
business.
allegation for the record.
Mr.
that 3
Rosenthal?
of you and the supervisor are operating outside
Mr.
of the law,
Rosenthal,
that you pre-agreed to
Mr.
do
Rosenthal.
this, that you should abstain from the vote and not participate in discussion, because if you vote in the coming weeks, it's a tainted vote, and in follow-up investigations,
Rosenthal?
you'll all be under oath. Thank you.
Jose Hernandez. Jose Hernandez. Nope. Jim Welker. Oh, you took those, that's fine.
Yeah. Good evening, I think. I'm sorry, can you hear me? I'm really close.
It's over there.
Okay, I'll hug that thing. Is that better? How's that?
Talk. You just have to speak louder.
I'm Jim Welker. The plaster on the southeast corner of the city engineering building needs to be repaired and painted. The 2 2x4s bolted to the underside of the porch that overhangs there needs to be removed. Will this council order those repairs to be made and completed within 30 to 60 days? Item 2. Children at Ramona Elementary School walk to school in the streets because there's insufficient curbs, sidewalks, and gutters in the 2-block area from the school. When it rains, the curb in front of the school fills until the water extends 4 to 5 feet into the street. Will this council order curbs, sidewalks be placed within 2 to 4 blocks of that school, and rain gutters where necessary? Item 3. The RTA bus stops at the southeast corner of Florida and State Street.
15 seconds, Mr. Wilker.
It reduces traffic flow to 1 lane and makes a right turn from State Street to Florida Avenue almost impossible. Will this council contact RTA and request that stop be eliminated?
Mr. Wilker, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Formica. Ed, I'm going to ask you if you actually go to this section right here. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I'd like to thank you for your service and the time you spend for our city. You sure know how to pack a room. I just wanted to let you know, and you probably do already know, that Hemet is not very good at multitasking, and its situation's been made worse by the cuts that have been made to city staff. And I would just like to ask you, as shown by some programs we tried to start, most namely Hemet Rocks, and it's taken forever to get off the ground. We were promised years ago that it would be next as soon as the general plan was finished. Now that the general plan's done, there seems to be other things that are distracting us from our main goals. And we're being divided by some of the choices you guys are making. And I would just like to ask you, instead of dividing our city and making people fight or hearing us fight, unite us. use our energy, build Hemet to a great city that it can become. The reason why we moved here years ago. Tenochtitlan fell to Cortez because they were divided. They had thousands and thousands of warriors to his 5,000. Rome fell, Zarahemla fell because they were divided. Don't divide Hemet, unify us. This is the grand little experiment that Lincoln referred to, whether democracy can long endure. And this is a great example of it. Focus our energies on public safety and don't be distracted by these things. Table all these other decisions you're trying to make and research and focus on public safety. Thank you.
Next, we have our work study item and the presentations and analysis of submittals received in response to the city's request for proposal for fire protection and EMS service. To ensure an orderly, efficient, and fair meeting, the council needs to conduct city business in an orderly, efficient manner to ensure that the public has a reasonable opportunity to be heard. The council respects the right of individuals to express opinions and beliefs that will provide time for the public to speak in regards to the item given here today. Disruptive conduct prevents the orderly and efficiently handling of business and may prevent the interfere with the public's ability to be heard. I see plenty of folks have signs for yay and boo. That is okay. We will limit the comments again to 2 minutes. I will call you in groups of 5 when it comes time for communications for the public in regards to the item here today. At that point, we'll ask that you come to the center console here to speak. You'll be given 5 seconds to go ahead and set up after the next speaker to go ahead and go. And at that time, your time will start. Again, to show respect for the speaker that's going to and not interrupt at their time, and to conduct ourselves in an orderly manner. Again, clapping, hissing, booing, any of these things are not welcome here at the council in the council chamber. Your signs are okay to be used. Acting in a loud and disorderly, boisterous manner, interrupting a speaker at the podium, at the dais, whether you are for or against that speaker, shouting out or calling out from the audience, clapping, cheering, whistling, booing, hiss, other disruptive noises in response to speakers' comments, foul, offensive language, insult or mock members of the staff, audience, speakers, or council, direct comments to individuals, or making disruptive or duplicative comments. We'll ask that we have respect for all speakers here, both Riverside County Fire as well as City of Hemet Fire. We will show respect and give them the time that they need to speak. And we ask that you also give that time to the speakers as they come up and address the council as well too. At this time, we will go ahead and move into our work study presentation. I will turn it over to the city manager, Mr. Ron Bradley.
I'm going to go to that podium where we'll make all the presentations for the staff. So, excuse me. If you can't hear me, let me know. I'm going to try and get close enough to the mic here. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and we can control the volume over there to a certain extent, so we're going to try and keep it loud enough for everybody to hear. City staff and audience. Over the past several years, Hemet has faced a steady decline in its revenue stream, and that's been a result of the general economic decline nationwide and certainly in the state of California. Hemet has responded with a large number of actions to deal with that reduction in revenue. We have reduced our staff from 428 people 5 years ago to 284 today. That's 144 staff layoffs. We've affected that with early retirements. We've reduced programs such as the Park Ranger program. We have tried to contract out our community center, which didn't go too well for us, and we're just fighting our way out of bankruptcy court now with the YMCA. We furloughed our employees. We've done pay cuts. We've reduced the library hours from 6 days to 4 days. We've contracted out animal control. And most importantly and most recently, we contracted out and established a franchise system for our trash collection service. The city was faced with an extremely low reserve at that time. It was actually $165,000. The code requires a 30% reserve for the city budget. By contracting out and entering into a franchise agreement with CR&R, we received approximately $14 million, which repaid the reserve, and we created a revenue stream for the next 20 years of approximately $2,700,000 a year. Tonight, as is evident by the size of our audience, you as council members are facing one of the most difficult decisions a council must deal with, and that's contracting out remaining city services. Aware of the importance of this issue to the community, for that reason, we've taken extra steps to make sure the community is aware of the decision and the information being presented. You'll notice the additional screens, the additional TV cameras. We're recording this and at the same time broadcasting it live on the city's website. We will then make the DVD available to our cable producer and have it shown on that system also. Our challenge in requesting an RFP for a public safety service such as fire was made somewhat easier because so many other cities have gone before us. Right now, according to the Contract Cities Association, approximately 140 cities out of the 460 or so in the state of California have gone in this direction and have issued RFPs. We visited with some of those cities and obtained that information to help us put together an RFP. In October, RFPs were published and 2 proposals were received. I was hired in mid-December, and one of my first tasks assigned by the council was to prepare the analysis of the 2 RFPs. I immediately appointed a 4-person staff council to work on that. That committee consisted of Elizabeth Grace, Hemet's purchasing administrators, Mark Oram, the assistant city manager, Rita Conrad, the deputy city manager and administrative services director, and because none of these people are experts in fire operation, I also solicited the services of retired Chief Paul Crispin, sitting over here on my left. Paul, stand up. So Paul and I share the same hairstyle, so that's what we have in common. These individuals have worked tirelessly on the city's due diligence. You do not research the information on this service like you would on a RFP for an accountant's firm. I'm used to answering those questions easy, or for an engineering firm or something like that. Fire services is a special field, and we've made every effort to answer questions as that RFP process went through the review. Complicating the process somewhat was the fact that the county fire department and the Hemet Fire Department use different nomenclatures and a different budget process. So over 40-some written questions were developed by the staff and submitted both to Hemet Fire and County Fire for written responses and responses as we got into this particular study. That doesn't mean 40 questions to each one. It was a combination. We had Joe on the spot asking him a lot of questions because he was our subject matter expert on the Hemet Fire Department. Just getting away from me here. Both Hemet Fire and County Fire presented proposals with 3 options. We looked at those options and determined that the option that we call option 3 was the appropriate one to evaluate for the City Council. And the reason for that is that we think it's very important that paramedic service be provided to the community of Hemet. Currently, the fire department does not provide that service, but their proposal included a plan to provide the service. County Fire provides that as a standard part of their particular proposal. Both Hemet Fire and County Fire are here this evening and will describe their proposals in detail. Representing Hemet Fire is Chief Joe Morris, a 30-plus years veteran of fire service, and representing the county is Chief John Hawkins, also a 30-plus year chief veteran. Chief Morris is going to go first, and then will be followed by Chief Hawkins. City staff will then present their analysis of the proposals, followed by questions to the chiefs and analytical team staff. We'll proceed with the meeting and propose that it be open to comments and questions from the community. And at the conclusion of the comments and questions, we would expect the council to provide direction to the staff for our next step. Do you have any questions of me? Outstanding. I'd like to introduce Chief Joe Morris, the current fire chief for the city of Hemet.
Good evening. It's getting away from me, too. All right, there we go. Yep. Mayor Youssef, Mayor Pro Tem Smith, City Council. Mayor Youssef, Mayor Pro Tem Smith, City Council, Mr. Bradley. I'd like to thank you tonight for your dedication to public safety. We greatly appreciate it. I want to make one point very clear. The City Council's responsible for establishing public policy, and the City Council is responsible for picking the proper agency that they feel is fit to do the job. All right, let me continue. What I'm saying is the City Council is responsible for establishing public policy, and they have a right to choose whoever they wish. My job tonight is to give you the most information you could possibly get to make that a knowledgeable decision on your behalf. Tonight I'm going to put on a presentation. It should take about 45 minutes. I'd like to apologize ahead of time if I babble a little bit, but I only have one chance at this, and I'm going to give it my best shot. Okay. Thank you. So we're going to talk a little bit about history, then we'll get into the nuts and bolts of the program here. In 1908, the city of Hemet was established, and in 2008, we celebrated our 100-year anniversary. So that's about 105 years of dedication to pride, commitment, and service. All right, here's a little bit of history. We have Scott Hudson here. He's holding a trophy. He won an award for showing our old Engine 2. You can't really read it back there, but Engine 2 was put into service in 1930 and ran in service to 1979. It fought its last fire in 1963. I was born about a year after that, so it's been retired for about 50 years. And this engine's still in service. We gave rides on this fire engine downtown Harvard Christmas, and we run it in the parade regular, and it's still in really good shape. Here's some of the guys here with, of course, the Dalmatian. Well, this is probably in the late 70s, early 80s. Once again, We take a lot of pride in our equipment. And this piece of equipment is still in service today. All right. Let's get to the nuts and bolts of what we're going to talk about tonight. The City of Hemet Fire Department is an all-risk, full-service fire department. We provide the best economic value. We provide expeditious response times. We provide a community outreach and disaster preparedness. And the City Council has local control of your own fire department. These are the key topics I'm going to key on tonight for comparison. The levels of service, rather than just go along in bullet points, I'm going to show you pictures of what we do, because pictures are worth 1,000 words. Right here is a residential structure fire. This is the downtown Harvard Apartments. We arrived on scene to these apartments, and it was fully involved, and that's why we're taking a defensive approach and not putting firefighters in that building. There's a little bit too much fire to do so. Here's another great shot of our personnel responding to residential structure fires. Here's the City of Hemet fire equipment proudly displayed on a residential structure fire. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but you have top-of-the-line equipment and top-of-the-line personnel day to day running about 13,000 calls a year, providing a top-level service. Here we are on a commercial fire response. If you don't recognize it, this is downtown Carmelita in Florida. And, yep, that's the theater, 90-year-old theater, still standing. The wall's a little still scorched, but one of the reasons why that building is still standing is because of your truck company and the defensive approach we took on that fire. We had that truck downtown, fully staffed, and once again, that's why that building is still standing. What's that 90-year-old movie theater? I want to point out a critical fact with your equipment. The truck company is committed to the City of Hemet. That's important to the city. That's about $1 million piece of equipment. Hemet Valley Medical Center helped us purchase that. And it's very important to have your truck company in the city for the reasons such as the downtown Carmelita fire. In the event we contract out, that truck company is going to be committed countywide, and it's not going to be committed to your city limits. That is a valuable piece of equipment, and we staff it as effectively and efficiently as possible. Here's your firefighters doing a vehicle fire. As you can see, the house is quite nearby. It's very important to make a quick fire attack so that fire does not extend into the structures. We do wildland fire response. Here we are up at the bowl, about last year, I would imagine. Here's some more wildland fire response, protecting the propane tank from exploding. As you can see, this guy's taking some serious heat right here. Mr. Smith, sir, there's our brand new fire engine you guys approved for us last week. I told you we would have it in 2 weeks, and it's on the curb today. I greatly appreciate you all approving that grant and allow us to purchase that fire engine. It's about 3 times the size I thought it would be. The picture didn't do it justice. So that's it out front. Please stop by and take a look at the fire engine that we picked up at no cost to the city. This fire engine is being equipped right now with all the spare equipment we have around the city, and I'd like to thank AMR ahead of time for committing to put about a $3,800 radio in that fire engine for us. We're working on that as we speak. This fire engine was on display last week at the Fire Expo in San Diego, and we displayed this sign thanking the Saboba Band of Luiseño Indians for their grant donation. We greatly appreciate it. I'll be going out there in person with this fire engine next week and thanking them. And their next grant is on my desk right now for next year, and we're looking at a fire department water tender, and that grant should be back to them within about a month. We greatly appreciate their commitment to this fire department. All right, I want to stop for a moment here and talk about mutual aid fire response with our OES. This is the governor's engine. There's quite a few of them throughout the state. The governor can call on this equipment at any point in time. We just have to promise to staff that for them. So the most important part of this is the mutual aid part, and that's the provide and receive. All right, so we have a 7 points of light agreement throughout the county. That means that if we provide assistance, we also can receive it. for example, CAL FIRE has an entire fleet of aircraft, fire helicopters, hand crews, bulldozers, and every other kind of a piece of equipment you could imagine. We provide mutual aid to the county, and they provide mutual aid to us. If I need an air tanker, a helitack crew, a hand crew, or a bulldozer, I'll request it from my partners in the fire service from the county. There's no reason for the city to maintain an entire fleet of aircraft or bulldozers when we really don't use bulldozers and aircraft on a regular basis here in town. What we do put our money into is all the things that it takes for us to operate on a regular basis here in town. And we provide as much mutual aid as we receive, and this agreement's been going on for longer than I've been around. Right here's a picture of your hazardous materials response team. This team recently was certified by the state of California as a Type 3 team. It can respond within the city or within the county. We give and receive mutual aid with the hazardous materials response team also. Here's your hazardous materials response team housed at Station 4. It's a great piece of equipment. We utilize it when we need it because hazardous materials calls don't come down every day. So we staff it when we need it. And those personnel reside in that fire station and they maintain that piece of equipment on a regular basis. Here's a picture of all the equipment that's dedicated to our 12-person team that's committed to training and keeping all their certifications up to par. You got all their personalized equipment, and we have a call. We haul this unit out there, and we mitigate every hazardous materials incident in the city. We work with the Riverside County Environmental Health Department to do that here in the city. Oh yeah, and it doesn't cost the city any money. We have gotten grants for 5 years in a row at the sum of $67,000, including the grant that's sitting on my desk right now. And when I have a chance to go over and sign it, I'm going to. And this hazmat response unit doesn't cost the general fund or my line item budget, purely funded by grants and people that want to participate on the team. We have a terrific hazardous materials response team. We also respond to motor vehicle accidents. And I want to make a point about that because we're going to talk about Station 3 and motor vehicle accidents. As you can see, all the Hemet Fire Department equipment in the background, every piece of equipment is equipped with the Jaws of Life spreaders. The truck company has a full set of rams and specialized equipment. As you may or may not realize on this car, this person was taken out of that car utilizing cutters, spreaders, and a ram, and that patient was probably critical, as you may see the head impact mark on the windshield. Traffic collision in Station 3's district is the worst traffic collision district in the city. And I'm going to back this up not just by saying it, but I'm going to show you data that we've analyzed that proves it. And that's why Station 3 is a critical fire engine in this city. And I'm going to make that point time after time tonight. Here's another motor vehicle accident. As you can see, once again, our specialized personnel and trained and equipment have removed this door and extricated that patient. Most of these heavy-duty traffic collisions are along Florida between the S-curve and Sanderson. They're along Warren Road, south. They're along Esplanade. Every one of these is in Station 3's district. I worked on that fire engine for more than 8 years during my career, and that's the most challenging fire engine in the city. It's not a walk in the park. When you spend 48 hours at that fire station, you realize it when you go home on the third morning. We also do urban rescue. Here we are in our 4x4 command vehicle. We're up here doing a medical aid on a hiker that went down. As you can see, this is a little bit south of town, up in the hills. We 4x in with AMR and our EMTs, and we do urban rescue. We also do puppy rescue. We do it all. And this is part of the full-service fire department that I'm talking about. I could have went bullet by bullet, but like I said, pictures are 1,000 words. This poor little Chihuahua was involved in a structure fire, and our men and women went in there above and beyond the call of duty to save a puppy. They brought that puppy out to the lawn. They provided it oxygen. Yep, they transported it to the veterinarian, and it lived. Right, puppy rescue. So a few of these men and women are going to be recognized by the American Legion on March 16th for their act above and beyond the call of duty. The men and women of this fire department are committed to all forms of life in providing a level of care that is commendable. We also have an urban search and rescue team, a USAR team. We've been part of this urban search and rescue team for as long as I've been around. This is our team deployed down at Hurricane Katrina. As you can see, they're in a boat going through the town, searching the houses. We also went to the 9/11. Many of our men and women went to 9/11. A few of them came back with some severe respiratory problems. One of them's here in the audience tonight, Scott Hudson. He's right here behind me. He was the guy in the picture, and he was deployed also. Okay, this is your Emergency Operations Center. This center is run by Buddy Riley. He's your Emergency Operations Coordinator. Recently, Buddy and I have embarked on an endeavor to widen the entire disaster preparedness program throughout the city. I'm very compassionate about disaster preparedness because the city of Hemet is on an island, and it's the responsibility of the fire chief to go ahead and do that. And we've expanded on that greatly in the last 12 months, and we'll talk about that a little more as we go. Our budget right now for the EOC is a mere $51,300. Oh yeah, it's substituted with about $40,000 worth of grants that runs our entire CERT program. So once again, we're taking great advantage of the entire grant program for your emergency preparedness. You also have a City of Hemet mobile communications unit that's tied to the Emergency Operations Center. This unit right here is how we're going to communicate with the people throughout the community in the event of a major disaster. This unit will be responsible for communicating with our Emergency Operations Center and all the emergency evacuation points and CERT teams throughout the city, if not the valley. Oh yes, you have your own helicopter. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. We have our own Mercy airship. It's a public-private relationship. You're going to see that I do an awful lot of public-private relationships. This is how you do more with less and become effective and efficient and use the funding that you have. This helicopter is stationed at Station 4. Very grateful for Mercy Air doing that. Oh yeah, and they pay rent. They provide us a helicopter and they pay us $45,000 a year for rent. And we get to use that helicopter, and I get to go fly in it occasionally. And when I do, we go around the city looking for landing zones. It's important to have landing zones throughout the city, and let me be clear about this. Landing zones are not a required place to land, but it's an opportunity for the incident commander who is in charge of where that helicopter will land to choose that location if he feels fit. Or he could land that helicopter in the middle of Flora Avenue if he wishes. But to have 10, yes, we've established 10 predetermined landing zones throughout the city by the use of this helicopter for free. And yeah, they pay us rent to do that. It's kind of a nice relationship. Continuing, excuse me, one of the first LZs we established with this public-private relationship with Mercy Air is LZ1, no other than Hemet Valley Medical Center, at the Hemet Valley Medical Center's request. We established this public-private relationship between Hemet Hospital, Mercy Air, and the local Hemet City Fire Department. We flew over that site, we picked a great LZ, and we established that with the hospital, and now the hospital can roll their patients right outside and take off right from our own downtown hospital. By the way, this is going to be the core of medical services during a huge disaster. We have to set up means and ways of transportation in all forms there. We also established one of the 10 LZs is here at Simpson Park with this public-private relationship. Simpson Park is your very own 500-acre park. As you can see, it's filled with trails, with hikers and bikers out there playing in the wilderness. It's about the farthest place in the city you could respond to. So we went ahead and established a landing zone up there right on top of Simpson Park. And by the way, every time we establish a landing zone, Mercy Air shares that GPS information with the rest of the helicopters in Southern California. If we ask them to come to LZ6, they all know where they're headed. We also established Landing Zone 5. This is across the street and down the street from Station 5. We not only made this a landing zone, but we also established it as an emergency evacuation point embedded with 30 trained personnel in this facility. As you can see, this is a terrific place to triage people on the front lawn. It's got a great traffic pattern through the entire parking lot. It's got a great landing zone out back. This facility holds 900 people, and it has a commercial kitchen and a ways and means to make it a terrific evacuation point facility. This is the Church of Nazarene. I'd like to thank Pastor Dorsey for his cooperation on this. He's been a terrific supporter of the Hemet Fire Department.
Good.
All right, here's LZ number 3. As I've mentioned before, we're creating these landing zones symmetrically throughout the city at facilities, churches, schools, and anywhere else we can locate them efficiently. This is also an evacuation point with a commercial kitchen, a ways and means to feed, house people. This is a terrific landing zone out here. It's along a main thoroughfare. And I'd like to thank Pastor Ritter for his cooperation on this landing zone. All right, didn't really want a picture of me in there, but this is the only one I had. This is Station 5. About 4 years ago, one of the prior fire chiefs was in a position similar to mine today, and we were forced to close Fire Station 5. That fire station sat empty for more than 4 years. Within 60 days of me taking office, I got together with Jack Hansen, thank you Jack Hansen, and we put a paramedic ambulance in that empty fire station, and yes, they pay us rent to stay there also, while providing a paramedic ambulance in our empty fire station. Once again, this is a public-private relationship, providing services to the city at no additional costs. Thank you, Jack Hansen and AMR. All right, weed abatement. Weed abatement falls in there right along the lines with shopping carts and graffiti. Some of the very few complaints that the fire department gets is weed abatement. In your city, you have 500 lots throughout the city. These little red spots represent non-compliant lots. The firefighters and the fire engine go out and inspect all these lots and find out which ones are compliant and which ones are not. Through another public-private relationship, we've established a contractor that goes out and mitigates those lots in the event the citizens don't mitigate them themselves. As you well know, we have a resolution. We put out public notice. We do this all during city council meetings. And we mitigate all those lots throughout the city, 500 of them every year. We take a lot that looks like this, that is full of light, flashy fuels, with wind in any direction, will light this fence on fire that goes through around the entire community of hundreds of homes in close proximity to the structure. Not only is this blight and causes complaints, but it's also a fire hazard. The firefighters and the engine go out there and make sure we mitigate this stuff. We take lots that look like that, and we turn them into lots that look like that. As you can see, there's no light, flashy fuels to carry this fire anywhere. You couldn't light that dirt if you tried. Public-private relationship. Oops, sorry. Okay, this is a good one. City Hemet Fire Department has always strived to have its own paramedic program. In the days, I've seen multiple attempts at it. I've seen attempts that had a $5 million price tag attached to a paramedic program. We never have had the funding to put this paramedic program together. We have to be innovative nowadays. We have to do more with less. We have to make things happen no matter what. Here's an opportunity we have. It's been put together by a variety of people I'm very thankful for. This is an agreement. You can't read it, but the reason why I scanned the document, because it's proof that Joe Bergenfield has signed it down here. He's the executive CEO at Hemet Valley Medical Center. In this letter, they are committing to providing the city of Hemet a paramedic program at no cost. Let me review that a little bit. It gets better. Currently, I have an EMS fund that has about $50,000 in it. These funds come from AMR. They're fines, and we've been putting away in that fund for a long time. This equipment has been committed by Hemet Valley Medical Center. We have to buy a form of equipment for every engine company. They also are committed to providing training. They're committed to providing a medical director from Hemet Valley Medical Center. And, oh yeah, no cost to establish a paramedic program. I thank the Hemet Valley Medical Center for the commitment to the City of Hemet and the City of Hemet Fire Department. We work hand in hand with the hospital. It's important that we continue to do so. That was one of the offers. Here we have a similar offer by American Medical Response from Jack Hansen. Thanks again, Jack Hansen. Here's AMR committing to developing a paramedic program for the City of Hemet. Equipment provided by AMR, training provided by AMR, a medical director provided by AMR. Still the same $50,000 in an EMS enhancement fund? Oh yeah, no cost to establish a paramedic program. All right, I'm not sure if any of you have heard of Art Durbin. He's the EMS director of Murrieta Fire Department. His son works for us on the fire department, has for quite some time. Art Durbin is the icon of paramedic programs throughout the county, very closely tied to Riverside County EMS Division, Bruce Barton. Art's established quite a few fire departments throughout the county, has a template to do so. One of the most intelligent men I've met in the EMS division. We still have the $50,000 for the EMS fund, equipment provided by Hemet Valley and or AMR, training provided by Hemet Valley and or AMR, and an EMS direction provided by Art Durbin. And yes, once again, this is at no cost to the city. I could not imagine putting all three of these individual companies in one room and imagining what they could hammer out for the City of Hemet Fire Department at no cost to establish it. We may spend a little bit to continue to run it year to year, but we have a terrific opportunity. I've never seen any opportunity like these three all line up at one time ever yet without $1 million price tag or more on it. All right. You also have a Hemet Fire Prevention Division as part of your level of service. It's very important to have your own fire prevention division in your city. We provide fire safety inspections, certificate of occupancy inspections, and these are the inspections that get the businesses' doors open like right now. They must go through this inspection to get their doors open, and we are committed to getting the businesses' doors open as quickly as possible. It's all about commerce right now. That means getting the business doors open right away. We have recently moved on into electronic plan checking, where we no longer carry rolls of prints back and forth across the street and send them out via a carrier. We receive our plan checks in PDF file, and I email them, if necessary, to our public-private relationship, once again with a third-party plan checker. This plan checker returns these prints twice as fast for half the cost. There's no reason for our personnel to be flipping through a huge set of prints for hours on end when we need their boots in the field doing inspections. The third-party plan checker is the way to do it effectively and efficiently nowadays. We've also established building department counter hours. We have people that now can walk into the building department and talk to one of our fire inspectors and get something signed over the counter. This is so we provide a better service for our citizens and our businesses. We also play a valuable role in the Hemet Rocks Task Force that we've recently created. The city has, and we go out with the building department, code enforcement, and we get those jobs done together as a team, the Hemet Rocks Task Force. My current fire prevention budget is $221,000. Oh yeah, that's included in the bid. You have your own Hemet Fire Investigation Division. We are part of the Riverside County Arson Investigation Unit. We give and receive mutual aid with this agency, and we do cause and origin on every single fire in our city, and if it looks suspicious, we investigate it, make a report, and yes, we've apprehended arsonists in the past. Every fire we have, including this suspicious device, which is a rocket, a little rocket, toy rocket, someone lit off, started a vegetation fire, and we did cause and origin and determined who the individual was who accidentally lit the rocket off that started the 2-acre fire. Oh yes. I want to talk a little bit about Hemet Fire Department revenues, grants, and income. I want to mention beforehand some of these funds are included in my budget as reimbursements, as in front-loading in my annual budget. Some of these are grants, some of these are incomes, and I just wanted to take a moment to bounce this off you. Okay, Soboba Indian Gaming Grant, Fire Recovery USA, AMR Lisa Station 5, Mercier Station 4, fire permits, plan check fees, fire inspections, weed abatement, emergency management performance grants, Homeland Security grants. This is all for that CERT training. Currently, we're funded to do a CERT class every month for the entire year. We have, 280 people on our team right now. We should be about better than 600 people by the end of the year. We recently received that CHOG grant again, $67,000. We received FEMA grants for CERT. We also recently received a FEMA grant for satellite communications, where our Emergency Operations Center now has 3 satellite cellular phones for free, grant money. Fire apparatus surplus, and recently, out of the blue, a Hemet Fire Department beneficiary grant for $79,000. Now, I know some of this is front-loaded, but this is a total of $682,260.20 this year. I intend to keep this up. This is not all me. This is the men and the women in the City Hemet Fire Department being motivated to go out and do more with less. Get all these grants. I only helped on a couple of these. Only signed the one about the brush engine. Skip Ireland, Randy Darkins got that going. Skip's been writing that grant for 5 years. We finally got it. And that fire engine's out on the curb right now. Thank you, Skip. Okay. This is the nuts and bolts. Actually, there's only about 6 or 8 slides that are the nuts and bolts. The rest are stories. Okay. This is our proposed daily staffing options. We have option 1, option 2, and option 3. Don't be confused with CAL FIRES, please, because they did the opposite, 3, 2, and 1. So our best economic option is what we're currently doing now. Our option 2 includes 2 battalion chiefs as full-time administrative staff, and our option 3 includes 2 battalion chiefs and a paramedic program that's not going to cost the city anything to establish it, but I did put a stipend in there, for all the firefighters who've chosen to go through paramedic school and maintain their paramedic certification. They deserve a little kickback for going through that. Paramedic school is no easy task. So it's not a lot, but it's enough to get us started. I want to go over my span of control. Right now, my span of control is 6 people. I have Battalion 1A, 1B, 1C, who handle operations, fire prevention, and training. These people are committed to these positions. Let's recall again, 4 years ago, the fire chief was in a position, once again, like the one I'm in, and he erased the administrative staff. We went on like that for 4 years. I immediately corrected that also and established an administrative staff, because it is imperative that you have operations for your daily ops, fire prevention for your daily fire prevention, and you got to have an ongoing training program so you can continue to promote people and have a succession planning program for your department. We have a fire prevention officer, an administrative assistant, and our EOC coordinator. I want to quote a couple of our policies here. This is Department Policy 1005, last revised in 04. It's the Hemet Fire Department Acting Certification Program, and it covers acting battalion chiefs and duty officers. Every duty officer that we have has qualified under Department Policy 1005 to be a duty officer. Furthermore, they meet the rules and regulations of the City of Hemet as an acting appointment, meaning they must all meet the same standards required for a battalion chief, and they all receive acting pay to do so. So I put them to work. They're being paid for it, they're qualified for it, and we need the staff. We're doing more with less. So since they were being paid for it, and they're qualified across the city rules and regulations, I put them to work as my administrative staff, and they're all doing a fine job. Mike Spalding, Laura Fielding, and my operations guy, Primo Reynoso. This guy has more time here in this department than I do. Each one of these people are extremely qualified as administrative staff, and they do a fine job. Michael Spalding, He's an instructor over at Mount San Jacinto College, has been doing that for longer than I can remember. Why not make him your training officer? So thank you very much, Mike, Primo, and Laura. Okay, we're talking about best economic value. I felt compelled to point this out. These are general expenses included in the budget, but not directly related to fire suppression, prevention, and emergency ops center. These are expenses that would not be funded by CAL FIRE. I know I've pointed these out before, and Rita and I have talked these over back and forth. In fact, it's in the staff report. Most of it is on the screen here. It's things like retirement, medical, facilities, maintenance, general fund overhead, coming up to about $1.539 million. We also have one-time payout leave, ongoing PERS liability. This isn't all of it, but it's most everything I could find. You're talking about $2,439,500. I wouldn't point it out, but that's a lot of money. These are unfunded liabilities. Okay, let's talk about our startup costs. Communications, facilities, personnel, service center. You've already amortized your startup cost over the last 105 years.
Good job.
We are a fully functional, full-service fire department. You're going to hear me say that a few more times. Apologies ahead of time. If you take a look at all three of the options from CAL FIRE, the last numbers I looked at for startup fees, and no harm intended, but every agency that I looked at put a proposal out has some form of startup expenses. They can't just go in there and start up business without spending additional money. It's just not possible. I believe the startup fees are around $602,000 to $652,000 to get started. And these are startup fees that are absolutely required to get going. We have none. Here's your options. I'm going to talk a little bit about Station 3 here. This option number 3, of about $9.7 million, includes removing station number 3. And I've mentioned before that I've been on this fire engine for about 8 years. I'm going to talk a little bit more, not just about my opinion. I'm going to show you facts and data that talks about why this low bid here, as the lowest one, is nothing that I could recommend. And I'm going to do it with facts and data. The rest of the numbers speak for themselves. You can see I have a really narrow version. It's basically battalion chiefs and paramedics. Never really considered closing a fire station, comparing apples to apples in the bid. Never considered that one of the bids would be less than an apple, or closing a fire station. If I had to, it would not be Station 3. I would analyze the data, the call volume, see where most of the medical aids take place, like Station 2's district, less fires, less traffic collisions. Station 3 should never be considered a location to close. The repercussions of that would be staffing it almost immediately again. I'm sure of it. I've been in this town for a long time. I know that station is a ruthless fire station. This does not include the one-time startup costs. Okay? These are just annual expenses. All right. Let's put the response time thing to bed. No matter who is in the city or what patch they wear, they're going to be wearing, they're going to be driving the same fire engine. They're going to be coming from the same fire station. They're going to be going over the same dips and going around the same traffic. It doesn't matter whose patch is being worn. The response times will be the same because there's no such thing as a super-duper engineer. They're all going to drive safely to the calls, and every experienced engineer will run about the same time. We ran our data just like CAL FIRE did. You can't really see it, but once again, this is a scanned sheet. And down here it says it's from West Covina Service Group. This is from our dispatch center, ran on their database. 80% of the time, our response time is 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Let's look at some numbers on Station 3. Here's Station 3. Okay, Station 1 is a very busy engine, but you have 2 units there. Station 3 ran 2,513 calls plus. This is on a full year's data. Don't forget, I made this proposal, November early November, so the data is not conclusive. Station 3 is one of the busiest fire engines. Let's go down here and review some data and analyze what we have here. Station 3's medical aids are about 1,899 calls a year on medical aids. 76 of those are traffic collisions with injuries, just like the ones we saw in the picture, where they're all mangled up, where you had to cut that patient out of that car. 76. They're almost as many as downtown. We also had 30 fires out of that station, totaling, don't forget, this is just medical aids, traffic collisions with injuries, and fires. Over 2,000 pretty critical calls. We ran some times from Cottonwood Station, the police department did, out to Four Seasons. It was 10 minutes. 10 minutes all the way out to Four Seasons. 10 minutes to those grinders on the S-curves. What about Hemet West? Those are major communities. Oh yeah, I recently did an impact study on public safety for the new Ramona Creek project. We're getting ready to annex a huge amount of property west of Warren Road with thousands of homes, 1,000 homes, please, and a huge commercial frontage. My recommendation was adding a squad to Station 3. I'm upstaffing Station 3 and anticipating this huge development that we're meeting with the developers on a regular basis. It sure looks like it's going to go through. These individuals have their program together, and Station 3 is not a station that you can unstaff. It's supported by data and future development. Let's talk about emergency medical dispatch for a moment. I know that's a key to this city. It always has been. I ran EMD with AMR as a public-private relationship all the way to Sacramento in the last 6 months. I had Karen Wong, who's the chairperson from the 911 Commission, fly down and meet with myself, Mark Orm, Bruce Barton from Riverside County EMS, Jack Hansen, their CEO, and they denied my public-private relationship with AMR. I was greatly disappointed. But they did commit to providing the city of Hemet with emergency medical dispatch personnel. It was amazing. They denied me a public-private relationship, but said, if you provide us the data, we would consider providing you the personnel to do so, and that is the answer to becoming effective and efficient here in this city on EMS calls. We got to make this happen. Once again, it doesn't look like it's going to cost the city any money, but we got to have the time and the effort and the motivation to be committed to making this happen here in our city. We will no longer be sending a fire engine with 500 gallons racing code 3 down Florida to a non-emergency call. We've analyzed the data. There's quite a few of those. Our resources will be used for 2 emergencies. This is truly potential. Moving on from EMD. Okay, community outreach. I'm almost there. Part of having your local fire department is about community outreach. This is our open house that we've had for longer than I've been here. This is little Sparky the dog teaching this young little lady that it's okay to tell on these 2 little boys if they're playing with matches and lighting a field on fire. The way to have community outreach is to get a hold of children at this age. You reach out to the community, and the community reaches back out to the fire department. This is why you want a local fire department here, so we can do these community outreach programs. We take it well beyond this. This is just the beginning of how we reach out to the children in our community. Right here, led by Dave Prieto. Dave Prieto, please raise your hand. Dave Prieto, at any given time, has 20 different kids, men and women, as part of our Hemet Fire Department Explorer program. Heck, I've sponsored 4 of these kids in the last year to Fire Academy. We send them to Fort Irwin Fire Academy. We motivate them, we train them, we teach them discipline, we teach them leadership, and every one of these kids are kids from our community. They start at the age of 14 years old and they go up to the age of 18. This young man became a Marine recently. This young man works for AMR. I tell you, it's my intention to put a paid call squad right next to our fire engine and move these people that we've trained for the last 4 years onto that paid call squad running medical aids out of Station 1 so that I can use our squad out of Station 1 at Station 5. We pay these kids $10 a call, certified EMTs through the county. This is an inspiration of mine. We have a spare squad. We have the people. This can be easily done, and we could duplicate it more than once. I started as a paid call firefighter working in Valley Center Fire Department that was ran by CAL FIRE when I started, many years ago. So that's my inspiration. Paid call squad is part of working more efficiently and more effectively with what you have. And we don't got to train these kids for 4 years and send them down the road to another agency. They should stay with us. These kids right here run the Hemet Fire Department safety trailer. This is a safety trailer that we bring out to open house. We bring out to many events throughout the city. This is a trailer where we teach fire safety. The kids go through this. They learn about kitchen safety. We smoke the trailer out, teach them how to get down low and crawl out the back exit. We teach them how to get out of their own house. We teach them how to be safe with fire, how to evacuate a house. What we should do with the explorers that we have is take them from their explorer post and turn them into real firefighters that are inspired to come to work for the City of Hemet Fire Department. Can't tell you how many kids I've talked to that are inspired to come here and work at the City of Hemet Fire Department. So that's my inspiration, is to take our explorers and turn them into paid call firefighters and get them out there and train them to become our own firefighters. We do community outreach programs like fire extinguisher training in our local community. Here we are training looks like a mobile home park. We do training at skilled nursing facilities, and yep, we teach little old ladies how to put out a fire safely in their mobile home. This little old lady just snuffed about a 4-foot-tall grease fire. Yep, and she had fun doing it. We talk about this for days. Okay, community outreach, reaching out to our community as your local fire department. Here's our community outreach program with our community emergency response team, disaster preparedness. This is our quarterly meeting. We had about 70 or 80 people turn out. Like I said, currently we have 280 people in our CERT program. We had enough to divide it into 3 different divisions: your local Hemet Fire Department division, your church and facility division, and your community division. These people are motivated out there to become prepared in emergency disaster preparedness. We got to do this in our city. We're going to be on our own. We have a place for CERT for everybody. These nice young ladies here, CERT team members, are working out our open house, handing out disaster preparedness information and handing out flyers to become part of our CERT team. Like I said, right now we're booked for the next 2 months, and we're funded for the rest of the year. Here we are working with the Hemet Valley Medical Center. Keith Garrison, the operations director over there, called me up and said, "Hey, I got some annual training I need to take care of." Yep, that's the truck that they helped purchase in their local fire department, doing training at the church, which is going to be the core of a disaster when it hits. We have to be prepared to work with our hospital. We need to know what they need in an emergency, and they got to know what we can provide and what we need in an emergency. This is your local fire department working with your downtown Hemet Valley Medical Center. We also have a muscular dystrophy community fundraising program. These are your firefighters out there, fill in the boot. We also do a food collection program and a Toys for Tots program. This goes on all year long locally. Here they are in the Christmas parade. You got your explorers down there helping out in the parade. They did a terrific job, and I'd like to commend the explorers this year once again for helping out in the Christmas parade. This is a big deal in town. So, as you can see, very proudly supporting the City of Hemet Fire Department. Okay, local control. We're almost there. Again. Okay, recently I've worked with the City Council about matching the resource and personnel with the call type. Due to the budgetary constraints and the reductions in our general fund, in my budget of course, we've absolutely gained a lot of ground on matching the resource and the personnel with the call type. In the past, we had the truck company, had a lot of complaints about the truck company in the past, going to the gym, going to the store. My gosh, the truck company, we do need it, but we need to send the truck to truck calls. Recently now, we send the squad to medical aids and not $1 million truck company. We cross-staff it because that's all the money we have funds to do for. I wish I had a 4-person truck company out of Station 1. I really do. I'd put one on each end of town. We'd have an engine and a squad at each station. That's not going to happen. So we do the best we can with what we have. Local fire department, community outreach. It's very important with local control. You may not get that otherwise. Fire Station 3 needs to be staffed because it's the busiest fire engine in the entire city. Hemet Fire Department has pride in our community. That's why you're seeing your firefighters out there participating in the community. Each and every one of these individuals have pride in their community. And they want to get out there, they participate. Here's a big one for last year. Financial control with local control. Last year, I had some staffing changes. As you well know, we went through some big budget problems last year. I had to cross-staff the truck, really didn't want to, but we did, overnight. We put it at Station 4, and we put it at Station 4 because all the fire stations are busy, but the truck company is mostly available if it's stationed at Station 4 because it's not the busiest fire station in town. We can only house that truck company in 2 locations, 1 house and 4 house. It's at 4 house because we can house it there, and it's available more than it would be at Station 1. It's also within the city limits, and it's down there in the commercial corridor where all of our commercial buildup is taking place. We are moving west. The downtown is moving west. So a lot of our commercial applications are on the west end, Florida and Sanderson. I also pulled down a line item budget reduction by $385,000 by trending a 5-year period and see what we had left over and seeing what we didn't. HFFA gave back 5% of $197,000. Yep, we reduced our budget by $1,032,000 last year, and I came under budget, from what I understand, by $250,000. We stopped spending last year. We saved 9 firefighter positions, but most importantly, we prevented the closing of another fire station. And it would have had to been probably Station 2 or 3, not stations I would want to close. Right now we have 4 engines in a squad. We're running 13,000 calls plus a year. That's a lot of call load, more than most. At 2013, my mid-year budget analysis were projected to come under budget by $30,000, so we are right on track at mid-year. I'm going to do my very best to make sure we come under by more than that. City of Hemet Fire Department mission statement. Hemet Fire Department is dedicated to community safety and the preservation of life, property, and the environment. The Hemet Fire Department provides a high level of service and is an all-risk, full-service fire department. This is in review. We provide the best economic value. We provide expeditious response times. We provide community outreach and disaster preparedness citywide. And we maintains local control of public safety. You maintain local control of your own public safety. This is important for you, I believe. City of Hemet, over 100 years of pride, commitment, and service. Thank you very much.
I think we've got a rock star on our hands. Joe, congratulations. An outstanding presentation. He is our rock star. Right. Do you wish to consider a break at this point, or do you want to just go on?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll take a quick 5-minute break.
All right.
Church.
Over the wall. You nailed it. You nailed it, Joe.
That was awesome. I hope I still have a job tomorrow.
You nailed it.
Awesome. That was awesome. I think so.
Oh, no doubt.
Huh?
No doubt.
Sir, I
Congratulations. You kicked me out of the city council meeting last week. It was in the day. All I say is it was actually an excellent presentation. Good job. And I got to follow you. How can I do that?
I would just go home now and not worry about it.
Nah, it's not happening. Full church. I wish you the best of luck. I'm proud. Good job. I'm proud of citizens who are concerned about the fire department, and that's okay. Just got to remember, you're protecting my house. This is like so, sir, how are you doing? What street? Huh? I live off of Lake Street. So I live in 5 Street. I got a family, so we have the fire station. But I'm going to tell you, they're not always there because we're all busy. But you know what?
I staff that station myself.
That's
They're
another
a lot.
story.
They're there a lot.
But I'm just saying, you know the deal. You know our call volume in this valley. You're taking your 13, and we're taking our 10. So, but neither here nor there. Just again, congratulations. Good job, Bill. So proud of you. He's a lot younger, too. No. Woody, the flash went off your head, buddy. Joe is always at his best dressed up like a woman in here. You remember? I know.
I have put in order the members, so other than you're coming on the agenda March 12th for reappointment. Oh, good. Okay, so we'll see you then. Appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and reconvene now. I'll ask that you please take your seats and that council will come back to the dais. What's the name? And his name? Her name is Machino. How do you spell it so I can find it? Machino? Okay, Okay, I'll try to find it. Okay, there's a big stack, so I'll try to look for it. Okay, I'll do my best.
Eric said to me there were so many factual errors in that book.
Well,
when did he have a budget surplus? We kicked in $200,000 from the
it's our fault for letting it.
Let that out in public. It was really a flip. Eric.
Thank you, folks. I'll ask that you please take your seats. We're going to go and get started. Wait, just a minute.
Big old pickup truck in this.
You guys ready? Okay, ready? Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and continue on. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Ron Bradley, the city manager.
Thank you, Your Honor. Presenting honor? Oh, I'm sorry. He's my boss. Yeah. I spend a lot of time in different places, obviously. Well, now that I've got that out of my system, I would like to introduce San Diego County Fire Chief John Hawkins. He is also a veteran of over 30 years in the fire service business. And with that, Chief Hawkins.
Thank you very much. One little correction, actually, I'm entering my 50th year in the fire service. I started in 1964 at age 17. But thank you for that. Yeah. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Youssef, City Council members. My name is John Hawkins, and I'm honored to be here tonight to present to you what we think is a reasonable program for fire protection and EMS services in the city of Hemet. I'm honored to serve as the CAL FIRE Riverside County Fire Chief, and I've done so since August 1st, 2006. Our proposal tonight, I got to get the microphone adjusted because I have a tendency to be a little loud anyway, so I need to get the distance adjusted. Our proposal tonight will include 4 components. This introduction by myself. Second of all will be a video, and I will key the AV people when we'd like the video to go. The third part will be a PowerPoint presentation by Division Chief David Fulcher, and the fourth part will be a very short closing by myself. Right now, I'd like to introduce our 4 chief officers who we have here tonight, in addition to or 3 in addition to myself. The first would be Deputy Chief of Central Operations, Robert Michael. Deputy Chief of Administration, Glenn Patterson. And Division Chief of the Batista Division, David Fulcher. All 4 of us are Valley residents, and all appreciate the chance to be present with you tonight. In an introductory format, I would offer to you that we view our cooperating agencies as genuine partners, and our agreements as cooperative fire protection agreements. To that end, we never state that we are a contractor. Nothing could be farther from the truth. We will always provide cooperative fire protection services that fully integrate local partner agencies, ensure local control, and maintain close local interactive relationships. Any cooperative agreement would be between the city and the County of Riverside. All of our partner city agreements roll up into one master agreement between Riverside County and CAL FIRE. Our fire department is best described as an integrated cooperative regional fire protection system. It is provided by CAL FIRE, by Riverside County, 21 of the 28 cities in the county, and 1 community services district. The strength of our system is in the additive values provided by our cooperative partners. And I would ask to stress that point again. The strength of our system is in the additive values of our cooperative partners. Our system represents what is always recommended as a regional model by major emergency after-action reports. We strongly believe in local control and always being responsive to our partner cities. The residents of any city or county, the city of Hemet, not only deserve but rightfully expect the highest degree of operational competence and customer service. We are extremely well supported by our elected and appointed officials who oversee and provide policy guidance to the fire department. We believe in building trust and respect with our local agencies. The CAL FIRE Riverside County Fire Department unit is spread out over 7,200 miles with 97 fire stations. We have depth of resources and the ability to respond to multiple simultaneous emergencies. Our operation spreads from 200 miles from Corona to the Colorado River. It includes, again, 97 fire stations, 7 aerial ladder companies, 3 camps with 17 fire crews, the nearest of which is the Batista camp with 6 crews, 2 hazmat teams, 3 camps, I skipped ahead, and the Hemet Ryan Air Attack Base, which is in the city of Hemet, and we're very proud of that location and facility. Most every county or city responding apparatus has a dual-purpose firefighter-paramedic already on it. To meet the challenge of providing public safety, we employ about 1,150 responding personnel, 240 support personnel, and 280 reserve volunteer firefighters. Part of the Riverside County Fire Department is the Riverside County Office of Emergency Services for Disaster Management. This is a fine relationship, and it works very well for the citizens. During a declared county emergency, County OES facilitates all disaster management, including emergency and catastrophic, pre-incident prevention response, disaster recovery, and impact mitigation. In concluding this brief introduction, we thank you very much for the chance to present our services to the city of Hemet. And we expect to deliver a commitment to the city that we honor your respect in us and allowing to present this proposal. We would be honored to serve the city of Hemet and meet your expectation. Our goal would be to provide you the highest possible, most competent service while always being nice to everyone. We also believe in community outreach and doing the things that the public expects and deserves. As such, we subscribe to 5 core values, and I'll go slowly as I recite these. The core values of the Riverside County Fire Department are leadership, competence, integrity, safety, and customer service. And again, customer service reduces to nothing more difficult than be nice. We realize the service challenge in Hemet is huge, but the opportunities that we'll present could allow us to best serve you. We always strive to make a difference. And in fact, our 2013 motto for the Riverside County Fire Department is we can make a difference. Budget difficulties or whatever set aside, we can and will make a difference. I'd like to say thank you, and I'd like to, at this point, key the video. This is a video of CAL FIRE and our local government operations. It lasts 13 minutes. And after that, Division Chief David Fulcher will give a presentation on behalf of the Riverside County Fire Department. Thank you again.
It's hard to plan for every what-if situation. But with CAL FIRE as your cooperative partner, you can be confident that you'll have the right resources to respond to any emergency. Is your government organization looking for a better, more economical way to provide emergency services?
The ability to integrate all of the resources that a state agency can bring into a local area with the respect that they have for local people, and that our partnership just makes it the best deal that you can have for having good fire services and good budget decisions.
Do you want to maintain local control and identity of these services?
CAL FIRE gives us all of the services we need in fire and emergency services while still being our fire department.
CAL FIRE can give your local agency the best of both worlds. Economy of scale and local control. A win-win for you and your organization.
CAL FIRE's been around a long time, since 1885, and our first local government cooperative agreements occurred in the 20s. CAL FIRE protects 32 million acres statewide, but a part of that are 145 contracts or cooperative agreements with local government. CAL FIRE is more than just a wildland organization. We do everything. We go to structure fires, brush fires, technical rescue, medical emergencies, hazardous materials discharges. And if the emergency occurs in your backyard, CAL FIRE will be there to help you. The CAL FIRE mission really provides for a mutually beneficial service to local government. And we really want to be there to serve what that county or city or district wants. And to that end, we will design a fire protection system that the local government elected officials hopefully will approve, and it'll best serve the public. The core values of CAL FIRE's cooperative program are simple and 5, and they are leadership, competence, integrity, safety, and customer service.
CAL FIRE, from a lot of cities' perspectives, has always been the wildland fire department. And what we've found over the years here in Temecula is they've actually met a very high level of urban service for our community.
The City of Oroville Fire Department has a Schedule A dispatch agreement with CAL FIRE that allows for the seamless dispatch of resources to emergencies in our community. That's a great benefit to us because it allows us to fill large alarm responses quickly and easily, all through a centralized dispatch center.
It's always comforting for me as a public official to know that we have the local forces necessary to take care of the expected fires that we see in our county. But once in a while, you have an unexpected fire, whether it's due to environmental conditions, whether it's due to Santa Ana winds. I'm comfortable knowing that I have the backing of the statewide resources of CAL FIRE to react and react fast.
They are always quick to respond and very much appreciated in the community for safety, and response time is just absolutely marvelous, and they're just part of the community. It's like family.
As a county supervisor, one of my highest priorities is effective, efficient, and the best possible emergency services for my constituents. So that would be my number one goal. And I am so pleased that we have this partnership with CAL FIRE because it helps me to meet my goal for my constituents.
CAL FIRE gave us that ability to expand fire, to get that regional aspect. It's my opinion that fire should be regional throughout the entire state. It doesn't make much sense. Fire doesn't know city boundaries. A fire starts in one boundary, goes across. This gives us that consistency.
Economies of scale is a simple concept. Big is good as long as it's effective and delivers well to the public.
Because CAL FIRE is a statewide agency that can draw on resources from everywhere, we have seen the benefit both in service and in cost savings to the county.
The communities here, they actually have a cost savings of contracting with Riverside County Fire and CAL FIRE. And because of that, they can spend a little bit more money on having a ladder truck like the one you see behind me, and then also by being able to provide ambulances and other specialty services that other communities may not be able to afford.
The main reason we contracted with CAL FIRE was because it made fiscal sense for our organization. And that's also the reason why we continue the dispatch agreement, because it's still more cost effective than us starting our own dispatch center.
The savings we save in public safety allows us to have concerts in the park. It allows us to have a community services department.
In our CAL FIRE operational procedures, we have a manual, and it actually has a matrix that we fill the matrix out together when you ask me for a request for proposal and find out if it's going to be a benefit to you and a benefit to us. It has to be mutually beneficial to both sides.
When people worked in the city or the county of Riverside as a firefighter, as a contractee or a subcontractee of the state, they assume the identity of the municipality in which they're serving. The gentlemen and ladies that worked in the city of Temecula were known as Temecula firefighters. The ones that work in Riverside County are looked upon as Riverside County firefighters. And they are interested in the well-being of the community. Many get involved in charitable organizations within the community and make themselves a part of the community. And we have a lot of input at the governmental level in deciding what levels of service we want.
CAL FIRE for the city of Beaumont is our fire department. We treat them as our employees, they act like our employees, and we just have the ability to draw from a lot greater pool of good employees.
That's one of the things that I find unique about our relationship. We've been able to take three agencies, CAL FIRE, Riverside County, and the city, and deliver a service that is truly local in how it feels to the residents. They're touched by local government. They know where City Hall is. They can come in and see us face to face. And we've been able to mesh that between these three agencies and deliver something that our residents are proud of, that meets their needs.
In contracting with CAL FIRE, three simple steps. Step 1, contact the unit chief. Step 2, provide the unit chief a request for proposal for fire protection. Step 3 is the local government pass a resolution ordaining that request for service.
When you start talking dollars and cents, it's a great deal to contract. The agency does not have to do labor negotiations. They do not have to hire people. They do not have to pay for the training. All that's done as part of the rate that you pay for services. And so all you're doing every year is picking from a menu what level of service you want, and then you pay the check, and then they provide the service. And they're very responsive to the local community's issues from what we found here in Temecula.
whether it be paramedics, whether it be truck companies, whether it be hazmat teams, technical rescue teams, the level of training, and also the level of staffing on the fire engine that they would like to have. And then we go from there as far as putting together a contract to see if their needs are met as well as the department's needs are met and the employees.
We like the fact that we are not caught up in having to negotiate with unions. That can be an exceptionally time-consuming and stressful process. CAL FIRE does that for us, so we don't have to use up our valuable resources since we're a small city.
The process of developing a cooperative agreement can run from 5 to 8 months, depending on the complexity of what the local government is requesting.
I recently was just involved in renewing our dispatch contract, and CAL FIRE is wonderful to work with. Any concerns or challenges that we see, they're very quick to address and help us find solutions to. And that's very pleasing to both me as a fire chief and also to our city council, knowing that the group that we contract with is responsive to our needs.
Under the Public Resources Code, CAL FIRE is authorized to enter into cooperative fire protection agreements with local government. And that doesn't mean that we terminate your firefighters. We absorb them into our state system, and they can either go on a statewide basis and promote and transfer statewide or stay here locally. When they transition to CAL FIRE, your employees retain seniority and certain accrued benefits, and they'll receive a competitive salary and benefit package with enhanced career opportunities.
As we transitioned over to CAL FIRE, I was given options. We were given the opportunity to write down what we would like to do and where we would like to go.
It's just not one day you were wearing a different uniform and here, put these on, and we pluck you up out of your station and put you in Fishbite Falls. No. Please, it's not done that way. It isn't. You have a lot of say. And with our contract, the way ours was written was we did not have to leave until we said we want to go out and work in the unit.
For the employees that came across, including myself, I have not heard a single complaint. I think everybody has been challenged. Everybody enjoys what they're doing. Great organization to work for, great support, and it is incredible.
Prior to our transition, we as a group, as a fire department, met with the state. They took us throughout the unit. They showed us every aspect of CAL FIRE and Riverside, all the different jobs that we're going to have or may have in the future. We met with personnel, we met with chief officers, we met with personnel on the floor.
CAL FIRE provides enhanced training to improve safety for firefighters and the general public. The department is active in regional occupation programs, community colleges, state fire marshal, and other certified training courses. Labor relations, negotiations, and other personnel actions are the responsibility of CAL FIRE, now that they are state employees and no longer the responsibility of local government.
As more people move to California and our communities grow, demand for fire and other emergency services will only increase. Are you prepared to meet the challenge? CAL FIRE will make sure you're ready. From on-the-ground fire protection and hazard reduction to disaster planning, CAL FIRE will be there for you. When you sign a cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE, you'll be taking a positive step to provide efficient and effective emergency services for your community.
It's a great way to bring in resources from across the state, pay for something that meets your own revenue targets, but you just can provide a better service. Right? I don't know why we would ever even question it, and we don't, so I'm happy that we do it. And any other agency that's thinking about how can you do something better, this is actually something you should look at.
I have to applaud the CAL FIRE organization when we had the Esperanza fire, in which we lost 5 U.S. firefighters, you'll remember. We set up a command post in Beaumont, and within 24 hours, we had units coming in from all over northern and central California, ready to get in there, risk their lives in the protection of lives and public property. It was a tremendous display of courage, unity, and cooperation that I've never witnessed in my career as a public official. If you're a new city and you're considering contracting with CAL FIRE, Again, you're not only going to have your local fire department, but you're going to have a statewide fire department that's going to be there when you need them the most during a very serious fire that threatens structures and, more importantly, that threatens lives.
Put the CAL FIRE team to work for you. For more information on how CAL FIRE can design a cost-effective emergency service package to meet your local needs, contact your local CAL FIRE unit chief or visit our website at www.fire.ca.gov. CAL FIRE, dedicated to cooperative emergency services.
Mayor Youssef, by the way, I'm a low talker, so I guess I'm not like Chief Hawkins here. I don't speak very loud, so I have to make sure I'm in this process here. Mayor Youssef, City Council members, staff, citizens of Hemet, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I want to first say congratulations and thank you, by the way. Chief Morris, excellent presentation. You represent the city well. You have a great fire department, and you're leading them fine. And it's my pleasure to follow both Chief Morris and Chief Hawkins. They're both great leaders. They really care about the citizens of the county and the city, and they care about their people. So both will fight diligently to make sure that their people are taken care of. And you got to follow a leader like that. And I hope the City of Hemet firefighters are definitely behind Chief Morris, because we're definitely behind our chief, and we'll follow him anywhere. So I'd like to first start and make sure I know what I'm doing with these buttons here. Hopefully I've got it right. Obviously, this is we're CAL FIRE. Actually, I'm David Fulcher. I'm a division chief with the Riverside County Fire Department, CAL FIRE. I work in this division. It's what we call the Batista Division. The personnel in this the division surrounding the city of Hemet, as well as the personnel at Hemet Ryan Air Base, Batista Camp, and the Mountain Battalion are my responsibility. And one of the contracts that I help oversee with one of my battalion chiefs is actually the city of San Jacinto. And another assignment I have is actually I'm responsible for the Riverside County Fire Hazardous Materials team. So our presentation tonight will be basically tell you who we are and what we do. So first thing I want to start off with is that we are CAL FIRE, but we're also Riverside County Fire Department. And CAL FIRE gives us the ability to go into these cooperative agreements. What we look at is that we've been doing this, obviously, since 1940 on the cooperative agreements. We have 145 agreements right now. Out of 33 counties in the state, or actually we have 58 counties in the state, 33 of those we have actual agreements with, 31 cities, 33 fire districts, 25 special districts. And what we do is we gather its ability for our diversity, our experience. A lot of folks have the ability to work in Northern California, Southern California, small cities, large cities, and they bring those experiences back to the local government. So they're very versed in multiple tasks. Benefits. Chief Hawkins touched on this. We are an integrated regional fire protection system. We have one command and control system. We don't have many chiefs. We just have one. Chief Hawkins is our chief. All of our cooperative partners, what we do, we fall under Chief Hawkins. Again, a benefit, labor relations. I don't want to labor on that one, but there are no negotiations with locals. We handle that through the state level. We handle HR discipline issues. We handle recruitment. We handle retention. We handle dismissal. Those can be very time-consuming. If you've done a hiring process, if you've had to go through some long drawn-out process, those take up personal hours. We handle that. Economy of scale. We have a pooled administrative cost. We have that great depth of resource, and we'll talk about that when I get through this. We have resources to bring in. We have resources for assistance. We also have what we call as access to our local partners. It was touched upon. We don't have 4 fire stations. We don't have 20 fire stations. We have, in Riverside County, 97 fire stations. We have 103 apparatus frontline for fire engines or squads. We have truck companies. Those are all at your disposal. Simple as that. They're all at your disposal. If we have a multiple greater alarm incident, we don't have to wait. We don't have to call another fire department and ask for resources to help us. Because under the master mutual aid system, they don't have to come. Even under mutual aid system in Riverside County right now, if they're busy, if another fire department is taking calls in their own city, they don't have to come. They'll try. And I don't know of any fire chief who won't try to send you resources. Not even Chief Morris. That's not what we do. But the problem is they're busy taking care of their citizens as well. Well, that's where we have this great depth of resources. We have all those resources at our disposal right now. Chief Hawkins has given direction. We don't play politics with citizens. We provide the closest resource, and if that means we have to take 20 fire engines, we don't have to call another fire department. We send them right then and there from our command and control center. Values. Again, we're close to the customer in local government. You will retain, if you elect to move forward, you will retain your local control. We report to you. We speak to your city manager. We get the direction from the city manager via you. Simple as that. You decide what level of service we're providing. We give you options. You tell us what you need. You are elected officials. You make policy decisions, not us. Economy of scale. We can touch on that over and over again. But if you can be big, but if you're not providing an efficient, effective service, it doesn't work for you. We try to be efficient and effective. We have what's called a cities partners group, which is all the partners for Riverside County Fire Department, with Riverside County Fire Department. They sit on a regular basis and they help consult. We sit there together and they remind us what it is that we need to do to be efficient. We don't do this in a vacuum. We seek your leaders. We seek your city officials throughout the county to help us out. We have a regional model. That's what we build it on. We believe regional model is the way to go. As one of the speakers said, fires don't cross boundaries, or fires cross boundaries. They don't know where we're at. They don't care. Traffic accidents, emergencies. You have people who don't live in the city that drive through it. We have people who don't live in the county that pass through it. We have a very busy county. So we look to provide that service to all of them, not just one, not just 5, not just 80,000. Every citizen in Riverside County is our citizen, and then we look to provide that service. We have a strong life safety and fire protection program. We have a bureau which is strictly dedicated to that. That's doing plan checks, that's doing inspections, that's doing code enforcement. Those ladies and gentlemen are out there following the Uniform Fire Code, building codes, and they provide us with information that we can provide back to you. We work with your building department, your planning department, to make sure that we have the right ordinances and the right codes to provide safety to you. Our Office of Emergency Services. We have a great staff. Their responsibility is to mitigate, prevent, teach, and educate, and follow up with cost recovery. We work hand in hand right now with the City of Riverside. One of our emergency services workers is Gina McGough. She comes at a regular basis and speaks with the city. We provide training in the city, not just because it's that, it's because it's for the whole entire valley. That's one of the people that here. Those people wouldn't go away. They would just help benefit and provide more assistance. They also help us get grants. The same grants that you have today, most of those are the keepers of them. They're the ones that pass the information down. We have them there. They're knowledgeable. They can continue to help us process these grants. Automatic aid and mutual aid. It's seamless under us because we have one command and control system. Again, we're not waiting. We're not calling another agency, waiting for a duty chief to answer the phone and tell us that we can have a resource to send to another city or your city, because that's what would happen. Right now, if there's a major greater alarm, the phone call has to be made to our dispatch center. We will call the other agencies, ask them for assistance, and send them over here. We're part of what's the Office of Emergency Services Regional Dispatch Center, and that's what we do as a fire chiefs. They're all aware of that. When it comes to CAL FIRE, there's basically two bosses for Chief Hawkins. One is our region chief, Dale Hutchinson. He's basically responsible for all of Southern and Central California, as well as J.R., who is the executive officer for the County of Riverside. Chief Hawkins reports to both of those. If we are your partner via Chief Hawkins, we would report to you. You have your say. Everybody has their say. You will dictate what's going to happen. As Chief Hawkins said, we are a integrated, cooperative, regionalized fire protection system. And here's the system. The great thing about it is that it's the sum of its whole. All the parts together make this work. They make the current Riverside County Fire Department work. Without it, without our regional basis, without the cooperation of our partners, without the public-private partnership, without working with our local cities, our local districts, we wouldn't work. Our number one goal is to cooperate to make sure that we're providing the best fire protection system possible. And Chief Hawkins is leading that. When he says be nice, it's actually what he means is be nice. It's customer service. It's you take care of everybody. Nobody leaves the table without a say. The Riverside County Fire Department's mission, it's simple. Riverside County Fire Department is a public safety agency dedicated to protecting life, property, environment through professionalism, integrity, and efficiency. That's to everybody. Not one, but to all. Our values, leadership, competency, integrity, safety, and customer service. We can't function without every single one of those. There are 5. They're all equal. Take away one, we don't provide a service that's quality to you and your citizens. We do have 21 partner cities right now in one community service district. We look at the county of Riverside, all of its unincorporated area. We're talking Ramona Bowl. We're talking Simpson Park. Those are all covered by Riverside County Fire Department, by this valley. The state responsibility areas that adjacent the city, those are our responsibilities. We go into partnerships when we have fires in those general areas, because that's what we do. Our Office of Emergency Services, we can't do it without them, and everybody needs assistance from our experts. And then again, Chief Hawkins mentioned that we do cover 7,200 square miles. Some of that's metropolitan. A lot of it's rural. We have the desert. It's a lot of open space out there, but it's still, we're still here to protect it. And any citizen that's out there, we will protect them, as well as the environment. Personnel at our disposal right here, right now in Riverside County, is that we have 1,500 career staff folks. If we have greater alarms, we can call back folks and staff our fire engines to provide more fire engine coverage. We have 240 county or city support staff. Those are the folks that don't wear CAL FIRE patches. They wear a city patch, or they wear a county patch, or a district patch, but they support us and we support them. And we have currently 280 volunteer reserve firefighters countywide. Those are the same folks who bring out our trailers when we're actually gone already, with our communication centers. They're the ones who drive our water tenders if we don't have them staffed, our breathing supports. There are chaplains. There are folks that work with our RACES program. They're the ones who will staff and help us staff our emergency command centers while we're opening up and make greater emergencies. Those folks are dedicated. You would have that service. 97 fire stations, 103 staffed fire engines, 7 staffed aerial apparatus, just like that beautiful truck that you have in the city. We have 7 of those. 1 breathing support that's staffed full-time. 2 hazardous materials teams in the county. And we're currently going through our staffing process, or our typing process with OES, to make sure that our hazmat teams are classified as type 2 teams. This is 2 teams staffed with 5 people each on both sides of the county. That's 10 hazardous materials members ready to go, suit up, not riding on another fire engine, not riding on another truck, but sitting at those fire stations on their hazmat rigs, ready to go and support anybody in the county. We work hand in hand with the Office of Environmental Services as well. 17 hand crews. We have the great benefit of having those 17 hand crews here, most of them close by. We have 7 up at Oak Glen. It's not that far away. And we have 6 crews stationed right out here in Batista Canyon. If we have a wildland fire inside the city right now, You definitely, if Chief Morris asked for those resources, we would give them to him. But I want to make sure you understand that 7 Points of Light, which is now called CAL FIRE Master Mutual Aid, we will give you any resources you need as long as you have an emergency that's going. But there's a little misnomer. Not everything is for free. I'm going to tell you that right now. If you're not a partner city, crews are not for free. Aircraft that comes from another agency, which would be the Forest Service, is not for free. Dozers are not for free. It's fire engines. Every fire engine we send you is for free until you contain that incident. I want to make sure you're fully aware of that. So, but we do have bulldozers. But by the way, if you're partners with us, we will make sure that that's taken care of and we'll minimize any cost or impact to you whatsoever. We have 3 bulldozers in the county. We have 1 firefighting helicopter, which is also our heavy rescue helicopter. We do short hauls. We're performing rescues once a week for sure. Our crews are trained to go out and rescue people out in the middle of nowhere, which you can't drive into. They will drop their firefighters in. They will package the patient, fly them back out to the nearest landing zone, whether they're going to go by ground or whether they're going to go by Mercy Air, just like everybody else does. But we have them at our disposal. Of course, with good weather, we won't endanger their lives. We have 2 air tankers right here at Hemet Ryan Air Base and 1 air attack. That air attack plane is basically in the air to make sure that all the aircraft do not crash into each other, that they provide a great service, that they can meet the needs of the IC on the ground, and they give them better eyes. Basically, he's the bird in the sky, tells the incident commander what's going on. And then we have what we really love is our 3 mobile command units. When we're running a greater alarm, we can bring those out to the incident. We can run everything from that incident right there without hampering our dispatch services back in Paris. So that means we basically condensed it down so that they don't have to worry as much about what's going on the radio. We have our control system right then and there at our incident. What I have here is basically it's a map. It's about our partners on the western side of Riverside County. When I said we have 21, on the western side of Riverside County, we have Eastvale, Jurupa Valley, Norco, Moreno Valley, Paris, Menifee, Lake Elsinore, Wildomar, Temecula, Calamasa, Beaumont, Banning, City of San Jacinto, and the Rubidoux Community Service District. Some of these contracts have been going on since the 40s. We have one that we just picked up here just this last year. And I'd like to think that they're just as happy as our oldest contract. And by the way, partnership, cooperative agreement. A little map of the highlighted areas, that's where they're at. On the eastern side of Riverside County, we have Desert Hot Springs, Rancho Mirage, Indian Wells, Palm Desert, La Quinta, Indio, and Coachella. Some of these areas are rural. Some of these areas are heavily urban. We provide the level of service requested by our city leaders to meet the needs of those cities. In the desert, eastern side of the county, we actually have ambulances as well as ALS fire engines. They wished, they had the rights. We transport the patients, our citizens, to the hospital based on their needs. What do we provide? What do we have? For fire and medical services, we definitely provide fire protection. That's the same thing as all our fire departments out there, our brothers and sisters. They provide the same thing. We require that county policy for us is that we will be paramedic assessment engines. If our trucks, we try to make sure they're all paramedic assessments because we don't know who's backed up, who's on another call. They'll respond. If they're paramedic assessments, they can do the exact same thing as our engines. That's why they're dual purpose. Our squads, if we have squads, and they're run by our career staff, they are ALS, which is paramedic service as well. We have emergency medical dispatching in place right now. It's new to our system. We implemented it last year. We were directed to do so. It was one of those things that we said that through one of our evaluations that it was best for us to do that. We're doing that. And we're new into it. We're honing it. We're getting better, and we're looking at different ways and possibilities to reduce the call volume, call load that's currently on our engines out there right now. We have the same issues, multiple fire stations with 4,000 calls a year. We have multiple fire engines in there. Are all those emergency incidents? Our emergency medical dispatching, its purpose is to define what's critical, what's not. We're not, let me rephrase this, we still send resources. We believe that every citizen deserves, when they call 911, they deserve fire department personnel showing up at their home. They didn't say, put me on hold. They didn't say, don't respond out to my house. They said we needed help. Whether we're going code 2, which is without lights and sirens, or code 3, that's where it's helping us right there. It's telling us whether or not we should be endangering other people for something that's not immediately life-threatening. And that system is approved by a doctor. So we don't do that just willy-nilly. Doctors tell us, they do the evaluations, they tell us what we can and can't do. Our hazardous materials response team, just so you know, the closest one, it's sitting right in Winchester. That's where they're based out of. That's one of our teams. Actually, they respond to traffic accidents on the S-curve because half the road on Highway 74 is county and half the road on Highway 74 is city. They're right there. When we talk about coming around through 4 seasons, they respond to those traffic accidents along with Station 78 and along with the city of Hemet. Technical rescue. We have USAR teams. When I said we have 7 trucks, what we also have is seven USAR teams right then and there. We're also partners with FEMA, just like the city of Hemet. I've worked hand in hand with the ladies and gentlemen on the Hemet Fire Department with that team. When they went to Katrina, we had folks at Katrina. When they went to Hurricane Rita, we had folks at Hurricane Rita. When they went to 9/11, Scott, he was there with our folks. Some of our folks have the same exact medical ailments. This team is in place for the entire county. We all participate. Volunteer reserve firefighter program. We've just revamped ours. 2 years ago, we went through a process that said we need more control. We need to make sure that our volunteers are better trained. They have one command and control system, and through a board ordinance, Chief Hawkins is now responsible for all the county volunteers. Fire Explorer programs. We have that as well. Our local valley residents were in your parade this year, My Fire Explorers. They're in there every year along with our fire engines. We're proud of our young men and women in this valley, just like you are. We're trying to make sure that when our young men and women finish their Explorer program, it's almost seamless. It's a tiered step. When they finish that program, they actually can be, when they're old enough, be volunteers. And our goal is to make sure that those volunteers, if they wish, become firefighters, career firefighters in their lives. Not everybody wants to do it, but they're there. And our youth is important. Our Office of Emergency Services. I said this before, their primary purpose is disaster mitigation, prevention, response, coordination, recovery, and grant acquisition. Your CERT programs, we provide assistance. The grants that come through, they're there. Your sister city next door to you, we have a CERT program that was helped develop by them. We run it regularly. Well, we don't have the staff to do one a month, nor the amount of citizens you have, but we were processing 2 to 3 CERT training a year. They also help us with our first responder. What we do is medical first aid for local citizens are actually city workers and CPR. Those grants that you acquired, they help us acquire the same grants. The CHOG, the hazmat grant pretty much comes from there. The gaming grants, all those grants we have the same access to, and we're actually competing on occasion for that same money. Under a cooperative agreement, there's no more competing. Some of it you will get no matter what. We'll just use the gaming grant. That's because it's the city. The CHOG, we come together. We pool our funds. We get a bigger grant. We provide you with the same services. They're all there. That office helps us prepare those. As I said earlier, our standard for Riverside County Fire Department is paramedic assessment engines. Why? Because we believe our citizens in Riverside County should have the best emergency medical care possible. We're not waiting for a private partner to show up and provide ALS service. We're there right then and there providing that service immediately. When we talk about minutes, while we develop There's Measure C requirements. While we try to follow our NFPA standards, it's because minutes count, whether it's a fire, whether it's a medical emergency. And the sooner we can provide advanced care, the better we are. So Chief Hawkins, with the help of Riverside County Board of Supervisors, he made this our standard. We are, and we have, a full-service dispatch center. It is EMD. It's located out of Paris. It provides 24-hour-a-day fire and emergency dispatching. We have 2 backup systems. I was asked this question the other day, what happens when that system goes down? Well, we actually have 2 backup systems, one in Riverside and one in Indio, that we have folks trained in those areas that can go operate those systems right away. It's also designated as our, excuse me, I'm going to pull a Rubio really quick. Don't worry, I don't have any political aspirations. Our Paris ECC, which is Emergency Command Center, is designated as the state's, for Riverside County, Office of Operational Dispatch Center. There are 6 regions in the state of California. Our dispatch center operates out of one of those. There's a local fire chief, as a fire chiefs association, usually typically one of those out of the years, one of the fire chiefs, it could be Chief Morris next year if he elects, to help run that, help provide us, give us direction. Because we look at that as a partnership. We've had the city of Marietta, the fire chief, give us direction on our dispatch center and how we help dispatch resources out when it comes to those larger, greater alarm emergencies where the Office of Emergency Services asks for any of our assistance. Not just Riverside County Fire Department, but any fire department in Riverside County. Again, we have 5 full-time, or excuse me, 2 5-person full-time hazardous materials team. So I said the closest one is out of Winchester. If you just go down Highway 74 off of Haddock, just right there behind Valleywide. The next one is out off of in Palm Desert, which is right off of Interstate 10 in Washington. So, and when we're busy, we definitely do ask for assistance and vice versa. We believe that most of the departments around, we can't do hazardous materials alone. It is a cooperative agreement. We help each other. And like I said before, that we're going through the typing process. We actually are just waiting for the OES to come down and actually inventory our equipment and give us the blessing for an OES Type 2 hazardous materials team. And we receive a lot of our funding, a lot of our equipment. We go through the CHOG grant. As a matter of fact, we were a founding member along with a couple other cities. I believe Hemet was a founding member as well. When we do our quarterly drills, one of us is heading it up. They're a great team. I'll tell you that you do have a great hazardous materials team. Your folks are great workers. When we talk about our aerial apparatus, we don't cross-staff our aerial apparatus. When we have a fire engine, they go to the emergencies. Our truck companies are there, ready to go. We don't have to get off that truck to get on another piece of equipment. If they're out of quarters, they don't have to drive back to that fire station, pick up that resource, and get it to the location. That's where those 7 come in. They're Type 2 USAR teams right now, which means they can provide advanced auto extrication. They do technical rescues, confined space rescues, trench rescues. They do emergency building stabilization. They do flood and river rescue, and they do high and low angles. Our teams, your teams are trained just at the same level. Ours is just staffed 24/7 with 4 persons per person. As I mentioned, our volunteers, our volunteer reserve firefighters, and our explorers. We revamped our system. We started the process in 2010. We actually received the approval in 2011. Now, all the volunteers under Riverside County Fire Department report directly to Chief Hawkins. When it comes to our Fire Explorer posts, we have 11 of them. I'm going to name off these, and you're going to see that most of these are inside our cities right now. We have Calamasa. Anns is the only one that's up there that's not actually in a city. We have Beaumont, Menifee, Lake Elsinore, Temecula, Hemet, which is out of our Little Lake Station, which is off of Florida, and Acacia. Excuse me, Stanford and Acacia. We have 2 teams in Moreno Valley, West and East, and we have 1 in Harupa Valley. Again, we want participation from our citizens. We want participation from our youth. We want them to know that we're here to help them, we're here to support them, and they know that their fire department, no matter where it is going to do everything they can to help get them through the system. Office of Emergency Services, Chief Hawkins actually has two branches that work for him. It is fire protection, and it is Office of Emergency Services. Most of the time, that's actually under law enforcement agencies. But for Riverside County Fire Department, it's under the fire department. Their functions, again, disaster mitigation. They perform the drills, they help coordinate them, they set them up. If you needed to actually have any of the NIMS required training, we provide that. We make sure that your cities are compliant with federal regulations when it comes to ICS training. We make sure that the exercises are done on a regular basis so we stay compliant. Disaster prevention, one of our programs, CERT. We encourage every city, every valley, every location to process and to work through the community emergency response training. We all know that we're a limited resource, but our citizens, they're the ones who are going to help. They're the ones who are going to make or break a major disaster when we are all standing alone. We coordinate responses. They're there. They help us coordinate. If there are multiple agencies, when we activate our EOC, those folks are in there. They're making sure that Public Works is talking to County Public Works, TLMA. They're making sure that law enforcement officers are talking back and forth. If there's anything that's needed, they help coordinate that, and that's under Riverside County Fire Department's preview. The emergency operating centers, you have one. We have them. We have them in Riverside, but that's part of the whole regional system. And so that your information can get relayed up, they help us get you the resources necessary. It might not just be fire service resources. It might be contractors. It might be bulldozers that are privately listed. They're there to help us get those resources here. And again, and I think those are great items, but it's that grant acquisition and management. None of our fire departments can exist without the grants that we're receiving today. They help us manage our fire departments and get as much as we can to support our citizens so that we don't have to bear the cost on our local government. When it gets to administrative support, we can show you the fire engines out there. You can see them driving up and down the road. You hear them all day and all night in this valley. But we also provide as chief officer support. It's not just a simple battalion chief for operational training. It's me, the division chief for the valley. It's my boss, the deputy chief who oversees that, the duty chief. There's not just one of us. There's multiple. There's 4 deputy chiefs. If one's on vacation, the other one picks it up. There's 11 division chiefs. If I'm not available, one of them is designated to answer a phone call if the city calls. Our battalion chiefs, we have over 34 on the floor. If one of ours is busy on an incident, another one will pick it up. If one of ours is on vacation, another one will come in and cover the area. We have that depth of resources. We have a fire prevention bureau, not somebody that we take from a fire engine. These are dedicated men and women. There are law enforcement officers. They do code enforcement if necessary. There are arson investigators, just like every other fire department. Our fire engine companies will do the basic preliminary fire investigation. If they find something out of the ordinary, if they have a multiple series of fires, our investigators will show up. They will investigate. They not only investigate that incident, but they follow it through prosecution if they're able to find a suspect. They do everything for us. If there's an arrest warrant necessary, these are actually law enforcement officers with CAL FIRE, and that they're there to help us do these things so that our fire engines can get back to service, run into the incidents they have. Life safety fire protection planning. It's there for us. One of our options is actually that you actually have a fire safety specialist, somebody who can actually do it out of your office. Not out of Riverside, but would be sitting in your office. That would be at your counter. That would be doing the plan checks. That would be assisting with everything you do today. Telecommunications and information technology, well, we like to call that as just simple as IT and comms. If your computers break, we have somebody who's able to help us. If our radios don't work, we have somebody who can actually go out there and fix our radios. Training and Safety Bureau. I'm going to pull Rubio again. Training and Safety Bureau. We have dedicated men and women that their sole response is to make sure that our personnel are receiving the best training possible, and that whether they're in their fire station, driving their fire engine, or on their incidents, are performing to the highest level of safety, and they have the highest level safety equipment out there. That's their sole function. Chief Hawkins, they have a division chief who's responsible for them. Chief Hawkins has given that delegation that their job is to make sure that we're trained, competent, and safe. Public Information Office, we have one of those. We have staffed. We have somebody on duty every day of the week, not a fire personnel, but Riverside County Fire, their job is to make sure that information gets out to the public. If there's a greater alarm, they'll even come out to our incident and help provide information to the public. So if we need to get out, make sure we do mass media, get a hold of the news, do callbacks, emergency service notifications. They help us do those things. Fleet Service, we have a full shop. Their job is to maintain our equipment. If a piece of equipment goes down, they provide us with another piece of equipment. If we don't already have one, they get it back in service, they take it away, they service it, they take care of that. They also look at our replacement of equipment. They pay attention to that. How old our equipment is, how many miles they have on it. Are we spending an exorbitant amount of money on that piece of equipment to repair it? They're paying attention to that for us. Strategic planning, when we talk about putting another 1,000 homes out in the valley, out off of Tres Cerritos, our strategic planning is planning for that. They tell us where the next fire station should be placed. Of course, we use rooftops. We use responses. We use drive times. We use the amount of emergencies that are there. We talk about population density. They help us help you formulate your general plan and for your future. We also have our own personnel and finance department. When there are issues, personnel, we go to our headquarters. Finance, if there's issues, it comes to here. Tonight we have the Deputy Chief Administration here. His shop handles all that. If there are issues or concerns about the billing process or how it's done, he has personnel who will answer every single question. If I couldn't answer it, or one of my battalion chiefs, we're very attentive and they'll be there to answer those questions. Fire prevention, we talked about that, but quickly, it does life and safety inspections. We do public education. We do hazard reduction programs. We adopt our we work and adopt on our uniform fire code, fire planning, arson investigations. To the meat and the bones, that's what we do. The bottom line is that we requested in October to provide you with potentially provide you with a proposal for fire service, fire protection emergency services. And there are a few things that you said. You said that we had to either meet or enhance the service that you currently have. You said that we had to make sure that whatever we provided you would meet the minimum of Measure C, which is respond to all areas of the city within 5 minutes, 80% of the time, in addition to each zone. Our proposal, we believe, met that or meets that. In addition, there were some design proposals. It says that you must have a local identity. You have to have local control of your services, budgets, funding, and fire protection. Basically, that's you tell us what you need. You tell us what you want, and we'll provide it for you. We had to match those services, and we had to provide that at the most cost-efficient delivery method. Our personnel had to be professional. Keep that professional management and operational control of the fire department. We had to make sure our personnel were trained. We had qualified instructors, and we exceed industry standards. County Fire Department will maintain the fire apparatus with our own equipment and mechanics. We would recruit, train, hire, manage our personnel. You wouldn't have to worry about that. We'd also take care of labor negotiations, workman's compensation issues, employee benefits, and career development. When we get to this, we thought we meet all these, we believe we meet all these with the three options that we presented with you. Our option number one was for 4 fire stations. That's 3-person engine companies. That's one truck company staffed at all times, and one battalion chief. What's not listed there is that these are just the fire department personnel, but there was also in there the fire prevention specialist. Those were in the cost. Every single engine, every truck, they're all ALS. Every day of the week, 7 days a week. You also get on top of that, your daily command staff, is that you would have a minimum as a deputy chief, a division chief, and your battalion chief. And I gave you the totals for each one of those if you had any questions on them. What will you get with that? If the city decided to go into cooperative agreement, we'll provide you with 8 fire stations within or adjacent to the city. That would be the city fire stations and the regional fire protection resources that surround you right now. That's 8 3-person ALS engine companies, 1 4-person ALS truck company, 1 battalion chief. You have your fire safety supervisor who basically does your fire planning. And that does not include the deputy chief or division chief that are available for immediate response on greater alarms. I want to go back to one thing. That's 29 personnel, fire line personnel, right here in the valley to respond to any incident at any time. Option 2, that was with 4 fire stations and 1 squad. Pretty much what you have now, except for they're all paramedic assessment. You still have the same division chief coverage, deputy chief coverage, fire marshal coverage, but they're all ALS. Provide you with 8 fire stations within the city or adjacent to. Again, that's 8 3-person fire engines. ALS, that's 1 2-person ALS squad, 1 battalion chief. We break it down, 27 people in the valley immediately at your response for fire response or medical response. Option 3, that was with 3 fire stations. That's 3 fire stations with ALS engines, 1 truck company, again, with the deputy chief, division chief, and battalion chief. You'll have 7 fire stations within the valley or adjacent to with 3-person engine companies. You'll have 1 ALS truck company, 1 battalion chief. Again, we go with the safety supervisor for a total of 26 personnel at your need right then and there in the valley. Why do we give you these 3 recommendations? We could have given you 15, we could have given you 20. We just tried to provide you with something that we believe that you would like, that would meet your needs. We believe that all 3 options meet the requirements as per the request for fire protection, as well as medical emergency services. However, we have stated that we believe option 3 provides the optimum coverage throughout the city and takes maximum advantage of the regionalized fire protection system. But all that is based upon what you requested in your RFP. What I have for you here is basically a map. This is basically a 4-minute drive time. Where your locations, where your fire stations are located right now. 4 minutes driving in any direction using GIS data based on posted speed limits. Not anything more, not going code 3, not going with lights and sirens, but regular driving. This map basically shows you the city, where the fire stations are. They're overlapping. That's what you provide right now, which you can drive to in 4 minutes. This map right here shows you what we can do on the county outlying stations right now. Everything surrounding, which would be our station 26, 72, 25, and 78. This map is a 4-minute drive time, including all 8 fire stations. What level of coverage can be provided to the valley and to the city? This one here is basically with 3 stations. It shows you what level of coverage can be provided to the city overlapping in 4 minutes response. I'm going to show you a series of slides. They're basically pictures. I don't know if they're as good as Chief Morris, but they're there. They tell you what we do. And actually, I don't know how to work the pointer on this. As you see in the upper top corner, that's us providing CPR training in the city of San Jacinto. On the right-hand corner, that's one of our Explorer groups doing a muster at a public safety event in the city of San Jacinto. Their fire engine, we treat it just as well as we would treat any other fire engine. That's their parade engine. They're pretty proud of it. and the CERT trailer. We started that. We started that with AMR fine money and grants. Not a dime came out of their current operating budget to staff that trailer, to put it in operation. And we're working on a grant to put another one in their city right now. We do fire protection just like you do. As a matter of fact, we help you on fires. Photo on the left is a fire that just happened here just late last year at Menlo and San Jacinto. Our Engine 25 was there. They assisted. We provided assistance. When the city said they didn't need it, we said, okay, thank you very much, but we were there to help. And the other one is another fire. We do the same fire protection. We have our hazmat team. That's the hazmat rig that you see right there. We're in the process of building another one out in our desert. Those are our guys and gals at work. This could have been a drill right there with the City of Hemet alongside with us. There's photos out there. It's a great cooperation. We do technical rescues. We do over the sides. We do auto extrications. They happen in the city. They happen in the county. We run the traffic accidents, just like everybody else does. Our river and flood rescues, these are in the county itself. Obviously, we're Hemet residents. We're familiar with flooding in the valley. It happens. Everything comes off that mountain and runs right through this city. You've done a great job, by the way, with the drainage. It's gotten better. Vehicle extrication again. This is what one of our Type 1 fire engines looks like. These are the engines we're building and we're buying. They meet the needs just like yours. Our truck companies, whether it's in Palm Desert, Menifee, Moreno Valley, we have the same trucks. Our brush engines, we have the state brush engines, we have the county brush engines. We also have our medic squads and our ambulances. We have a breathing support that's dedicated 24 hours a day, that's staffed. If we need it above and beyond, having to go back and get more equipment from our fire stations, this breathing support will come out. And that way we don't have to worry about going back and forth to our fire stations or trailering out another piece of equipment. It is staffed. Our dozers are out there for our assistance. Again, can't say it's our own private helicopter. We can't just go drive or fly around anytime we want. But it's there for emergency needs, medicals, hoists. We also have an air attack officer and 2 air tankers if we have anything that's encroaching on the city. Just as our boys and girls in work, they're doing a great job out there. Our training facilities, we have regionalized training facilities. This facility right here is actually open to the City of Hemet if they wanted to come out and train with us. It's at a regional training facility. It's over in Riverside. It's a new addition. It's been in service for the last couple of years. It's to provide a realistic training environment. We also have one out in Palm Desert. It's our newest facility. And when City of Norco came over to a cooperative agreement, this is at their Station 47. We have access to another training facility over in Norco, so we're trying to regionalize all of our training facilities so that our guys and gals don't have to leave the area when they actually go in and do in-service training. Conclusion. Thank you. We appreciate the offer of coming out here, letting us talk to you, and present what we believe the fire protection proposal for, and as well as emergency medical. Again, we believe that a cooperative agreement with the city would not only benefit the city of Hemet, the citizens of Hemet, but all the citizens of the San Jacinto Valley, by becoming part of the Riverside County Fire Department and becoming part of our integrated, cooperative, regionalized fire protection system. Thank you for the opportunity. Have a wonderful night.
Chief Fulcher, thank you very much. As you can see, we are very proud of our CAL FIRE Riverside County Fire Department operation. We strongly believe we could provide excellent fire and EMS for the residents while always remaining in close contact with the elected and appointed officials. We too would be your hometown fire department. Without question, we would maintain the local contact and local value of importance of working with the citizens. If the city elects to proceed, we would look to discuss, ensure all issues are addressed and solved. CAL FIRE Director Ken Pimlott supports our involvement with the city and would be the final approving authority for CAL FIRE, as he is for just any other cooperative fire protection agreement. closing, thank you very much. We're honored to be here.
Okay, thank you very much to both Chief Morris and Chief Hawkins for the presentations. Thank you for the lights. What we need to do, Council, real quick, we have a resolution that at 10 o'clock the meeting's to be adjourned unless we have a motion to exceed that time frame. So I'll ask at this time for a motion to exceed past 10 o'clock.
I'll make that motion to exceed.
Motion by Councilmember Wright.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Milne. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0. Okay, at this time, what we will do is we will ask questions. At this time, just questions for point of clarification between any we have made with the City of Hemet Fire and with CAL FIRE. Mr. City Manager, is there anything you want to add before we go ahead and start that question phase from the council?
Yes. Yes. I might suggest you hear the analysis before you ask the questions, because much of what you're going to ask could be covered there.
Okay, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, and we really need to talk about the most important issue, which is the service level provided, and followed up by the financial considerations. And members of my staff are prepared to do that, starting with Mr. Orm, Mark Orm.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Mr. Raver, no, we're still in the middle of the presentation phase, okay?
I understand that. I have problems with what you're doing. You're dragging this out, and these people...
Mr. Raver, I would ask that you please take a seat. You're disrupting the meeting. Please give respect. Please give respect to Mr. Orm, Ms. Conrad, and both departments that are giving a presentation.
So I'm requesting you give
Mr.
respect
Raver.
to the elderly here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Orm.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, patient citizenry, and fortunate people who are watching from home. We wish you a pleasant evening tonight, and we're really, really pleased to be able to share with you some information that we've been able to take a look at and analyze. I want to compliment, first off, though, both the presenters, because they both did a tremendous job. And so congratulations to both. And also, from a staff perspective, we truly appreciate the thoroughness of their RFPs, enabling us as a staff to actually have some meat to move around and look at and give feedback to this City Council and the citizens with regard to these requests for proposals. I have the fortune of actually being able to present probably the most pivotal aspect of fire protection services, and that is the service level. It's a complex industry. One of the things in the city administrative offices that we do is we look at the vast city network of different departments and varying departments, and I will tell everybody here that one of the most complex, even though it may sound simple, you send a truck and put water on a fire, it's a very complex entity in itself and a department to administer. So I want you to all know that. Let me also make another very clear statement in that as staff, we are unable to be a proponent of either our city fire department or our county fire department, because we are here to present the facts as they were presented in the request for proposals. So bear with me as I go through some of these. What you'll find is that the service delivery here, there is a massive amount of items. I'm not going to read through each and every one of those right now, but I think it's just a simple depiction as it relates to all the varying areas that I'm going to walk you through in the next few slides. One thing that I'm very remiss in, though, and I'm very upset at staff over, and that is that we neglected to put puppy rescue as one of these service provisions. So, Chief Morris, you got me on that one, and staff unfortunately neglected that. So you pull one over on us. One of the things that we were presented with were three options, as you are very well aware: Hemet Fire and Riverside County. And of those three options, what we had to do is we had to come up with a really analytical approach as to which one is the option that council truly needs to take a close look at and consider from an analytical perspective. How do you do that? Well, like the city manager said earlier, apples to apples. The only thing that we could really come up with as a dynamic that is within these proposals is A, the necessity of a service delivery of paramedics. Of course, our Hemet Fire Department had in their option 3 paramedic services, our program leading to paramedic services. In addition to that, the other dynamic that we looked at is staffing. Out of all three proposals, option number 3 was the closest to the level of the staffing levels that the Hemet Fire also proposed. So that's why we're going to focus on option 3. And although the city manager said that earlier, I know it's been a little while since that time, so I wanted to reiterate that. So I'm going to go ahead and kick it off here, and I'm going to go through the details of what these options 3, as they were presented to us in the request for proposals, were. Hemet Fire Department, well, you've got at Station 1, the numbers along the edge here designate the fire stations. Hemet Fire at Station 1 have 5 personnel with an engine and a squad, and it's for the fire department only. In addition to that, with the Riverside County Fire Department at Station 1, they also have 2 additional staff there at Station 1, leading to 7. An engine and a truck rather than a squad, that's what takes into consideration those 2 additional folks. And that would also be for fire only. At Station 2, they are mirror images in that there would be 3 personnel, an engine, and fire only use. Station 3 is where there is a difference, and that is with the Hemet Fire proposal, there would be 3 individuals, an engine, and being used as fire only. For the Riverside County Fire, it's actually a relocation of those services, and they would actually work with AMR to put a paramedic unit in that station, and so it would be an AMR only use for Fire Station 3. For Fire Station 4, there is Hemet Fire 3 with an engine, and also there is a cross-staffing of a truck there, and that was really a key component to our budgetary savings this past year, and I want to compliment Chief Morris and his team for coming up with that kind of a solution. So they're cross-staffing that truck, and it's fire, and it's also Mercy Air at Station 4, if you're wondering what MA is. So there's a cooperative agreement there. For Fire Station 4 in the Riverside County, there's also 3. There's an engine, and it would be fire and Mercy Air as well. And finally, as we're all very aware, Fire Station 5 unfortunately had to be closed, and that would end up being 0 personnel in both proposals. However, it would be staffed by AMR. I do want to note one additional thing, though, is that there would be services from the outside stations for County Fire to help address that zone as well. So that is the bottom line as it relates to that type of staffing. The next area, let me go ahead and conclude that by just saying the totals. What it comes down to is in the Hemet Fire proposal for option 3, 15 personnel in the stations. For the Riverside County Fire, it's 16. It's 1 additional personnel overall out of those 2 options. So just so everybody's aware of that. All right, the next area I'm going to talk about is command and control. One of the things that, as we all know, command and control is of pivotal importance to any organization. The primary importance of the command and control is chain of command, which allows for the proper evaluation of situations, be it internal, like disciplinary situations, injury-related situations, etc., or external, emergency operations, external government agencies ensuring compliance with state and federal regulations, etc. Having the ability to shift responsibilities fluidly and allowing for effective communication through a chain typically delivers a higher quality product that's effectively been tested through the chain of command. This leads me to the proposed chain of command in both of these proposals. What we have for the Hemet Fire Department is a battalion chief, which is absolutely, I think, warranted and I think would help the chief out tremendously. So they would have 1 battalion chief in their option 3 during this on-the-floor situation, just like the numbers above in the stations. In addition to that, Riverside County Fire would have 3 individuals, a division chief, a battalion chief, and an administrative captain. So for command and control, it ends up being Hemet Fire with 1 battalion chief, Riverside County with 3 personnel. Additional command staff for the administration, these are sworn positions. Hemet Fire would have a fire chief, and Riverside County Fire would have a fire chief, a deputy chief, 1 division chief, and 2 battalion chiefs. Let me note that, and this is more of a personal note than anything, so let me move away from the analytical approach here, but we've been very blessed over the years to have an amazing fire chief, and over the years, and particularly this past year or 2 with Chief Morris, absolutely wonderful. And I also want to say that our admiration is growing greatly for Chief Hawkins in that we've been able to meet him over the past number of months here, and we've really been pleased with his professionalism as well. So both of these agencies are being represented by tremendous chiefs, and we sincerely appreciate working with both of you. The next area that we're going to go into is 4 different areas. station support is what we entitled it, private party, training, and disaster. What you'll find here is that as we go through this, I'm just going to go one for one. And with station support, of course, Hemet Fire, we have our stations within the city of Hemet. Riverside County Fire has 4 additional stations which would act as station support. Stations 25, 26, 72, and 78. As for private party utilization, I think you're going to see a mirror image on both of those, in that Hemet Fire would have AMR and Mercy Air, and Riverside County Fire would too be working with AMR and Mercy Air here in the valley. For the staff or center for training, actually having the staff there designated and also that center. Of course, Hemet Fire, they have no additional staff that actually are separate from those that were mentioned earlier that are actually in the stations. And I want to make sure that that's very clear, because what you have is you have a tremendous effort being put forward by our current firefighters where they act in duplicate roles and they double up. They do train the trainers. We have a chief that wears multiple hats. And when I say that they have none, it doesn't say that they aren't being utilized in that capacity, but additional staff is what I'm speaking to here. I think that point needs to be very clear. And then, of course, with Riverside County Fire for staff center for training purposes, yes, they have centralized training, as you saw in their presentation. Disaster planning, Hemet Fire, as you heard from Chief Morris, we've got a half-time position, but he does amazing things for the time he puts in, and we really appreciate it. And Riverside County Fire, they have the Riverside County Office of Emergency Services Department that actually conducts that. The next area that I'm going to hit upon quickly is for service delivery is the administrative support, emergency medical dispatch, grants, the reserves, and also the Explorer programs. From an administrative support perspective, right now in our fire department and the RFPs that we reviewed, there would be one administrative assistant that stays there. We referenced it as a clerk. And also in that same vein, Riverside County Fire has a full Riverside Fire Administrative Division, which my understanding contains 43 personnel. The next section that I would like to cover is emergency medical dispatch. As you know, in the proposal, there is looking at the proposal of actually introducing EMD, which I think is a wonderful thing and something that our community deserves. And at this time, though, it is not in place, and so that would have to be developed. And Riverside County Fire does have that in place at this time. Grants, acquisition, and management staffing. Hemet Fire does not have staffing in place, additional staffing in addition to those that were currently there, whereas Riverside County does have county OES department to cover those and help with the grant acquisition and management. For the reserve / volunteer program for in the field, Hemet Fire doesn't currently have a reserve program for firefighters. Riverside County Fire does. And for the Fire Explorer program, the Hemet Fire certainly has a great program, as well as Riverside County Fire does too. So they both have that. The next 3 areas I'm going to cover here are hazmat, arson investigation, and the fire marshal positions. What you'll see here is for hazardous materials staffing, Hemet Fire, the chief referenced the hazmat unit, and it's absolutely fabulous. However, we can't say that they have additional staffing for that because those staff members were included in the on-the-floor personnel earlier. Let me reference that again so it's clear. So currently we don't have that additional staffing, but Riverside County Fire does. Arson investigation, same thing. Hemet Fire doesn't at this time have that additional staffing. Riverside County Fire does. The fire marshal, Hemet Fire currently doesn't have a separate designated individual for that. Our fire chief actually serves in that capacity as additional duties, which we really appreciate, Chief. Thank you. Riverside County Fire does have a fire marshal designated. Assistant fire marshal, once again, Hemet no, but Riverside County Fire does. It can be designated or assigned in their proposal. The next areas that we're going to cover in service delivery are fire prevention, Measure C, which has been discussed previously, and paramedics. Fire prevention, Hemet Fire has an individual in that capacity, and she does a great job, compliments to her. And also, Riverside County Fire has the full County Fire Prevention Division, which they would utilize in their RFP response. As for Measure C, you heard them both discuss this. 80% of the time, under 5-minute response citywide, both of them from wheels on the ground rolling out meet the Measure C requirements from what we were informed by both entities that made these proposals. The paramedics for use, probably one of the most important aspects of service delivery, I saved for last, and that is Hemet Fire has a proposed program which we're really excited about, and Riverside County Fire has that currently in place. Now we're going to move on to Rita Conrad, our Deputy City Manager, Administrative Services Director, to go through the fiscal analysis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, citizens, staff. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. I only have 6 slides. As you can see from listening to 3 hours of presentations, there's a lot of moving parts and it's very complex. I think the slide Mark showed at the beginning of his presentation listed 19 or 20 different components. So before I get into this, I want to remind you that we're not asking council to make a decision today to go in either direction. Today is to provide information, what we know now, and what we think we need direction from council, authorization to direct staff resources to do a little more research. So with that in mind, when we did the fiscal analysis, we had 3 main goals. We wanted to make sure that we had the most updated information available, which as you know, we had to change some numbers right down to the very end. I've been in constant communication with both Chief Morris and Chief Fulcher. As our city manager explained, each agency uses different terminology, they do their budgeting different, so we were trying our best to do an apples to apples kind of comparison and make sure that when Hemet City Fire described one thing and Riverside County Fire described something, we were indeed talking about the same thing. Then the second goal was to make sure like information was presented in each proposal. So for example, fire prevention, one of the responders showed the expenditures related to that, but not the revenues, and then we had the flip side for the other responders. So we wanted to make sure that if you're showing revenues, you're showing expenditures, that we were equalizing the proposals. And then the third goal was, what additional information do we think we need before any kind of recommendation can be made or council can go forward with any alternatives. So the first goal, to include the most current information, just some examples of that, and all the details in your attachment B to your staff report, so I won't go through every single thing, but just give you some examples. When I sat down with Chief Morris, who has taught me more about fire service than I ever thought I'd want to know, he had double counted some staffing in his proposal, so we were actually able to lower the cost of his proposal by about $435,000. But then we also had to add about $168,000 because after the budget was adopted, the city manager authorized the addition of an administrative captain to their list of authorized positions to help the chief out with some of the coverage of the duty. Other examples were that we know some of the costs that are going to come up in 13-14. We've gotten notification from PERS that the safety rate, which is police and fire, is going to go up 4%. We know that. We know the pay concessions that the fire union has agreed to continue this year will end with their contract expiration October 31st. We don't know what's going to happen after that. We can only assume what we know right now. And then you'll remember what I keep belaboring in my mid-year reports and all my financial reports to you, that we used a lot of one-time funds for 13-14 that we won't have available. One of those things was the workers' comp subsidy. We lowered the workers' comp contribution for all the general fund departments and used this excess balance, and we won't have that available in 13-14. And then finally, we haven't budgeted adequately for vehicle replacement since 2009-10. 2009-10, we didn't budget at all. Before that, we budgeted, I don't remember the amount, but it wasn't even the adequate amount. It's been lowered until it finally was eliminated. So at some point, we have to start budgeting for vehicle replacement, or when an engine goes out or any apparatus, we're going to be hit with a $300,000, $400,000 bill all at once. So the updates to the proposal netted out after you took out the 400 and added some of these other things in, we adjusted Hemet Fire's proposal by $302,000, $302,800. Then the second goal was like information, or we called it equalizing adjustments. And you'll see really when I get down to this a little bit further, it has an impact more on the cost to the city for going with Riverside County. For Hemet Fire Option 3, I kind of referred to this before, but they had included revenues in their proposal, but they didn't include the expenditures. It was an error, an oversight, not anything beyond that, but we had to equalize that. And then Riverside did the opposite. Riverside County included the expenditures, but didn't include the revenues. So we have to show the same for both agencies. So those were equalizing adjustments. Now you'll see this is where, when you see what the costs are for each of the proposals, you'll see that the cost for Riverside County Option 3 includes the contract cost to go with the county, but then what we have to add on to there are costs that would still stay with the city in the event that we would contract out. And Chief Morris referred to this. He and I have spent a lot of time going over this, and he was correct in his presentation that it would be about $2.3 million in cost that are currently allocated to fire that wouldn't go away. So you have to consider that when you're costing the Hemet Fire and Riverside County 3 options. And those things are our PERS liability, which we'll talk about a little bit more in a minute, but we're waiting for some more information on that, but we came up with our best estimate we could. And what that means is what we owe PERS from this moment prior. If we were to contract out, our liability would stop accruing, and we would only owe, we'd be responsible for what we've incurred up to the date before transitioning, if that were the decision. Then the OPEB liability. OPEB is the retiree medical, and we know that we have to continue to pay that. That would not be a responsibility that would be taken on by Riverside County Fire. However, it would stop to accrue at that point. We'd only be responsible for what liability was incurred up to that point. But then we would own it from that point back. And then general fund overhead, that's an allocation of finance, HR, city council, city clerk, all those kind of administrative departments that we allocate out to all departments. So that wouldn't go away either. It would just get allocated to other departments. So when we make all those adjustments to try to equalize the two proposals, when we're showing the impact to the general fund, if we were to go with County Option 3, we're not saying this is Riverside County's contract cost, but the impact to the general fund would be another about $2.3 million on top of the cost stated in their proposal, because we own those costs. So goal 3, determine what additional information is needed. Chief Morris talked about some of the public-private partnerships that he's exploring, and one of the things we're looking for tonight is some direction to, or some authorization to direct some resources to investigate those further. We don't have all the answers on that. We were able to delve into it somewhat with Chief Morris, but now we really need to drill down into the details and see what the funding sources are and what they wouldn't cover. Same with EMD. Chief Morris had a meeting with the 911 Commission people, but we don't really have anything concrete. We need to know exactly what that would pay for. So there's things like that. And then with the Riverside County Option 3, we would have to look into a little bit further what the payouts would be should personnel transition over and whatever other kinds of transition costs would be associated with that. So those are things we just don't know right now that we are looking for authorization to drill down further. So just to summarize, as we work through this process, and if we have direction tonight to keep going, our estimates will be updated. And then based on the current information available, Hemet Option 3 with the adjustments I talked about is $10,106,462, and then Riverside County Option 3, which is the recommended option to look at, the estimated annual ongoing cost is about $9.7 million. So right now the gap between those is about $397,000. And again, there's certain things that I know will change when we get more information. We're waiting for PERS to give us the actual ongoing liability. So there's some things that the estimates are going to change, and we'll be able to provide you a more accurate estimate when we get those. Just some other things to point out. There's one-time transition costs. Riverside County Fire estimated to be in option 3 about $205,000. And then we've estimated one-time costs to be on the city side, as I mentioned, about $400,000 for payout of leaves and that kind of thing. We need to look into that further, but that's a conservative estimate. The one thing to remember, though, is anything that we pay off, any leaves to transitioning personnel, we would be eliminating some liability on our books because we do owe that to the employees, whether we pay that now or later. So that's where we are right now. We understand what a difficult and complex decision is for you, and we want to be able to go forward and gather more information to help you make that decision. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that completes our presentation. The chiefs from both departments stand ready to answer council questions, as does the city staff.
Thank you. So what we'll do is we'll take questions from council to ask to the presenters. At that point, once the council has asked their questions, we will go ahead and recess for another 5 minutes, and at that point we'll come back and take our communications from the public. At this time, what I'll do is, excuse me, so work down the way. I'll start with Councilmember Milne, and we'll work our way over to me.
You know what? In the interest of time, I'll go ahead and let you guys answer the questions so we can get to the public comments.
Okay. Councilmember Krupa.
I'm not going to be that nice. Lots of unanswered questions. I don't, I guess I'll, begin? Yeah, where do I begin? Let me have, if I could start with questions for CAL FIRE. And whoever wants to answer these can. You do have EMD currently?
Yes, we do.
And
it was activated in October of 2012.
And how is that working?
It's working well.
No downtime, no conversion problems?
There's always challenges learning and bringing it on board. And it does take a little longer when you have a patient on the phone and you have to maintain contact. But all the while, our dispatch has started rolling because we have the computer-assisted dispatch that as soon as we take the call, it's given off from the call taker to the dispatcher who's dispatching while the call taker stays with the reporting party providing emergency medical dispatching or call triaging or pre-arrival instructions. So the call's going out. We also have CAD-to-CAD digital data transmission between our dispatch center and AMR. So it's automatically, as soon as the CAD determines where the jurisdiction is, if it's AMR as the exclusive operating area provider, it will automatically send that dispatch to AMR.
And with that EMD and your paramedics, what hospital is your first choice for delivery of patients?
The first choice is the nearest. It's by law that a person who has any kind of immediate need, they have to be taken to the nearest emergency room. Now, if they don't have an immediate need and they exercise a personal choice, they can be taken to the hospital of their choice.
Okay. I have questions not necessarily in any order here. So
well, I have Division Chief Fulcher with me. He'll talk the fiscal details.
Okay. Again, I'm going to jump to development, which for us as a city can only be on our west side. And of course, we have to continue with our response times with Measure C. But to have development out there In the event that we do have to build another fire station, which I can only assume we will to permit development, does the city bear the entire cost of building and then staffing that fire station?
In all probability, yes, unless a common interest could be developed with county officials for county unincorporated area where there might be a joint interest.
Okay, so, and again, in the interest of time, I'm not going to ask all of these because I know I can probably get some of them answered, but I think these are definitely important. In your option 3, which is the one we're looking at, you don't have our truck listed at all. And as you've probably known or heard, while I personally cringed every time I saw it rolling down the street to a medical non-emergency, I went through Truck 101 and found out that it is probably the best piece of equipment that a fire department can have in a major emergency and a major fire. So with not having that staffed at any of our stations, at least in the city, and you have to know my concern is the city. I don't care about the valley, right? And go ahead, say boo. Right now, my only concern is the people in Hemet, and because they're who we are responsible for. So if we don't have a truck, quote, in the city limits with response times, we have a 6-story hospital, we have a 3-story or 4-story retirement center on Acacia and Kirby, and we have another multi-story. Everything deals with either the sick or the elderly. Now, how do we get the response times down when we absolutely need a truck?
May I correct? Our option 3 does include the truck staffed as a 4-person truck at Station 1. It does include that staffed.
Okay. That didn't come through. So it would be downtown.
On option 2, council member, option 2 does not include the truck. It includes a 2-person paramedic squad as exists today.
Right. So we'd have an, okay, we'll get into that later. I just wanted to clarify. There will be a truck in town.
Yes, on
at all
option
times.
3. Yes.
Okay. One question on, and this deals with CAL FIRE on the state level, the lifetime medical that PERS has for state employees. I believe it's a 10-year vesting period, and then it's 100%, but it's employer paid, which does, I believe in the trickle down. An employer to me would mean ultimately Hemet for anybody who retires from Hemet. We would still have that unfunded liability, only it would come in the form of an invoice instead of from CalPERS directly. Is that correct?
You know, I'm going to have to ask Chief Fulcher on that one. The question is about PERS vesting, and typically it's 100% vesting for the employee. Perhaps Chief Patterson, he's moved up here, and then it's 90% for the tenant. Chief Patterson's going to answer your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, if they're state employees, the vesting period is 20 years for full lifetime medical. The city of Hemet would not be responsible for that for any employees that retired as state employees. You have the ongoing liability for anybody that retired as a city of Hemet employee, but for CAL FIRE employees, your liability is absolved.
Even though they are working here under contract, there wouldn't be a dime coming out of our pocket in
That is
an
correct.
invoice for an unfunded liability for
all
medical?
that liability is in the current rate that you have before you.
Okay. I think that's, I'll keep it short. That's all for you guys. Thank you so very much. And I do want to thank you for the presentation. It was very good, very professionally done, and thank you.
Councilmember Wright.
Oh, I don't get to answer the rest.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Okay. You know something? No, I don't.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're done? Okay, Councilmember Wright.
Okay, this is for CAL FIRE. And, you know, there are a lot of questions, and in the interest of time, I'm going to be brief with my questions because it's late for everybody. But I want to know if the medic program amount that you stated of $80,346, assuming all personnel are paramedics, includes drug boxes and meds on
Yes, it does.
That's, by the way, Councilman, that was included in the startup price. That would be for any medical supplies, defibrillators, any drug, pharmaceuticals, as well as the IT component to put anything in the fire apparatus that we would need. That was part of the startup cost.
Chief Filter, I didn't hear that. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
The startup cost that if you look at either of the options, that actually includes pharmaceuticals, equipment to make sure that we meet county RIMS requirements for a paramedic assessment apparatus, as well as the communications and IT components that need to go in your fire engines or your fire stations.
Thank you.
According to the county policy, it states that there's a 30-minute commitment time before you send any cover. The concern I have with that is obviously how it affects our citizens.
No question. I know where you're going with that. And our dispatchers, our dispatch center or emergency command center is the only fire-centric dispatch center in the county. It's the only one that has a fire officer on duty. There's a captain always on the floor. So to answer your question, basically, when we recognize an incident is working, that means there's something happening there. And we recognize that the companies are going to be committed more than 30 minutes for a 30-minute cover. We're going to start the cover, move up right away. So if we have a working structure fire in the city of Hemet, and we recognize it, the captain's going to start the move-ups right away so that we can get the move-up started in behind the vacated stations.
Okay. When we're sharing services with San Jacinto, I have a problem with, if the truck's gone, how far does it take to get another truck in this area, into the valley?
Our next truck would come from Station 76 on Menifee, north of Newport, and the answer to the question would be 15 minutes to the southwest side of the city, longer to the downtown, probably 20 minutes to the downtown. And I'm being conservative. It might be faster, and I probably should look at dispatch times, but that's a good estimate.
And so are those costs then prorated with San Jacinto? If we have...
Actually, what we tried to do with responses is to look at a model or propose a model that would not have any fund transfers, but it would have reciprocity of services such that it would justify one of the jurisdictions serving the other one or vice versa. That's the reason why we believe staffing the truck is critical to a proposal, because it provides reciprocity to the city of San Jacinto for Station 78, which is the West Cottonwood or West San Jacinto station coming into the city. We also believe that staffing the truck provides reciprocity to Riverside County, and that would allow us to respond with Station 26 on Stanford or 72 on Fairview into the east side of the city. We feel that it doesn't require exchange of funds, but we can do this in an offsetting reciprocity type value of services.
Could you tell me, with regards to the state responsibility areas, which obviously include then Simpson Park,
right,
that area, how much of the SRA area is in or adjacent to the city that you are required to cover anyway?
40%. 40%. And that's 40% is an estimate. 40%. And that would be the south side and the east side, basically. And for about 40%. And that's, just so you can check, state responsibility areas defined in Public Resources Code section 4125 through 4127. And particularly 4127 provides that any incorporated city land is excluded from SRA.
Okay, I was looking into the IT systems between what we have and what you have. And I came across an article that indicated that you had trouble with your CAD-to-CAD system back in the late fall, where it was down a significant amount of time. Can you tell me how that, first of all, can you confirm that? And secondly, where does it sit today? How
We did
accurate
have a
is it today?
difficulty to be able, Councilman Wright, to be able to tell you exactly how many hours it was down off the top of my head. I can't get that to you, but I will get back to you with that information. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Now, was that across the state or?
No, I believe it was our CAD. And there is redundancy built into our CAD, and frankly, it is a state-of-the-art. Alteris CAD is called as the brand from Northrop Grumman, and it works really, really well. But like any computer system, perhaps in our own homes, when we need it most, there's always a risk. We do have a backup, and the backup is a card system for each piece of apparatus that sits on a wheeled cart that we can wheel into the middle of the command center to return to the days of old, so to speak, when we would have cards to track, pigeonhole cards to track resources. We do have that as a backup.
You know, I have a ton of questions, but I'm going to pass on to Councilmember Smith and let him continue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chief Hawkins, since you're at the podium, I'll ask my questions to you first. I just want to say thank you for the presentation. Well done, Chief Morris. Well done on the presentation. Learned more about fire tonight than I ever thought I'd ever done. So, Chief, I know you're responsible for making certain that you come under budget or in budget every year. Typically, over the last 5 years, how much increase, percentage-wise, for fire service have you seen with CAL FIRE in Riverside County?
There was an increase about 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, with our MOU with our firefighters. But right now we're in a 3-year, basically fixed MOU that will go 2 more years. So it's steady as is, and has not and doesn't expect to increase over the next 2 years.
Chief, you mentioned that should the decision be made to move the direction of CAL FIRE, that we would pick up additional stations in the region. And I didn't see any discussion about, I believe it's Station 54. And that's
54 is 54 and 34 actually. 54 is closer to 34. 54 is probably about 12 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes away from California and Florida, thereabouts. And it's located on Sultanas, north of the 74 in Homeland. And Station 34 is located in Winchester.
So in your thinking, that's just a little bit too far out of the scope of coverage.
Well, we did want to go as much as we could with apples and apples.
Just curious with that one. Thirdly, Chief, state's in big trouble, budget-wise. How is your department managing some of the budget conditions that you're facing? What are you doing to curtail costs?
Well, what we're doing right now on the state budget for 13-14 looks like it's not going to produce any reductions for CAL FIRE in the state responsibility mission. But what we are doing, because there hasn't been on the state side of the operation, hasn't been an operating expense increase in many years, we are working a 20% salary savings on the state side so that seasonal fire stations where we can, and where they're only staffed during the summer season or 9 months of the year, the other 3 years where we can with vacancies we salary save. But we have an obligation to local government, to our cities or to the county, that where there's a station that we're to staff at a certain level, then that's what we staff. The Board of Supervisors very appropriately on January 24th enacted a resolution that basically calls for 3-person municipally staffed paramedic engine companies throughout the county, and that is our standard.
Excellent. Thanks, Chief. And 21 and 28 cities in Riverside County you have service contracts with.
Yes, sir.
Been through this process more than once. 5 or 6 of our fine firefighters are sitting right in front of me. What happens to these folks should this city decide to do?
Well, we would want to bring them all over.
What's the percentage of those that do come over, Chief? Do you know that?
Well, with Norco, there were 18 firefighters that were on the Norco floor. And when we brought across 15 in the, and I don't like to use the word contracted, but in the contracted positions, we brought across 15. There were 3 extras. We brought those over into vacancies. Right now, we don't have as many vacancies as we had at that point in time. So we have more difficulty. But we understand and are very sympathetic to the needs of any firefighter and their employment, their livelihood, and this is more than a job to us. This is a love, and it's a love that we live and do every day. Firefighting is the greatest job in the world.
Chief, thanks for that. Chief Morris, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and then thank you, Chief, for your answers. I appreciate it.
Mr. Smith.
Sir.
How may I help you?
Thank you for your presentation. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Once again, you represented the city of Hemet in a way that I'm very proud of. I'm proud to know you as a friend, and I'm glad you're the chief of our city here when it comes to our fire department.
Thank you, sir.
You know, I noticed in your slide, and I'm not going to ask you to re-up your slides, but when you showed your slides of calls for service from 2010 to 2013, tried to do some quick math, and I think I saw about a 6% increase in calls for service. It seems like it was 12,100 in 2010, upwards to over 13,000 in 2012. And maybe those aren't complete numbers, and that's still growing. You're doing your analysis. You're anticipating that this is going to continue. And my question to you is that as calls for service continue, therefore costs naturally have to go up. Is that a correct analogy? You're going to spend more money running trucks, running personnel, wearing out equipment, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, sir, Mr. Smith. I've been running our database since it was created for 15 years. I've been analyzing this data every year since the inception of our fire management database. You could be pretty safe to say that we have pretty much a 5% increase every year.
Calls for service?
Yes, sir. Okay. As the city grows exponentially, as the fire department's used by a variety of different agencies more and more as they have more difficulties, like skilled nursing facilities, they're down staffing. The whole call volume in the whole city is increasing rapidly over the last 5 years. You were correct on the analysis on the last three that I showed. It has increased about 5%. The last year that showed 2012, I averaged that at 13,000 calls because, as you all know, mid-November we upgraded to West Covina Service Group. That put my records management system down, and IT's still working on it today. When that comes back up here shortly, all those calls will be pushed down, and we'll have a true number for 2012. I didn't put it over 2011 because I wanted to guesstimate it on a conservative side, but I'm thinking it will be well over 5% more than during 2011.
And statistically, is it still accurate to say that approximately 85% of those 13,000 calls are medical calls? Is that statistically close?
Yes, sir, 87%.
87%, so it's more than the 85%. Last question, Joe. Why did Karen Wong not grant you the emergency medical dispatch?
Actually, it was kind of an ironic situation. She came down and basically said, we can't do a third-party program, but we will provide you funding to do it yourself. She said that very clearly, and I was kind of taken back by that statement. I've been in contact with them every few weeks since then, and the wheels are turning up in Sacramento on Hemet's issue. They're working on it, you know, slow things go up in Sacramento, but they are still working on it, and they're still committed to what they told us. She didn't deny us. She actually offered to provide staffing for that if I provided her data. They were actually astounded on our call volume that we do in the city of Hemet, as in being double as in most of the applications that they see out there. That's why they were willing to participate with us.
And Chief, this is truly the last question. I'm going to hold you to a 22-second answer, okay? And it was only prompted by the presentation by the county. What would happen if our dispatch center went down? What's our backup? I heard their multiple backups. What would happen if we power failed or something went out and ours went out? What would be the...
10 seconds, sir. Talk to Chief Dave Brown. 5 seconds. He runs a dispatch center. I'm sure we have a redundancy. Okay. We would go to HTs or a card-type system, just like CAL FIRE used to do. Used to all be manual with cards. I'm sure PD has a redundant backup program for their dispatch, whether it's HT to HT or what have you. They would still take calls by the telephone. And we
That's
have
28 seconds, Joe.
Apologies. Apologies. Am I done now?
You're all done.
Thank you, sir.
Chief, I'll just start with you so you don't have to keep going up and down. Let's go back to emergency medical dispatch for just a moment. You had a plan along with Andy Hall at the time, our public safety officer, to go ahead and take a look at a plan for emergency medical dispatch. Can you walk us through? I know you talked a little bit more about Karen Wong, and that. Can you walk us through the process of why that was not successful?
Well, during the time, we analyzed all of our data very critically. And I believe that's a great point to start, is analyzing the data and see where you're at. We determined that a large percent of our calls were non-emergencies. Probably 30% of our 10,000 calls were non-emergency.
Just real quick, what would define that? Just give me a couple examples.
An immediate life-threatening situation as defined by the Riverside County Emergency REMS, Riverside County Emergency Management Department. We tried to push that through with a public-private relationship, and like I said, I pushed it all the way to Sacramento. No one's ever really taken the time or effort to do that, and they recognize the fact that we do need it. The reason why it hasn't been successful is because we haven't really heard back from Sacramento to see exactly what level of commitment they're willing to do. What I'm trying to get from the 911 Commission currently is a letter of commitment stating exactly what they stated in our meeting with Mark Orm and Riverside County EMS Division and AMR.
What about on a county level? Did you ever approach the county about it?
No, at the time the county and us were pretty much headed for EMD together.
Okay. Let's go back. Let's go and talk about the paramedic program. One of the things, obviously, that this council has really decided that we wanted to look at the ability to enhance services, i.e., paramedics on trucks. Now, the presentation that you've given us lists out some options to get us there. A couple of them are a lot of volunteer-type positions filled, whether it's through Hemet Valley Medical, a volunteer doctor, from what it look like. Do we have any of that stuff in writing in terms of a contract or anything on paper that would dictate a time frame for that?
Well, what we do have was the 3 documents that I put up. Those were scanned documents signed by those leaders. We do have a full MOU that was submitted with the RFP from AMR, stating the entire program and how it would be run. The letters that was from Art Durbin and Hemet Valley Medical Center were letters of commitment. A paramedic program would take a period of time to roll out. If we hit it hard and fast, I'm thinking we would have a paramedic program on the floor in 6 months. That would be our goal. We would roll it out an engine company at a time, and Art Durbin would probably be one of the leaders, along with Hemet Valley Medical Center and AMR.
And the reason why I bring that up is because that's great that we're looking at proposing potentially zero cost, and that's going to be one of my things I want to see as we move forward with this process, to take a look at what costs would be after the fact. Do we have things in writing showing there would be no cost? Because that's been one of the big talk is paramedics, and I can tell you from the past, even with as many councils before me, that have never been able to put paramedics on the trucks for whatever reason, whether it's cost or other factors. And so today we're presenting that there's an option for zero cost in terms of getting a paramedic program on there. So I would like to see at some point what the long-term cost would be, and of course, assuming that these other pieces in place with paramedics, we would have guaranteed contracts, signed disclosures, things like that. I show the letter of commitments, but I also would want to see contracts in that place. A volunteer is fantastic. What if volunteers don't want to volunteer anymore? What's the backup plan? What's the backup plan?
Absolutely. The people that we're talking about are people that are committed to the local fire department. They're committed to the city. These are the Hemet Valley Medical Center is a big player. AMR is a big player. Art Durbin. These people work in this field on a continuous basis, and I've never really seen in my entire career here the level of commitment that these 3 entities have. Never seen this before yet, and it's absolutely possible.
Currently now, our trucks are not we're not certified paramedics in terms of going out and performing paramedic duties. What can they do now, as of today?
Our personnel, all emergency medical technician, defibrillator certified. So we can go out in the field. Most applicable case would be CPR and defibrillating and artificial respiration. That's our current level of service.
Okay. And I guess my last question, really, just to kind of focus in, and I'll ask Chief Hawkins to come back up, but maybe this will be for you and for Rita. What is the current budget today for this current ending off the fiscal year for the fire department versus what's proposed in option number 3?
My current budget is $9,230,000, and that's on the fire suppression side.
Okay.
You can add $221,000 for the fire prevention side and $51,000 roughly for the emergency operations center. When you combine them all, it comes over just over $10 million.
I don't need you, Rita. Thank you, Chief. You know, I think that's what I'll hold off on that. If I can ask Chief Hawkins and Chief Felcher to come back up. Thank you, Chief Morris. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Chief, I asked Chief Morris currently what they're able to do now in terms of rolling out the trucks, EMT. Tell me what your trucks do as of today.
Our response is in the Valley area is a paramedic, firefighter, or an engineer paramedic, or a captain paramedic on every engine. So every one of our county or city engines have an on-duty, dual-purpose paramedic firefighter.
Can you kind of break down a little bit in terms of paramedic duties, just to kind of break that down?
Paramedic duties are different from being an EMT in that there are 3 invasive type procedures that a paramedic can do. One of those is to insert an endotracheal tube in the throat to develop a patent airway. That's number 1. Number 2 is to use a full defibrillator, not a semi-automatic defibrillator, but a full defibrillator, and read the heart patterns or the rhythms and decide what to do with it. The third thing that a paramedic can do that's invasive is IV or IM, intravenous or intramuscular drug therapy medications. So there's 3 things: the tube down the throat, the full defibrillation, or the drug medications.
With emergency medical dispatch that CAL FIRE Riverside County has now, how does that work with our current dispatchers? Right now our dispatchers handle police and fire calls. What will our current dispatchers handle if CAL FIRE were to take over off an option of dispatch with emergency medical dispatch? What happens to our current dispatch?
Your dispatch center is still the only primary public safety answering point for the city of Hemet. That's by law. And so they are the primary PSAP, or public safety answering point. They would still take any 911 calls, and then they would immediately boot the call to our dispatch center in Paris. And then we would take the call and dispatch it and handle it accordingly. It's the same thing as the sheriff does right now as a primary PSAP for the unincorporated area.
So then they would give you the emergency medical call, and then they'd focus basically on public safety police type calls in it.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go back to a little bit on the cost piece. Councilmember Smith asked about you saw as an increase over time. You said maybe you have an MOU agreement for the next 2 years that you wouldn't see an increase. Have you actually seen a decrease at any point in time?
Well, we do see a decrease with every one of our partners every year because we always budget top step cost. But CAL FIRE bills or invoices actual cost. So what we see typically with our partner cities is a reduction or a savings of anywhere from 4 to upwards of 10% on what we bill for actual costs versus budgeted projected cost. And City of Temecula has usually seen about 8%. Is that correct, Chief Fulcher, about 8% in Temecula? From budget to actual.
Okay. So you've actually seen a decrease in those areas?
In some cases. We try to run a frugal operation, and if the elected officials say, this is what we'd like you to do, save, then we try to do that. But we also have minimum staffing standard that we have to maintain.
Right. My last question, I think this will probably go to Rita. You guys, either both Chief Morris or Chief Hawkins can kind of chime in. But I want to go back to the PERS liability, just so we can get a clearer understanding. So the City of Hemet would be responsible for the PERS liability up until the point if the city were to decide to move to a Riverside County option. We would be responsible for PERS liability up to that point.
Correct.
Okay. After that point, let's say it is a Riverside County option, we are no longer responsible for PERS liability?
Right. If you were to go in that direction and the employees transitioned over to Riverside County, they would be Riverside County employees. And any personnel costs are built into our contract, but they're all the liability of Riverside County.
So we're not going to be liable. We're not liable up after that point, but we
Right.
would still be responsible up until that point. So,
Right.
what if it's a percentage shared? For example, City Hemet firefighter been with the organization so many years and then moves over to Riverside County. Does that entire liability shift over at that point?
No. I'm simplifying it, but essentially, the city's responsible, PERS has a formula, but the city's responsible in essence for the time that the employee was with the city under whatever formula we had.
Okay, so just up until they're with the city.
Right.
As a city employee.
Exactly.
Okay. That was I just wanted to get some clarification on that, so I appreciate that. No, I think we'll hold off on the rest. Any other questions at all from council?
One very quick question for Chief Morris. Do we have any paramedic qualified people on our staff right now that could transition immediately if we implemented the program?
Yes, ma'am. We have 10 firefighters that are currently certified in the county of Riverside as paramedics.
So we wouldn't have that
Councilmember Smith?
Bill, on that subject, I can't hear myself either. On that subject, I didn't see anywhere, I didn't know if you know, is there a certification fee with the state? If we put in a program and we have it, and we go to the state and say, okay, we want you to certify us as a paramedic program, is there either a one-time fee or an ongoing fee to maintain that certification? And I didn't hear you address that. Should you be able to put a paramedic program together, I'd like to know going forward what kind of costs may be associated with that.
Yes, sir. There are probably going to be some fees as such. I have $50,000 set aside in our EMS enhancement fund. I couldn't think of any better way to implement $50,000 rather than to implement a paramedic program.
And on that $50,000, I noticed you brought that up a number of times on your slides. Was that $50,000 for each slide that you brought up, or just a one-time $50,000?
I wish it was for each slide, sir.
I was hoping for the best.
There is more, but I've allocated $50,000 for fees.
I would ask for one-time $50,000. That would be nice, Larry. That would be nice.
Sure.
Every time I see an extra $50,000, Joe, I'm trying to.
Me too.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, council. So, folks, we're just going to take a quick 2-minute break. I want to get you guys so we can get some folks to speak. So one function break, and then we'll go reconvene, and we'll do our communications from the public. You don't have to. Oh, okay. Well, you don't have to be here. Sarah McComas.
You know what? It's so great that you spent this way. Yes, you No, we're not having one. Just in case I'm not here when you turn that. I'm getting older than you are. this is it. I mean, and people are mad because it's dragging on, but you can't do this in 5 minutes. So it's going to be a long process. Yeah, there's awesome. Where'd you come from? Oh, do you?
You're welcome.
Yeah. Enjoy it where there's not a Starbucks in every corner. People are here. How are you? Good. Oh, did you? We'll get it back there.
Ready? Yeah, let's rock and roll. My bad, man. I had to do it. I had to go downstairs, so a little exercise.
And not just looking at us to go fix it.
That's just about ready.
Is there more water back?
Hey, Linda, I got one. Untouched. She brought two.
You know what? I knocked.
I got plenty.
There
We got a couple, 3 more hours. Let's do it.
All I do is sit there. I just
Couple, 3 more hours.
So he called me and he says, you know what? Buck up, little camper. Buck up. And he said, you know what? I have to go tend to them.
Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and reconvene. I'll ask that you please take your seats.
Fill up the recycle bin tonight.
No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
Thanks, buddy.
That way you guys aren't knocking them all over.
Yeah, that could still happen later in the evening.
And no throwing them either. That was the next thing.
Just hang on. Lonnie's not.
My voice too is on. I know, it's like I'm losing my. That's all right. All right.
What goes up at midnight?
Okay, folks. We will go ahead and do our communications from the public. We will go in opposition of, and then also then in favor of. You'll have 2 minutes to speak, and it'll be 5 seconds in between speakers. I'll call you up in rows of 5. Again, please have courtesy for the person that's coming up and speaking, whether it's in opposition of or in favor of. Courtesy for staff and courtesy for council. Please direct all comments to the council as a whole. Before we do that, because we do have some elected officials that wanted to go on the record, and we want to make sure that we give them the opportunity first. There were two that asked to, that I guess had council meetings tonight, but they were going to ask to speak on the record. So we have 2, I believe. Jeff Comachero from the city of Temecula, and Berwin Hanna, the mayor pro tem from the city of Norco. So I'll ask if we can have the lights for that real quick, please.
I'd like to be there with you in person tonight. 1997. I'd like to be there with you in person tonight. Unfortunately, we have our city council meeting on alternate Tuesday nights, and so I'm busy doing that this evening. I did want to address a little bit with you the issue of fire services and whether it's advantageous to have your own city fire department or contract with CAL FIRE through the county of Riverside. We've never had our own fire department. We've never seen a need for one, and so we've contracted since our beginning to the city of Temecula Incorporated in 1989. We've always found that to be 100% effective. We have found the response times to be extraordinarily strong. In fact, The burden in our city generally is the responses need to happen within 10 minutes. We have response times currently under CAL FIRE under 5 minutes, and we know that that saves lives, and it's a huge issue for us. We've always put public safety in the forefront of everything that we do. The issue really for us when we first incorporated was cost more than anything else. That was the only experience we knew and could deal with. We find that costs are much less than it would be to form our own fire department or to operate on a yearly basis our own fire department as well. So the combination of response times that are stronger and costs which are lower made a very advantageous situation for us to choose going with CAL FIRE in the county. The other issue that's become very important to us over the years, and really should be to any city, is liability. When you contract with CAL FIRE, you're absolved of any liability. And so if the worst should happen, and you always hope it doesn't, if a fire engine should be responding to a fire and unfortunately get into an accident where people get hurt or, God forbid, killed, the responsibility financially for that is with CAL FIRE, not with your city. And that can make a huge difference in cities today where we're all struggling to make sure that we're balancing our budgets. So forgive me, I don't mean to tell anybody, the city of Hemet or anybody else, what they should do with their fire services. I'm only trying to relate to you what our experience has been in Temecula, and it's been very strong in contracting with CAL FIRE.
And the next one I believe was the city of Norco. Folks, we have elected officials here that want to speak as well.
You don't excuse us here.
No.
We've been patiently waiting.
We will, sir. I will ask that you please have a seat. Let them speak. We have Mayor Scott
Miller
next,
Mayor
and then we'll
out of order.
Please ask that you have a seat.
I want to tell you about how I feel about our experiences with changing over to the services of CAL FIRE. In 2011. When our contract with our city fire department ran out, we imposed a contract because we could not afford the contract that was given them. So by going out to RFP and getting one response back from CAL FIRE, we were able to save $1.4 million. We still have excellent service. We have both of our stations operating. There's other CAL FIRE stations real near that respond to our city and assist. CAL FIRE offered all of our firefighters a job when they took over. Some of the boys or some of the men stayed with CAL FIRE. Some of them went to other cities with CAL FIRE, but a bunch of them stayed in Norco, which was an advantage because the engineers already knew the town. Our response time is the same, and most of our calls are medical emergencies anyway, but we have paramedics. I always had paramedics on the truck. But with CAL FIRE, I'd say that 4 of the 5 council people are really happy. The citizens all seem to be happy. They were worried at first, especially the seniors, but now they've got used to the CAL FIRE being there, and they all seem to be very happy. And I'm very happy with it. I'm glad we made the change. Otherwise, we might have been bankrupt by now, the way the economy is. And the citizens of Norco, and I've talked to several of them since we made the switch, are very happy with the response times that we get. They were, some of the people, especially the seniors, were worried about the response times because they had been led to believe otherwise. But the CAL FIRE is very responsive. They may be a little quicker on some runs than the other bunch was, but we just have to go back and look. But the citizens are real happy with the response times that we have now.
No?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, folks, I'll keep my comments very limited tonight. I understand it is late and you do deserve the opportunity to speak. I speak to you as my colleagues here in the Valley in regards to this, and I understand totally that every city is being attacked right now in regards to how the state is handling us in regards to our finances and taking things away, besides the fact that we do have a downed economy. So all that said, I want to say that we do have some tough challenges ahead of us, and it is good that you're not kicking the can down the road. And I applaud not only the council here for being here tonight, but the people of Hemet here for undertaking this very important decision that must be made here, because we truly all need to do more with a whole lot less. Just a couple of points in regards to ownership. You know, CAL FIRE is big, but you know they're also small. And what I mean by that is that even though they provide services all throughout the state, CAL FIRE is San Jacinto's fire department. When you see our trucks, they say San Jacinto on them. Our fire staff know our city, they know our town, our streets, our people. They know who we are, and they're committed. And we haven't lost control. We have control over our fire department. We have a partnership, and they truly are our local fire department. If you talk to the citizens of San Jacinto and you see our fire teams roll up on a scene, they don't see that as some type of outside entity. That is San Jacinto's fire department. You know, there's so many things that were discussed tonight, everything from CERT training and finances and those types of things. So I'm just going to touch on a couple. I will say this much, that consistently CAL FIRE has come in every year under the budgeted amount that we audit. At the end of the year, they have consistently come in under that amount that was projected. Last year it was 5%. Actually, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've had it up to 7%, where they have come in consistently under the budget. And then just a few more things here in regards to CAL FIRE. The fire chief and the staff that we have are very committed to the city. These people are not transients. They don't leave the city and go to other cities. They're people that, a lot of them actually live in the San Jacinto Valley. So there is ownership there. I also want to say the fact that because we do have a partnership with CAL FIRE, one of the biggest things that I know councils talk about and are interested in is the fact that the release of liability is huge. You won't have the contract negotiations going on. You won't have the risk of lawsuits. You won't have the long-term commitments to pensions. And those all wrap up together into one thing, that it makes sense for San Jacinto to have CAL FIRE as its fire department. And we are very happy that they are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Miller. Okay, folks, I'm going to go ahead and call this. We have Bob Jungbluth, Gary Cook, Seth Wenger, and Deanna Corlin. Bob, I've got 2 here for you, so you'll have 4 minutes.
All right. Good evening, folks. Really, my wife and I retired here in Hemet in 1994, and it was a beautiful community. We loved it here, and it was so nice that even people from Canada came down to spend their winters down here. Our city has really fallen on hard times, and I'm really discouraged and disappointed to see the streets and the way that our city is being managed at this time. I'm very much against losing our police department and our fire department. When I look up there, I really appreciate people that come and serve for our city on our city council. But I don't see a mover or a shaker up there, or a person that was in strong person that we had when we had Lori Van Arsdale and Robin Lowe as our city council people. As a senior citizen, one of the most important things to us is our homeowners association. When Robin Lowe and Lori Van Arsdale sat on that up there, they went to Sacramento. And when you look at the law, the California law that governs senior homeowners associations, there's 2 laws, one for the state of California and one for Riverside County. That's the kind of moxie that Robin Lowe and Lori Van Arsdale had. They could get things done for us. I'm really discouraged with your thoughts of taking our police department and our fire department away from our public service. Your supposedly city manager, I've never seen this guy before. You drug him in here and got rid of our city manager to begin with. I'm sorry. I'm really discouraged with what I've seen tonight. And you've drugged this thing out and drugged this thing out until half of our people have gone. So, if you go forward with this, I'm going to put every cent I can, and I'll walk every place I can, and I'll recall those that vote for it.
Seth Winger. Seth, you'll have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, elected officials, and our fire and all of our citizens. This was a very last-minute decision to come here today. I was rummaging through my desk and found my great-uncle's badge as a 50-year volunteer firefighter, and I think it was a symbol for me to get some things off my chest. The conversation today is a proposed contract of our local fire department to CAL FIRE. After reviewing the public documents, I cannot find a reason to support change in our current fire department. And after listening to the comments today, it hasn't done anything to sway that. If anything, I heard a lot of things said today that only reinforce the things I'm going to say. I have heard all the arguments on both sides and considered the facts, and would like to present some personal findings, some experiences that I had, which you all know I worked to form a volunteer program that was working with both CAL FIRE, our local fire, the sheriff's departments, and our local PD. I want you to say this. I've had the pleasure of working with several on a first-hand basis and admire the dedication that I've witnessed, not only of our city employees, but also of the county employees. I have an excellent, excellent working relationship with the CAL FIRE, with Riverside Office of Emergency Services. I've worked with them hand in hand. I've been a member of the VOAD, which I'll talk about a little bit. I've worked with Chief Brown, and I've worked with Chief Morris. And I have utmost respect for everyone that puts on a uniform and commits to our public safety. We're fortunate that all of these people have chosen a path of dedicated services, and for that, I personally want to thank all of you. The first argument that I heard in favor of change proposed by our City Council is fiscal responsibility. It began that I heard Councilwoman Milne during her campaign rhetoric on many occasions. She said that competition is good, and we need to make sure that our department is competitive, and that time is well spent. I agree. The numbers show that our department is competitive. Councilwoman, you also said that you had a background in corporate turnaround and retail sector. My question to all of you is, if we contract out, who will we be able to compare with for future numbers to make sure that we're still getting the best deal? Competition breeds honesty. If we contract out for a small difference this year, we're subject to paying any savings we might have incurred in future contracts, which we cannot put out to alternative choices. Granting a monopoly is not fiscally responsible. When we contracted out trash service, one point was made time and time again. There are 3 companies that will be able to bid for our contract at the end of the current contract, keeping fiscal responsibility. When I look at our neighboring city and the contracts they have with county fire and police, over the past several years, and I am a little bit more knowledgeable about the police contract, but it has increased considerably. If the economy does not turn around, their city could be facing bills for public safety that is in excess of their total city income, and I've heard that could happen before the end of the decade. If their reserves run out and increase continued at the rate, San Jacinto will be in bankruptcy, and I've heard it's the numbers 10 or so years, possibly sooner. Their only choice to stem price increases will be to reduce personnel, making proactive policing, proactive fire, proactive safety that much more difficult. The second reason given in favor of contracting is better service. I find a myriad of fallacies in this argument. First, there are current mutual aid compacts among all fire departments. If one is overburdened, others step in, and that includes using the resources CAL FIRE has talked about today. Their hazmat would address our city. They talk about the fire teams. Well, we don't have mountain rescue. We don't have the use of the field clearing services and so forth that was touted on several occasions tonight. When we talk about like services, what we don't have, we currently have a reciprocal agreement with county fire, with CAL FIRE. If we were to be all CAL FIRE, then our resources would be sent up the mountain in coverage in case of a wildfire or problems up there. In that case, our resources would come from surrounding cities. Well, currently, if CAL FIRE goes to answers up the mountain, Hemet is the reciprocal agreement to the other stations out here. That reciprocal agreement is in place. There's no benefit for changing it. If anything, it would be more time for people to cover this. Not a lot. I'm not saying it's huge, but it's not a positive difference. As far as better services, I can tell you from firsthand knowledge and working with Chief Morris that our city is safer because of his efforts. He has instigated a very aggressive campaign to make this city safer in case of a disaster. Chief Morris has set up more emergency evacuation centers in the valley than any of our surrounding cities, or any of the cities contracted with CAL FIRE. These are independent agreements with churches and aid facilities that will be ready if disaster strikes. San Jacinto does not have a single location that is prepared to the degree that at least 4 locations are set up here in the city of Hemet. Chief Morris has also obtained grants for training community emergency response teams. He is estimating we will be able to give 1 class a month for approximately 40 people for this next fiscal year, all on fees from outside the city. San Jacinto is scheduled to give 2 to 4 classes this year. Temecula, I have not been able to verify, is 4 to 6. In my work with the Riverside County VOAD, which is Volunteers Organized Against Disaster, if and when it comes to the disaster, it's not going to change whether we have CAL FIRE, city. The VOAD, which is the people that would organize from all over the state, would come to our aid. There is no benefit when it comes to that for changing services. And I have found no, other than the major metropolitan cities, that are as dedicated to emergency preparedness as Chief Morris is here in Hemet. He's done a wonderful job. Speaking of other cities, I have a third argument in favor of contracting. Every other city does it. I was a resident of Temecula when they went through cityhood in the late 1980s and was a very, very close friend of Carl Lindemans and a neighbor of Sal Munoz, 2 of the original council people. I was there when they were talking about creating city services. One thing was common. We don't have the money to raise to start a city and go out and pay for the services. Let's contract, and we will go out and create our own city fire and police departments as we can afford it. We know they've never been able to afford it. You're not going to be able to. Look at the city of Murrieta. They, as example, had an already established fire district. It began as an all-volunteer fire department in the 1940s. It grew to a partially employed staff and then was enveloped into the city of Murrieta when the cost of operating and purchasing new equipment became unfeasible. Murrieta still has a city-run fire department. It was there when they started, and it's going to continue. The truth is that if we dismantle this department, it will never be fiscally reasonable to repurchase new equipment and restart at a later date. A vote to contract now is a vote to contract forever and kill our 100-year-old tradition. The last argument I've heard in favor of contracting is to dismantle our local union. This one confuses me. Is our council suggesting that our local union is more dangerous and more powerful than a state union? Has the local union negotiated in good faith and conceded pay, benefits, and raises? Yes, they have. The City Council will not have an opportunity to negotiate with CAL FIRE. You will get a bill out of your control. I keep on hearing all these people touting that we won't have to do that. Well, as an owner of a business, I want to be able to control who works for me and what their pay is. You know, I've heard a lot of things. I've heard from a Tea Party agenda to all sorts of things that have been going around. I heard that it became personal, that some of the council did not like the tone or decorum of the union negotiators during the past round of talks. They wanted to dismantle the union. I've heard firemen say they didn't like the tone or decorum or tactics of our council members. For whatever reason, I cannot find any sense in replacing our local union with a state union. Again, I want to share this is personal experience. I've had the opportunity to work with these. CAL FIRE is a great organization, have great people. So does our city. Change for the sake of change, I don't understand. I don't think that we have. I know that I have invested lots and lots of times. When I tried to contact Chief Hawkins when we were starting this nonprofit, it took a month and I was battled all over downtown Riverside to make contact with CAL FIRE. I finally got in touch with the Office of Emergency Services, and the day I showed up to meet Chief Hawkins at the San Jacinto Council meeting, he was moved on to a different location and replaced. I was able to talk with Chief Morris and with Chief Brown and make things immediately.
30 seconds, Seth.
I'll close up. I ask of you, you're making a decision whether or not you are going to kill our city services, in my opinion. Are any of you fully qualified? Have you been inside the departments? Have you seen that? I appreciate the shows that we're putting on here. They both have done a very, very good job. And again, any of our services would be good. But you're making a decision, and do you want your legacy to be that decision?
Seth, your time has
Give it
expired.
your best attention. I appreciate
Thank
the
you,
moments.
Seth. Deanna Jorleen. Now we have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. I hesitate to speak after Chief Morris's brilliant presentation, and with all due respect to Chief Hawkins and Vulture, their rousing presentation, but they made it abundantly clear that they don't have a clue what our community needs. As we learned at our last meeting, we are facing a deficit of $2.7 million through the next year. I don't expect we have a windfall of money to count on in the next few years, perhaps even a decade, which means we need to be as fiscally conservative as possible for the long term. We do not need a Band-Aid from the county. We need a long-term solution, long-term like Hemet Fire Department and their 100 years of service to our community. I spent a great amount of time reviewing the bids from the county and the Hemet Fire, and one thing is certain, there are a lot of uncertains. What we do know is that we currently have a local fire department that is kept within budget or under budget, as we learned tonight from Chief Morris, and CAL FIRE, which has had $80 million worth of cuts in the last 18 months. Until I started to research these bids and read up on all the particulars of going to county services, I was under the impression that it was a matter of dollars, and that either Hemet City Fire or CAL FIRE would be fine. You'd have the same level of service. Now, having done extensive research, I do not believe that is true. Besides, that $397,000 difference is minimal. It is almost City Manager Bradley's contract cost. I believe the citizens will experience diminished service if CAL FIRE takes over, especially during fire season when engines are pulled from our city to fight brush fires miles and miles away. It would take more than my allotted 2 minutes to explain all the ways we could suffer if we went to county services, but I'd like to touch on a few points about the cost of going to county.
30 seconds, Deanna.
President Reagan once said the 9 most terrifying words of the English language are from, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Let me tell you, the 9 most terrifying words for the citizens of Hemet were from the county, and we're here to help. Competition has always been the consumer's friend. It drives the price of service down, and it gives consumer a great advantage. That is why we have laws against monopoly. That is why it is wise for the city of Hemet to keep our
Deanna,
city
your
fire
time has
department.
expired. Thank you.
Keep things local. Do not shuck your
Deanna,
responsibilities.
your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Like the,
Steve Sandifer, followed by Tammy Wilhelm.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, citizens of Hemet, I'd like to start by saying that the Hemet firefighters appreciate your support, not just tonight, but for the last 2 years. This has been going on for a long time, and you've been there for us, so we really appreciate that. Secondly, I want everybody to know that we only get to do this once every 100 years. I thought Chief Morris did an outstanding job. I think that we owe him a little appreciation for putting out a really nice product. I know CAL FIRE gets to do it a little more frequently, so they're a little more tuned in, but great job, Joe. And then the brush truck that's out front, we really need to do a thank you again to the Sabova Indians for protecting the people in this valley, not just us, but everybody. Lives and property will be saved. Lastly, I'd like to say that the Hemet firefighters answer to the chief, and the chief answers to the city manager, and the city manager to the council. But we all work for the people of Hemet. They're our boss. And the Hemet firefighters will throw in the towel when our boss says it's time. Thank you.
Tammy Wilhelm, and then I'm sorry, Gary, you'll be next.
Good evening. I'm tired enough. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to read this, but I'll try. I'm not going to talk about the RFP directly. 7 months ago, this very hall was filled overflowing with Hemet residents, much like it was earlier this evening. They were angry, they were frightened, they were quite literally fed up. For all the fist-pounding and pleading and personal testimony, not one of those residents said to you, "My house burned down because of the lack of fire services." Not one person said, "Fix our fire department." In fact, every single speaker in that meeting, and every meeting since, has asked the same question of you over and over and over again. What are you going to do about crime? But we're here and we're talking about fire. Mr. Mayor, council members, if you have a plan to solve our crime problem and the elimination of our fire department is part of that plan, then before we take one step further, you owe this community the opportunity to weigh that plan against this risk. Our police and fire departments have overlapping services, and no RFP analysis is complete unless we know how the loss of one will impact the cost to the other. So far, there is nothing in comparing these RFPs from CAL FIRE and Hemet Fire Department that suggest there is a windfall at the end of this debate.
Tammy, 30 seconds.
So on behalf of Hemet residents, I'm demanding the City Council deliver to the citizens of Hemet a comprehensive public safety plan, a plan that answers the question we've been asking for 7 months. What are you going to do about the thugs, the drugs, and crime in our community? A plan that allows us to share in the deliberative process and decide what services, police or fire, that we are or are not willing to sacrifice in order to recapture our peace of mind. And ladies and gentlemen, I will respectfully submit that if you think this community is going to stand by quietly while you play on our fear and our grief so that you can part out this community one RFP at a time,
Tammy,
you are sadly mistaken.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
Gary Cook, and Gary, you'll have 4 minutes.
I'd like to say I echo everything that everyone has come up in the last 15 minutes to say. The things that I didn't hear tonight in the RFP discussion, when I talked to Glenn Patterson about 6 months ago, he had mentioned that the cost savings that were foreseen from merging our interests into CAL FIRE would be done primarily through the savings of labor by restructuring the hours that the people worked. If Hemet Fire Department were to put into their bid the same hours that and structure of the hours that CAL FIRE has, I think there might be a difference in the way we look at things financially, and I think Rita should take a look at that. Secondly, there is a big cost that Chief Morris has pointed out to operating our services, our public fire services for emergency medical, for non-emergency medical. I didn't hear CAL FIRE say anything about their costs for non-emergency medical would be similar to the city of Hemet. So I'd like that to be considered as well. The other thing that I wanted to point out was I have been talking with a number of people about putting together a foundation we're calling FRESH, a Foundation for Responsive Emergency Safety and Health Funding for the City of Hemet. And I would like to offer our services to Chief Morris in order to help plan and obtain more grants privately that don't depend on FEMA or any other government agency, but that we can pull out of the woodwork. And I'd like to help a city council in creating the structure for that to happen privately. Thank you.
Thank you. Joaquin Kalmadunin, followed by Scott Garrett.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, our council members. Does anyone here have special needs children? If you do, then you know what I'm going to say. Measure C is a 5-minute response for firefighters and police, voted on by our citizens in the 1980s. Mr. Mayor, members of our City Council, can you guarantee our citizens of Hemet that CAL FIRE will honor this 5 minutes? For 16 years, I drove a school bus. 6 of those years, I drove a special needs bus full of special needs children. Young couples put their precious children in our bus, and off to school we go. I had an experience I will never forget for the rest of my life. One of our students went into convulsions like I never had ever seen before.
Joaquin, 30 seconds.
I pulled the bus over. My aide and I went to work on the student, and with all the training we had, my aide and I, it was not working until a fire truck arrived within 3 and 5 minutes, and a fireman came in with such courage.
Joaquin, your time has expired. I'll give you 10 seconds to wrap up. Joaquin, you have 10 seconds to go ahead and wrap up if you like.
10 seconds?
I'll give you 10 seconds to wrap up.
I don't think so, sir. It's
okay, then
more
Joaquin,
like 15 seconds.
I'll give you 15 seconds.
Thank you. Okay. This is a point I'm trying to make. This fireman came in my bus. Our training was not working.
Joaquin, the 15 seconds has expired. Thank you. Scott Garrett. Joaquin, your time's expired. Thank you. Scott. Excuse me, we'll not have any type of profanity or anything like that, or you will be excused from the meeting. Nancy Siegeclin. Apologies if I mispronounce your name. Followed by Denise Hargis. Nancy. Thank you. David Harvey. Followed by Mike Brune. Thank you, David. David, you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. It's been quite a show we've seen today. But you got one thing that you're missing. It's called response time. Measure C was voted on in 1988. And you voted, the citizens voted, the fire department's going to be on scene. Their response time, 5 minutes, 80% of the time. Not their drive time. I saw CAL FIRE's little presentation up there. They've got drive time, 4 minutes drive time. They could have 10 minutes of, by the time the dispatcher answers the phone, by the time they dispatch. Response time by NFPA 1710, NFPA 1221, the City Council's study that they had done in 2004 by the Olson Group, it specifies that response time starts when the dispatcher answers the phone to the on-scene time of the responding unit. CAL FIRE can't do that. And while you still have a dispatch here that has to take the call and transfer it to CAL FIRE, makes it even longer. You're being deceptive when you say that they can meet this Measure C requirements. And I'm surprised that since you closed Station 5 that you guys have not had legal action taken against you, because that's not okay and maybe we should do it. It's a mandate. And you guys aren't meeting that mandate. And I think it's about time you do. And if you guys vote to go CAL FIRE, I will gladly participate in your recall. Thank you.
Mike Brune, followed by Patty Woods.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. First of all, I'd like to say The citizens of Hemet right now are speaking to you, so I hope you're listening. We don't want to get rid of fire. We don't want to get rid of police. You say you want to serve the people of Hemet, serve the people of Hemet. That's what they want. They want to keep their fire. They want to keep the police. That's what they're telling you right now. Second of all, I'd like to tell you about consulting fees. Maybe like Andrew Hall, we paid $300,000 for him. That would more than make up for 1 year's worth of budget deficit we're supposedly missing on our fire department. So, you know, consulting fees for people, you know, it's kind of crazy. And what else did I have? I think Mark Orm ought to be city manager. So, you know, I mean, why are we paying somebody else to do what Mark Orm can do? And, I don't know, just listen to the people of Hemet. You know, they elected you, right? And you're supposed to do what they want to do, right? And they're telling you what they want. So I would think that you want to listen to what they're saying. And I don't know what else I got. I really wasn't prepared tonight, so.
Mike, 30 seconds.
30 seconds?
Patty Woods, who will have 4 minutes, followed by Terry Strombringer, who will have 6 minutes.
Good evening, council and public. Thank you for hanging out for you guys that did. I'm up here because I'm concerned for the public safety and I'm concerned for our public finances. Those are both big deals. I'm fearful that most of you haven't taken the time to listen to the people that you represent. We don't work for you. You represent us. We are the very people that value our safety. It was the people's value of their safety that drove them to pass the ballot Measure C, ensuring that our safety would be a priority to the local government. If you take the time to evaluate the RFPs in front of you, specifically the one from CAL FIRE, you would realize that it fails to meet the guidelines of Measure C, and any further entertainment of this RFP should be immediately ceased in the interest of the safety of the citizens. My concern also extends to the residents of the southwest area of San Jacinto. I know they have not been involved in or consulted for any decisions to utilize their resources in the city of Hemet. They are not aware of the reduced coverage that will have an impact on their safety, and any extended response times will be life-changing for some, all to satisfy your political desire. And while the residents are being asked to consider a parcel fee in excess of $300 per property, while I'm thankful that they're generous, I'm doubtful that they would want their money being spent in our city limits to serve our citizens. I have to wonder if you've considered another fee that's misrepresented or omitted, and that's the dispatch fee. Have you bothered to contact other contract cities to inquire about their fees? I see you have the videos, but I'm not sure that they're completely truthful, and as we all understand that half the truth is still one whole lie. Have you wondered how much it costs to dispatch 13,000 calls a year at $55 a call? You don't need to call Rita because I've done the math for you. And that's about $715,000 a year. That difference alone makes a big difference in the price of the RFPs. That's nearly another $1 million to add to that RFP for CAL FIRE. You failed to inform the public of your past decision to deny the community a paramedic service that was endorsed and supported by the community, and instead you bill Hemet Fire as a department that doesn't provide paramedic services. You also failed to acknowledge that you currently employ firefighters that are already trained and certified as paramedics that are ready to work in that capacity and are only being held back by the council's lack of approval. It's already been funded by community members and cooperative agreements that are ready to be in place. But it's easier to call them a failure instead of endorsing them. You also failed to inform the public about your ongoing lack of support for both fire and police, which has impacted the citizens that you work for. The fact that both our police and fire are operating on skeleton budgets but still doing a fine job speaks highly of the men and women on the forces. You've heard me several times stand here and speak of Hemet Fire and admonish you for your long-standing lack of support. I'm here once again to remind you that these men and women report to their stations on their shift and stand ready to respond, not just when it glorifies them, not just when there's cameras, not just when it looks good, but whenever they are needed. That is much more than what you have done.
Patty, 30 seconds.
Now I have to wonder, it says 35, now I have to wonder if you have considered the employees that will lose their job if you indeed continue to pursue this contract as you plan. I have to ask you once again, because I think it's important enough to warrant an answer, why would we contract with a provider that is in complete financial disarray? Neither the county of Riverside nor the state are in any kind of financial condition that warrants getting into a relationship with. We aren't playing a game of Russian roulette here, although that must be what it feels like to the men and women who serve the citizens in both HFD and PD. The games that have been played by these senseless talks of RFPs needs to end.
Patty, your time's expired.
You're here to serve the community of Hemet. We're not here to serve you.
Thank you, Patty. Terry Strawbringer, who will have 6 minutes.
Probably only take 4, so somebody else can have them. You got them. Council people, I am here to urge you, no, I'm really here to implore you to do the correct thing by this city. In your campaign talks, you said you would look at the possibility of saving money by going to CAL FIRE. I've looked at the bids, I've had them explained, I watched all the demonstrations tonight, and I don't feel that there is enough savings to justify the massive change to CAL FIRE. If our city fire department isn't broke, why are we trying to fix it? Also, I wonder what will happen the next year and the year after that. Will their fees change? Will we have negotiation ability like we currently do with the Hemet department? What will happen to our coverage during fire season? You, the City Council, were elected to serve the people of Hemet, not Jeff Stone or the county. I am thoroughly convinced that you are doing his bidding as repayment for the $4,000 each that Shelley Milne and Mayor Youssef received as campaign contributions from Jeff Stone. These funds were given, by the way, at the very last moment, so these contributions.
Ms. Strawbringer, please focus on the fire, or your time will expire. Please focus on, or address the council as a whole.
Well, it does impact that.
Or address the council as a whole, Ms. Strawbringer.
I was addressing all of you. I was referencing 2 of you. These kinds of funds are not given without strings attached. I truly believe that the main reason that there is a discussion about contracting out services for fire and police is because Jeff Stone wants that money for the county due to the dire financial situation the county is in. It is time to set aside your political ambitions and do what is right for the community. Put these ridiculous ideas of outsourcing aside and get to the business of making this town safe again for we, the citizens. Stop this nonsense now before it is too late and all the good citizens and businesses leave. The people of Hemet will not forget what you have done and are continuing to do to this town. After what you are doing to this town, I doubt that you could get elected for dog catcher. If you continue to do things the way you have, I suggest that it will be political suicide. Local citizens want local fire and local police.
Paul Raver, followed by Emily Madano. And Paul, you'll have 10 minutes.
Council members, I'm going to jump ahead of Paul tonight.
Sure. And I've got 6 minutes for you, Emily.
Thank you. I had a presentation prepared, but in the 11th hour decided to switch gears. Instead, I'll read a brief from the Public Safety Coalition's attorney, whom we asked to review Measure C and the validity of the council's intended actions. So listen up. I understand that the city is in the initial efforts of divesting their obligations to public health and safety by turning over basic fire protection and/or police services to the County of Riverside. This effort is not only misguided, but it is in direct violation of the city's prior commitments to its citizens, contradicts public votes on safety such as response time issues and avoid mandatory notice and comment periods along with mandatory state and federal environmental guidelines. Let me be clear, under no circumstances may the city obviate through a simple city council vote their obligations to the citizens regarding public safety, and in particular response time with fires. Without complying with legal and mandatory notice and comment periods, a revised and updated environmental impact, and a true investigation into the stated response times of the County of Riverside. The key points. By resolutions in 1988 and 1992, the City of Hemet committed to its citizenry to develop and adopt a general plan to preserve the sanctity, security, and safety of the community. By acknowledging the import of such significant action between 1988 and 1992, the city took appropriate legal and mandatory steps to adequately study the effect of this proposed general plan. One key component of the general plan is the commitment to respond within 5 minutes. Indeed, through the past 20 years, this city has at various times revisited the response time analysis and responded accordingly. Notably, prior to adopting the general plan, it was submitted to, first, an impartial analysis from then city attorney, second, notice provisions to allow public comment, including a deadline to present arguments regarding the proposal, a separate deadline to present rebuttal arguments. Third, an environmental impact statement required under both state and federal law regarding the impact of the general plan, and finally, four, a ballot measure requiring approval of a simple majority of the proposed general plan by the general public. Finally, giving over to the county the city's fire department is inconsistent with the city's requirements that local developers finance the expansion of safety services. For example, in the past, the city has turned to private developers as a means for funding of expanded safety service, such as in 2004 when the city accepted $275,000 contribution from Heartland Development to address continuing issues with public safety. Any confusion regarding the city's commitment was conclusively resolved by City Attorney Eric Vail, who in a written memo acknowledged the following. At your request, I reviewed Measure C materials again and provide a slight modification to the description of how all this fits together. In short, Ordinance 1293, otherwise known as Measure C, which the voters approved, requires the city to go through a specific process to develop and then adopt public service and facilities element, setting minimum standards for 6 different types of public service facilities and requiring the resulting element be submitted to the voters for confirmation or ratification of the PSFE. Ordinance 1293 also expressly states that maximum growth limits and standards for their implementation be set in the event that the minimum standards could not be met, including that no new development occur unless the standards are met. Finally, Ordinance 1293 states that the city may not reduce or eliminate any standard contained in the PSFE without firmly obtaining a majority vote of the people, but that the city can impose more restrictive standards without a vote of the people. Over the subsequent 4 years, the city developed a 2.5-page PSFE establishing a goal and a performance standard for each of the 6 different types of services listed in Ordinance 1293. The City Council approved the PSFE by Resolution 2981. In compliance with the Ordinance 1293, or Measure C, the City Council approved in 1992, including the PSFE by Resolution 2994, and submitted Resolution 2981, which approved the PSFE to the voters in November of 1992 by means of a referendum, Measure EE. And it was duly approved by the voters and subsequent incorporated into the 1992 General Plan for the approval of Council. Based on this, my comments are as follows. You will need to ensure that there is nothing in the updated General Plan that is inconsistent with the PSFE. In 1992, PSFE is a brief implementation section. Your implementation measures should require new development to meet and maintain these standards, and in the event they cannot be met, then describe appropriate growth limitation measures to be taken.
Thank you.
Christopher Nissen, Manning and Cass, Elrod.
Emily, your time's actually expired, so it's gone over.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Raver, you'll have 10 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I have watched with great interest the presentations this evening. Your City staff has identified the fact that two options provided for by CAL FIRE are more expensive than the services provided by your fire department, options 1 and 2. It appears they are hanging their hat, as is your staff apparently, proposing you pay particular attention to option 3. In my mind, in testing response times from San Jacinto Station on Cottonwood, CAL FIRE cannot meet the 5-minute standard. There's no possible way for an engine to travel that distance and meet the standards. While visiting the communication center the other day of CAL FIRE Dispatch Center, they showed me on their computers how much time it would take to get from Homeland, I believe it was, Homeland to Western Hemet. It was 6.5 minutes. The fire department cannot meet the standards, and according to the information you have before you by our attorney, you therefore cannot contract with them. That would be in violation of Measure C and Double E. One other thing I want to bring to your attention is this notion that you have local control. I adamantly disagree with that notion. At some point in time, you shall receive an increase for fire services from CAL FIRE. At that time, you have 3 options available to you. Options which are untenable. Your first is to reduce city services elsewhere so as to be able to pay for the CAL FIRE contract. Secondly, you can reduce your level of service so that you can pay for it, but we see in option 3 what that means. It means closing Station 3 to reduce their costs. And as I've noted, I do not believe you can do that. It appears to be contrary to the mandates of Measure C. Lastly, you can choose to open up your own fire station, cancel your contract. You have a year to cancel your contract pursuant to the agreement that's before you. That, of course, unless you have several millions of dollars lying around, you cannot do. Ergo, you're left with one option, and that is to cut discretionary services being provided to the community at this time in favor of paying for CAL FIRE. I say this, being able to select your own choice of demise is not what I would refer to as having control of my life. I have the highest regard and respect for CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE as a state agency is probably the finest firefighting state agency in the nation. They have identified the fact that they have this tier of chiefs available to them. Let me suggest, rather than looking at their org chart, you go out to one of their fire stations. Guess what? They have an engine sitting there, and they have firefighters sitting there. They have the same thing that we do. They have the same command structure we do. It's larger because it is a state agency responsible for 7,200 square miles of the county of Riverside. They have the same training. They do the same thing. They have the same dedication as we do. But there's a problem. When they do go up to Idlewild, and they will, eventually there will be a fire there, here comes a major glitch in their program. and it is recognized in the contract between the state of California and the county of Riverside that when they are overwhelmed in responses, there will be a lack of service. I can quote it for you, but that gets the gist of it. Now, what that means is that when they send our engines to the mountains and simultaneously call for backup to come in, they have a different term. I'll use backup. If an engine is coming from Cherry Valley down here, trust me, it can't get here in 5 minutes. It can't do it. If it's coming from down where you used to live, Westchester? It's coming from the state, Winchester, thank you. It's not getting here in 5 minutes. They can't do it. That's the Achilles heel. Now, we too have the same problem. There are times when all 5 of our units are out on medical calls, emergency medical calls, and we have a delay. Or if we have a fire, as we did downtown near the theater. But in our case, unlike theirs, we can call for mutual aid to fill those gaps. And as indicated already by the chief himself, they will provide you with the requisite mutual aid. On the other hand, if CAL FIRE goes up the mountain, takes our engines and goes up there, or formerly our engines, and goes up there, they don't have anybody close that can meet our 5-minute standard. It's a glitch. It's not going to happen a lot. But if you're among the geriatric set, which I am, and you're having a stroke, you're having a heart attack, those 5 minutes are life and death. That's the seriousness of what you're talking about. Please support your fire department and help save lives and property. I thank you for your attention.
Robert Galetta, which will have 2 minutes, followed by Helen Hansen, who will also have 2 minutes.
Hello, folks. Robert Galetta. Let me start off by saying to my brothers and sisters in law enforcement and firefighters, I'm sorry that you even had to be put through this. It's complete nonsense. To my brothers and sisters at Hemet Fire, I wish you luck. The fix is in. You saw the video? The fix is in. To my brothers and sisters at Hemet PD, you're about to lose a 103-year-old department if you're not careful. Okay? The fix is in. We saw the video. It wasn't an agendized item, but yet Supervisor Stone's talking about an RFP for Hemet PD. How is that even possible? Could it be a violation of the Brown Act? I don't know. I'm one of the few people in this room. I guarantee you I'm the only person in this room who's worked as a paramedic, as a fireman, and now as a police officer. I've worked hand in hand. I've trained most of CDF's paramedics. I've trained most of Hemet Fire's personnel. You're making a foolish decision going against the will of the people. They're equally capable of taking care of the community. You guys have failed the community again. Tammy said it best. We gave you the opportunity to handle crime, and you fixed the fire department. I don't know what the heck is wrong here. I have one more thing to say. 38 seconds left. My biggest wish is, before you close down the Hemet PD, that I get to see my brothers in blue cart you off to jail.
Helen Hansen, followed by Pastor Ron Ritter.
My name is Helen Hansen. I've been in the Valley for 30 plus years. I've seen a lot of changes. And I really resent the type of manipulation I feel you have put the citizens through tonight. You wore them out. They left exhausted, and you sit here, you could care less. I mean, it's really, whatever respect I had for you when I came, I'm sorry. It's really been damaged, and I'm sad about that. Because we put you in that seat. Local people put you in that seat and trusted you. And I'm afraid you really let us down with all this mesmerizing that you produced tonight, time and time and time again, until people just were fed up and left. You aren't caring about us. That's very obvious. And it's very sad. Hemet's a wonderful town. And it really, it could be such a wonderful town if you would cooperate and invite people, the intelligent people that really have ideas that could share with you. Have dialogue, have workshops. Maybe they aren't on the council, but they can help.
15
and
seconds,
you could
Helen.
listen.
Thank you. Virginia Bryan, followed by Lori Van Arsdale.
Mayor, Council, Pastor Ron Ritter, Prince of Peace Lutheran Church, intersection of Menlo and Sanderson. I was invited here tonight by Chief Morris to talk a little bit about CERT, what is happening in Hemet with the CERT program. In the last 5 hours, my eyes have been opened. Reason and experience teach the well-informed that the further you are from the flagpole, you understand, the further you are from the flagpole, the less personal attention you get. CAL FIRE equals Sacramento. I hope you were listening very carefully to the very, very persuasive argument that Chief Morris put forth. The one thought that came through over and over again was community, community, community. 2 weeks ago, I went to the chief and I said, can you give me a map of the homes around Prince of Peace Lutheran Church that the members of our congregation are going to reach out to get them to know that this church will be their sanctuary when, God forbid, the San Andreas Fault gives way. In 2 days, I received this map. 2 days from the chief. How long do you think it would take me to get it from Sacramento? Thank you.
And Laura, it looks like Virginia has donated her time to you, so you'll have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Council members and Mayor, I really appreciate you staying this late so we can talk. I want to say that, again, 7 months ago, like Tammy mentioned, we were here talking about crime. And unfortunately, I was able to tell you about what my mother had experienced with somebody attacking her and ripping chains off her neck one morning when she's riding around in her senior park. Unfortunately, 7 months later, I get to mention another incident with my mother where her car was stolen. Some of you saw it in the paper. I'm happy to say that I saw the guy in the car when I was running to try to help her. I was able to get on our dispatch system. Now, I know that you call 765-2400. That's in the phone book. That's not a special number I have. Call that and you can get directly into dispatch. Otherwise, your cell phone goes out to NDO and then it's patched back in, so that takes time. It takes seconds. my seeing this guy and being able to call our dispatch system direct and talk to them, talk to somebody who knows our town, who knows what I was talking about, meant being able to recover her car in 35 minutes. It also meant being able to catch the guy in 1 hour and 8 minutes. I want to say to you that you need to think really, really hard about what you're doing when it comes to the fire department and how it's going to relate to the police department, which I hope you consider keeping. I want you to keep the fire department, absolutely. You call 911 in this city and you get to our dispatch. What happens when you get to our dispatch and you have pawned off our fire to CAL FIRE? They have to say, you don't have 911 emergency before they called. You don't know what they're calling about. So they have to call in to 911 and you hear them say, 911, what's your emergency? And they say, my husband is dying. He's having a heart attack. Hold, please. They patch you over to the CAD system. They send it over to Paris. That's maybe seconds, maybe a minute, maybe 2. I don't know what that takes. 911, what's your emergency? My house is on fire. Hold, please. You really, really haven't addressed that issue. And I think that's absolutely critical that these kind of components of these kind of bids be sorted out absolutely and completely. And I'd also like to say that this Measure C issue is very, very serious. You have a mandate of the people that have told you what they wanted. We had to follow it all through the 90s. We had tough times. We had all kinds of things we had to look at and cut. But we knew, and we were told by our former attorney, we were told by Burke, Williams, and Sorensen and Eric Vail, what we had to do to follow that. And I truly believe that you will be closing that station, number 3, with this option that the staff is recommending, closing Station 3, when you've got the highest number of retired citizens on the west side and the highest potential for development on that west side. They did not, and they did not even ask San Jacinto if that was okay with them, for them to use that station and their resources to take care of the west end.
30 seconds, Lori.
And I can bet you big money that they cannot meet those call times and that we will suffer. And I do not want to see my mother, who lives on the west end, be collateral damage for that decision. Thank you.
Lisa Paro. Lisa, you'll have 4 minutes, followed by Jean Heichel. Jean, you'll have 10 minutes.
I'd like to say I'm reading this on behalf of somebody else, a mother. Dear council members, the purpose of my story is not to elicit an emotional response, but instead to stress the importance of response times and having resources available in stations throughout our city when an emergency arises. On July 10th, 2004, I was at home with my 13-month-old daughter, Madison. Our home is located on Rim Road in Val Vista. We live in an area of East Hemet called Sprague Heights. I was on my computer working on a project. Madison was playing and crawling around the house like she always did. Meanwhile, I was having a difficult time formatting photos that were needed for that afternoon. After some time, I heard a loud crash from my next-door neighbor's yard. My 3 dogs started barking. That noise startled me, and I got up to look for Madison, who was normally close by. I had gotten sidetracked with the photos on the computer. I looked all over our 2,500 square foot house, but I could not find her. In a panic, I ran outside and looked in her backyard, which also had a pool. I looked, but I was relieved to see that the pool was empty along with the rest of the yard. I ran back in the house thinking that I would see Madison crawling down along our hallway. I looked in all the rooms. Then I looked in my master bedroom. I saw the curtains to our sliding door billow out with a breeze. I will never forget how I felt in that moment. One of our dogs had nosed open the screen door that went directly to our pool. I ran back out and I saw Madison floating face down and the color of purple that I will never forget. I had not seen her the first time when I looked in the pool because of her little body being tucked into the apex where the pool meets the jacuzzi. I quickly pulled her lifeless body out of the water and assessed her for any signs of life. She had no pulse and was not breathing. Her eyes were lifeless. I quickly started CPR and I screamed to my neighbor, Andy, who had made the loud noise outside that had alerted my attention. I told him to call 911. I did CPR for what seemed like an eternity. I was eventually able to get a weak pulse back. I continued to do rescue breaths for Madison. Finally, I took Madison to our front yard to wait for emergency responders. I remember it feeling like so much time had passed. I remember sheriff's deputy arrived. Still no ambulance or fire truck. Finally, after 20 minutes, I saw a fire truck coming up our street. To my surprise, it was Hemet Fire Department's engine, number 1. It explained why the long response time, but I still could not figure out why no ambulance had arrived. Madison was taken out of my arms by the firefighters and provided with oxygen she desperately needed. With all of my CPR, I was never able to get her to breathe on her own, just the continuous flow of pool water coming from her lungs. She was then taken to Hemet Hospital in the back of the deputy's vehicle. At Hemet Hospital, Madison's little body postured and contorted the way a person with severe brain injury or lack of oxygen does for sustained periods of time. It did not look good. Unfortunately, I had seen this before in other severe trauma patients. Madison was flown to Loma Linda Hospital, where she was stabilized and placed on a ventilator. The tests that were run indicated she had suffered severe hypoxic event or sustained long period without oxygen. It was unknown if she would have any brain function. We spent just under a month watching, waiting, and praying. We lived in a motorhome in Loma Linda's hospital parking lot. We were called 4 times in the middle of the night to come to the ICU. I will never forget the dreaded walk through the hallway, wondering if they were going to tell us that our daughter had passed. Each time, it was just more bad news. Another tube had to be placed in a new leak on her severely damaged lungs, or her blood pressure had plummeted again, so they wanted us to remain in the hospital, just in case. Miraculously, in the 3rd week, Madison started to show signs of brain function. They slowly allowed her body to come out of the induced coma to assess where she was at. By the grace of God, Madison woke up one morning surrounded by us. I will never forget the look in her big eyes when she saw her papa's face. She knew him.
Your time's expired, but I'll give you 30 additional seconds.
Thank you. I just have a page and a half, please. Madison continued to improve during her stay at the hospital. I will never forget listening in on the teaching doctors as they came in and discussed Madison's case with all the other student doctors. She was referred to as a Miracle Madison. There was no scientific explanation of how she could not only survive, but appear to have no deficits beyond all the scans and tests performed. They assumed that she would eventually die. Madison will be turning 10 in the next couple months. She is vibrant, happy, smart, and shows no indications of the trauma she suffered almost 9 years ago. As much as I have struggled with the guilt and the pain of Madison's story over the years, I feel that it is also important to tell you the story today. My only regret is that I am unable to personally tell you her story. I believe that her story is compelling, not only because it is miraculous, but also because it pertains to why we are here tonight.
Lisa, your time has expired. If you like, if we can go ahead and you can give that to the record so we can finish that. But the time's expired.
I have this much and this much on another page.
It's already been it's been over. Okay.
Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. Okay, here's what I learned about the events that happened that day. First, the 2 closest local CAL FIRE units were assigned to other emergencies that morning. By chance, the firefighters from Hemet Fire Department were scanning radio traffic and recognized the street name and the address and the fact that an infant was involved. They heard the other CAL FIRE units were not able to clear a response, so they started towards my home before getting dispatched. They were eventually dispatched and fortunately saved critical moments by already being en route. Second, the AMR unit dispatched to my home was given an incorrect cross street that landed them miles away from my address. Finally, as much as I have battled with the shame of letting my daughter out of my sight that day, I am able to simply be grateful that I was trained on how to perform CPR. I am thankful that my daughter is healthy. I want to stress to you, the council, just how important minutes are in the survival of a life. My daughter is alive because of CPR and because of the rapid response of the crew from Hemet Fire Department and the oxygen they provided her. You cannot allow any residents in our city, especially those in Fire Station 3's district, to be covered by an engine located on Cottonwood in the city of San Jacinto. You have been elected to protect the citizens of Hemet. If Fire Station 3 is closed, you will be providing the residents in those areas with response times that exceed 10 minutes. It only takes 6 minutes for a brain to die without oxygen. Not to mention how a fire grows exponentially as each minute passes without an engine on scene. Please let my story be a reminder of how imperative it is that emergency medical resources be located appropriately to provide adequate coverage to responsibly protect the citizens that you have been elected to protect. The citizens of Hemet deserve the resources to be protected. Thank you. On behalf of Terry Waters, Engineer, Fire Station 4, City of Hemet Fire Department.
Thank you, Lisa. Excuse me. Ray Fonseca, followed by Jim Dorsey. I'm sorry, Mr. Eichel. Gene, go ahead.
Slight, I understand.
Sorry about that.
Mayor Youssef, Pro Tem Mayor Smith, and City Council members, my name's Gene Eichel. I live at 8405 Sting Court. I live in the Station 3 area, and I'm very concerned about the proposal to close Station 3 and make it just an AMR station. And we were going to consider that at our next. I'm also chair of the Community Awareness Committee on Four Seasons. We'll be considering that at our next meeting. But tonight, I'm speaking to you as president of the Democrats of Hemet San Jacinto. A couple things, a couple notes that I've made before I get into what I want to say about local control. I noticed Chief Morris was here a minute or so ago. I think something, Chief Morris is back there. I do not see Chief Hawkins in the room. Thank you. Furthermore, there is an issue that you perhaps have heard about. A number of the speakers have referred to community. An important part of any organization in a community. Business calls it goodwill. Some businesses sell for large amounts of money because of their goodwill. I think Hemet's fire department has a tremendous amount of goodwill with Chief Morris and the people that are here. If there's any time to make a change, it's not now. Okay? I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I think it's important for the council to hear the community, to get different perspectives of the various issues before it. There's only 5 of you. You've heard a number of different perspectives, many of them very credible, some of them not so credible. And I think you need to listen to those credible ones and realize they're making some good points. Like the first speaker, Seth, I think made some very, very good points. Another point, other points that were made was this thing about Measure C, which seems to be a legal thing, and you look very interested in that, and I anticipate you will get an interpretation from your own attorney on that. A decision to outsource the city's fire services will have a significant impact on the future of Hemet. If you decide to contract with CAL FIRE, we will never, and I repeat, never be able to go back. For this council to make such a drastic decision would be inappropriate. The least you should do is refer it to the people, let the arguments be made, and let the majority decide. Economically, it makes no sense to outsource fire services. The difference is only several hundreds of thousands of dollars. These, quote, savings could be made up with a few good years in an improving economy. And some analysis show it will be more expensive to outsource the department, and you have no control over any future increases that CAL FIRE might impose upon the city. And they talk about you pick what you want, but they don't talk about you pay for what you want. Everything you pick will have to be paid for at their price. The economics of the two proposals is so close that you could almost call it a break even with no positive or negative impact on the city's budget. So it is not justified to use economics as a reason to dismantle the fire department. That would be a ruse. You could argue the county has a paramedic program, but AMR still provides the transportation services for the county, just like it does here in Hemet. HFD is not certified to provide paramedic services of a first responder. However, the hospital and AMR, at no cost to the city, has proposed to provide the training necessary to certify Hemet's fire department to provide paramedic services, which we desperately need. Again, HFD has a reasonable and low-cost solution to the paramedic issue. This council simply has to approve it and allow it to go forward. Hemet's firefighters are competent and hardworking, providing a high quality of service to the city. The fire union has worked with the city to reduce costs in this time of tough budgets. The firefighters have worked with the city, and your answer to their efforts was to slap them in the face. Your first action was the draconian solution of outsourcing the fire department. Did you try anything else? Did you try to get grants to improve the efficiency of the department or provide paramedic services for the city? Tonight I realize that Chief Morris has worked very hard to get grants. Did you consider using some of the windfall from selling the trash department to help upgrade the fire department and the Hemet Police Department? I think not. Your first action was to call for RFPs to outsource the department. Shame on you. Shame on you. During these difficult times, we should be working together, not tearing each other apart. And finally, after you put this issue aside, and I hope you will, and continue with our own Hemet Fire Department, it will be time to stop dismantling the city and start building a city in which we can all live, work, and play. It is time to come together, create a plan that will revitalize our economy, make our streets safe for our children, seniors, and all residents. It is time to provide an environment in which all segments of our population will have opportunities to live a full and prosperous life. We need to work together, and I urge you to form an advisory committee, similar to the GPAC of a few years ago, to develop a comprehensive plan that will work on how we can revitalize the city of Hemet. And I'm willing and ready to work with you, and the group I work with is willing to work to that end. In fact, I plan to give a presentation at the Rocks this Thursday. Okay, I'd like to thank you for listening, and I urge you to keep the Hemet Fire Department intact and start revitalizing this city by working cooperatively to create a plan of action that will move us forward and stop moving us backwards. Thank you.
Ray Fonseca, followed by Jim Dorsey.
Good evening, distinguished of the council, members of the council. As I look at that undulating, beautiful flag on the screen, it reminds me, calls to me of the time when I was younger and I was in uniform, serving under the United States Air Force. 30 megatons of nuclear power. That was a Type 2 missile system. I had a cryptocurrency. I control a bunch of people, like technical order data. But I never felt the danger that I saw on the screens of a television where firemen and policemen were giving up their lives in selfless acts of heroism. I stood in a great antenna by the name of Empire State Building sways, 6 feet each way. We could see the Twin Towers, a marvel of engineering. In a very short time, zealotry, bigotry of religion downed them. All of these gentlemen are selfless. They dedicated their lives for us. Our police department has a chief second to none in Riverside County or San Bernardino County. He's brilliant. He gave us 4 policemen. I asked for those policemen. When you guys were here, we got them through him. And you want to throw them away. Well, the people won't let you. Remember, we can end your time too. It's called recall.
Jim Dorsey, followed by E.A. Stock.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff, and citizens, thank you for inviting us to dialogue with you this evening on this important issue. I serve as lead pastor at Hemet Church of the Nazarene, the first church to serve as a Mercy Air landing zone, the first church here to have an emergency shelter for the city, and to host the CERT training events. And we've encouraged other pastors to join us. I serve as a director of ministerial fellowship here in Hemet. There are about 60 congregations in that group, about 10,000 in attendance. And from all of my exchange with these leaders and churches, I hear all of them interested in involving themselves in planning for any kind of disaster that may come to our area. And my exchanges with the Hemet City Fire Department and Chief Joe Morris has been one of great help to assist us in training CERT volunteers and enlisting people. We believe in these churches, just making those properties available and the members enlisting as volunteers, we could see 1,000 CERT volunteers across our city and several dozen places where service could be given. It's understandable to see their concern because you don't have to look too far back in history to see Katrina and Joplin and Hurricane Sandy and know that when some catastrophic event happens, where you won't be having help come from national, federal sources or state sources, we will have to generate the kind of response here locally to deal with those kind of challenges.
15 seconds, Mr. Dorsey.
I would encourage you tonight to do what is necessary to protect our city fire department, to let us continue to enlist community volunteers and support, and do our best to prepare our city to be the best prepared community in the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. E.A. Stock, followed by Eric McBride and Carol Cripps.
Mr. Mayor, council people, a couple of points that I'm not sure have been touched upon. We have a state that is bankrupt, and to what extent is that going to affect the contract that you have with CAL FIRE? How long is your contract with CAL FIRE going to be, and then what leverage, if any, do you have on CAL FIRE coming and saying, this is our contract this year? Have you had any contact with other cities who have gone with CAL FIRE? Have you had any contact with other cities who have gone with CAL FIRE and decided they did not want to stay there? What kind of complications would there be if you decide this is a bad deal, or are you going to be stuck with it? Thank you.
Eric McBride, followed by Carol Cripps. And then Donna Banks.
Mayor and council members, good morning. A big point that was made is that you no longer will have to negotiate a contract with bargaining groups and such. And that point was talked about a couple times by CAL FIRE. And what does that mean to you as a council? That means you no longer have a seat at the table. You no longer have control over the costs of delivering service to your community. And we could talk about what that means and what ifs, but you know what? Let's refer to Rancho Cucamonga's 2012-2013 adopted budget when it refers to their police budget. And for those that you don't know, that Rancho Cucamonga contracts with the Sheriff's Department, the county, for police services. This is the budget document that the city manager prepared for the city council. The first line under the police budget says, in fiscal year 2011-2012, because of large operational contract labor cost increases, special programs and support operations were reduced to maintain an emphasis on patrol services and keep the contract cost neutral, except for the non-personnel increases that were unavoidable. Many special programs were reduced or eliminated. You no longer had control over that because you ceded it to another organization. You don't have a say. You don't have a seat at the table. You don't get to say. They negotiate with the unions. You have no say. You don't get to control. All you get to do is decide when it increases what services you're going to cut for the community to keep it under budget. But that's not enough. There. Let's talk about what they wrote in their budget document for 2012 and 2013. It says the San Bernardino County CEO has unexpectedly and without advanced discussion with the contract cities implemented a 66% increase to the countywide cost allocation plan administrative expense, increasing the rate of 3% to a new rate of 5%, which will result in an unanticipated increase in administrative costs to the contract in the amount of $500,000. Now, what did that mean to the city of Rancho Cucamonga? They wanted to add 2 additional police officers that year to their police department. In their budget document says that will prevent them from increasing sworn personnel as originally planned. You have no control over that cost. All you have to do then is decide, what are we going to do to cut services to our community to stay within budget? Is that really what we want to do? Do you want to be at the table, have control over the cost of your providing service? I know it's tough to sit up there as a city councilperson and impose a contract, but sometimes that's what you have to do if it comes to where you have to control your costs so you can deliver a level of service that the community is expecting. If you don't want that, then maybe you don't have a place up there on the city council because you can't make the hard decisions. If you want to cede that to another organization, so be it. But we no longer have control as a community. And that's just what I want to highlight. We could talk about what ifs, but here's a city, a contract city, that has to deal with it. And this is what it happens, and this is in their budget document, and this is on their website. Just go to their budget document, and this is what they're talking about. And that administrative cost was for all contract cities in San Bernardino.
15 seconds, Mr. McBride.
I only asked if you give me enough time that you gave Councilman Miller or Councilman Conchero, who don't even live here in the community. And you could have waited to put them on last. But anyway, so, keep control here local. Be fiscally responsible, and that's the way to remain fiscally responsible, is remaining in charge of the cost. That's what we ask you. Just maintain control.
Thank you, Eric. Carol Grips. Okay, Donna Banks. And Donna, you'll have 4 minutes.
Thank you. I think I've heard everything I wanted to say earlier, so I'll just touch on a few other things. I work with most of the senior mobile home parks here in the Valley, and a lot of the questions that I got were from seniors who couldn't be here tonight. First of all, they thought the start time was too late for them, not only because of crime, but many of them don't go out at night, they don't drive. So I'd like to make a recommendation the next time you have a meeting or follow-up meeting or workshops that you consider the seniors and either start at 3:30 or 4 in the afternoon so we can get out at a reasonable time. The second issue that came up in the questions that I got via email and phone calls for those who couldn't attend was the issue of Measure C, which we've heard a lot about tonight, and that's the 5-minute required response time. To the seniors who are calling for medical aid response for medical aid, emergency calls to the fire department, that's a matter of life or death. When you have someone that comes in from out of the area who's not familiar with our mobile home parks, I know what the CAL FIRE people said. Yes, they know the communities. They will know them after they've been here a while. Anybody who has gone into the mobile home parks know that sometimes there's no logical reasoning on how they numbered the homes. You may go from 38 to 58 and jump to 156. So as you could spend 5 minutes running around a community and still not find the home you're looking for. So those are issues that when you have local people, I'm serviced by Little Lake because I live in the Val Vista area, and they're in our mobile home park frequently. They're in quick, they're out, they know exactly where they're going. So we have no complaints there. But if I were to have CAL FIRE come in and have to make it a medical emergency call, I would be concerned. I'd probably be out there trying to wave a flag or tell somebody to watch for the trucks to just germ down the right street. And if I know it's not a funny issue, it's a real serious issue. The people that are in the mobile home parks have a concern. We could probably have another 300 people here tonight if you'd have had an earlier start time. And I ask you again to consider everything that's been said here tonight, that we need to keep our public services local, both fire and police. They're doing a good job. Measure C, and from the document that you got, I believe is important, and I'm sure that Mr. Vail will look at that and give you some legal advice. But most importantly, the next time we have a meeting, please have an earlier start time so that we can get everybody here that would like to be here. Thank you.
Sheila Moss. Sheila, are you still here? Okay. Russ Brown, followed by Howard Rosenthal.
Mayor and council members, I've only lived in Hemet a little over 7 years, and I've followed closely the many changes and downsizing of the police and fire departments as the city struggles with budget problems. Fortunately, both departments are staffed with very dedicated professionals who have absorbed all of these impacts and still continue to provide the best service they can. Their commitment to the Hemet community is what drives them. As a resident in the extreme west end of Hemet, I was delighted when the city found a way to extend Devonshire over to Warren and shaved valuable minutes off of the response time from Station 3. If Station 3 were closed, that would be a major step backwards because we'd have to get our response from the CAL FIRE station on Cottonwood, or the alternative would be an engine from the city of Winchester. They couldn't possibly meet that 5-minute objective. I realize you're trying to find ways to mitigate the budget shortfall, but in reality, the state of California and the county of Riverside have their own budget problems. What assurance would we have that their financial deficiencies wouldn't adversely affect their ability to service Hemet? Notwithstanding the very important value of local control, you simply cannot reasonably expect to receive the same dedication and levels of service provided by contracted workers compared to that of your own employees. I don't mean to disparage the integrity or professional of them, and I have the utmost respect for anyone who swears that oath.
30 seconds, Mr. Brown.
Many of your current staff have grown up in this community and or live in the city. As such, they are personal stakeholders at the levels of services that they provide to the city. Additionally, the local knowledge that they bring to the job from having grown up here is immeasurable. I was a commuter cop for several years working in a city other than where I lived, and I transferred to a city that I lived in.
Mr. Brown, I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
All right. Thank you.
Howard Rosenthal, followed by Marisol. I apologize, I can't read the writing. I think it's Schultz, but I'm not sure. Marisol? Howard?
Mayor, this says 15 seconds. Is that a?
No.
There we go. Thank you. Mayor and council, thank you for letting me speak. In the 31 years I've been here and active, I've never felt kind of the shame as I have tonight to see people far older than me till 1:45 in the morning to wait so long to speak. But the story I see is a story that's unbelievable. And it goes back a couple of years. It starts with Supervisor Stone's 3rd District Planning Commissioner arranging for Captain Hawkins, who first met almost 18 months ago with a couple business leaders and the 3rd District Planning Commissioner at the Bank of Hemet. I was in the courtyard at the time. This has been coming for a couple of years. I believe this is a pre-agreed approach by some council members, and out of respect for the rules, I won't name who the 3 I suspect, and that it's nothing short of collusion, that there's agreement before even going through the RFPs that you're going to outsource fire, outsource police. The supervisor who I spoke with on Thursday and met with, as you know, went on record that he was told there was an RFP coming for police, and so it's time for us to ask questions for the record. Who told him that? How is this being organized? It's not happening in council and an agenda. So I encourage you not only to put away these RFPs, protect our investment in Hemet Fire and Police, but understand that given the circumstances, if a vote takes place to outsource, that investigative bodies will have a lot of people under oath, and you'll eventually have to explain yourselves, and let's avoid that pain for our community. Thank you.
Marisol? I can't read that. Oh, okay. Followed by Bob Moth, and then Christopher Walker. That's in favor. Okay.
The hearing impaired, as protected by the Americans with Disabilities Act, in the First Amendment, would like to convey their support for local control, local police, and local fire, all of which they will have, as that is the will of the people. Watch this when you say I can clap.
Well, I don't have a lot to say. The only thing I'm going to say is just going to be short and simple. Sheriff, Mr. Morris has presented all good facts in regarding the cost and the keeping of Hemet Fire Department. And the city of Hemet have spoken. Keep local fire department. If it isn't broken, don't fix it. Okay?
Bob Moth. Okay. That's all I have left for in opposition. Oh. I don't have any more. Do you have? Okay. Come on down. I don't have it.
Is it my turn now?
Sure.
Because I should be in bed right now.
Me too.
All I wanted to say is that local control of your emergency services is critical to a lot of things, including your children. Police officers get to know where the good kids are and sometimes where the bad kids are. Bad kids know the police know where they're at too. It's harder to hide here when you've got your own PD. And I come from a city that has had its own PD and fire department forever, Marietta. And that's all I want to say. I'm not so. I've got Parkinson's disease, so it makes my hand shake a little bit, and makes me talk a little weird too. So if I sound like Bugs Bunny, just ignore me. Having your own control is critical because, for one thing, everybody knows where every place is. Call any of the stations and send them to a street. They'll know where that street's at. They don't even have to dig out a Thomas guide. You can't say that for contract services because they change personnel. You'll have a driver 1 month, maybe 6 months later you got a different driver. He's got to learn the city all over again. Marietta has done a very successful job with their PD and fire department, and I'm sure you guys can too. You've got all the intelligence up there ready to do the right thing, and I hope that you do the right thing. Thank you for letting me speak.
Mayor, council, and citizens. I'm reasonably new here. I enjoy the hills and the beautiful highways sometimes. Those highways are brought to you courtesy of earthquakes because they put the roads where the earthquakes go. And they put the gas pipelines, the communications cables, the same place. When an earthquake comes, you may not have the ability to get out of town. And I'm not familiar with the fault lines here, so I'm hoping it won't be in town. But you're on your own when this happens. You want community, you want people here, and you want people that know the area. We're probably, I'm going to guess, in the last part of January, we were at the predicted big one. So let's keep that consideration and keep local police department and local fire department. Thank you.
Mayor, council, and staff. If I had a new city now, I'd probably contract with CAL FIRE also, but we have a 100-year-old plus fire department. And you also have a budget structural deficit of $2.7 million. When you went out for your RFP, I'm sure you're hoping to make a significant dent in that amount, probably save $1 million or more, because that's about the percentage that the fire department has. Also, you want paramedics on apparatus, and you want an EMD dispatch to solve some problems that are there. The city of Hemet has solved 2 of those problems with proposals, and that should be able to be implemented. They are, if you follow that, if you had a $10 million budget this year, $10 million one, you lost $100,000. But you then have a proposal that staff is suggesting they'll save $300,000, but it makes several significant cuts in the service to the city. First of all, it closes Station 3. And your $300,000 savings go away if you have to open that station again. The CAL FIRE budget for that is $10,590,000. That was the second option. So you lose that. If you're wrong, you're exacerbating your deficit by over $400,000. You're going in the wrong direction. The other thing is you lose your truck in the station. Chief Hawkins said that there is a truck in Hemet in proposal number 3, and it isn't there. Staff, unless staff was wrong twice, Station 1, note truck coverage from surrounding RV stations. You're giving up Station 3, and you're giving up a truck in Hemet. You are severely compromising the safety of the citizens. And at the best, you're saving $300,000, and you're probably going to lose $500,000 when you can't meet Proposition C because you can't get the 5-hour coverage. I respectfully ask you to stay with Hemet Fire. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, good morning. I can't believe I'm saying that. I live in Rosewood Villa. It is a senior community of 51 residents. It is condominiums. And I'm here representing my neighbors. Some of them were here earlier, but they are even older than I am, and they decided that this was just much too late for them. But we're here to support our Hemet Fire Department and our Hemet Police Department. We're a group of citizens you rarely hear about because we don't tag walls, we don't take carts from the shopping center, we don't vandalize homes, we take care of our yards. We actually shop here in our in this community, which means we keep sales tax dollars here at home. And we don't ask very much. What we ask, though, is very important to us. We want to have a safe and a well-protected community. And whether that's public safety in terms of police or in fire, we want both of them. And we believe the police and fire department that we have here in Hemet represents what is best in public service. And I don't think either department deserves the uncertainty that they have had placed upon them because of this long drawn-out process that we are going through this evening. I do want to lastly just make an observation that our own fire chief was able to make his presentation by himself. CAL FIRE had to bring at least three people with them, and maybe 4. Thank you.
I forgot what I was going to say. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Sylvia Ortiz. I have lived in this valley for 49 years. My family were migrant workers from the San Joaquin Valley. We would come to this beautiful valley to help John and Jean McSweeney harvest their potato crop. In 1964, we decided to move into then a small, quiet community of Hemet. My 4 children attended our local schools in Hemet. Actually, they attended school with some of our present Hemet Police Department officers and Hemet firemen. I'm so proud of these men and women that chose to serve our community. They truly have a vested interest in our community. And I want to share this with you too. It says, I'm amazed at the relationships and the partnerships that the Hemet Fire Department has throughout our valley and our county. I believe the focus here tonight, or this morning, is our community, public safety, and cost containment. If I may add, I also believe your responsibilities as elected officials to the office of Hemet City Council are to address these issues. I realize you want to make wise decisions for our community. It was suggested by Mr. Ravers to form a City of Hemet Financial Plan Committee. This would be an excellent opportunity for community involvement. And I have some questions. Has the City of Hemet staff read and studied contracts the county has with cities comparable to Hemet? Has the City of Hemet staff surveyed communities, not community employees, comparable to the city, comparable to Hemet that has contracted with the county? When presently contracted cities renew their contracts, what is the average cost increased each time they renew their contracts with the county? How do they justify these increases? In regards to specific performance, is it smart and is it legal to contract with an agency that will not meet the requirements of Measure C? Response time? Time is of the essence. Will we lose the level of service? The decision to contract out public safety will impact everyone in our community, those looking to invest in Hemet, business, families, retirees, and our schools. In closing, I would like to remind you of the definition of the due diligence process you pledged to honor. Due diligence process is a term used for a number of concepts involving either an investigation of a business or a person prior to signing a contract, or an act with a certain standard of care. Hear our voices. Keep our community safe. Make wise and honorable decisions. Thank you.
Okay. And then we have in favor of John Redden. John, you'll have 4 minutes.
All right, Mr. Mayor and City Council and whatever's left of the people who decided to stay here and listen to the end. I would first like to thank CAL FIRE for coming down and wading through all this, and of course our City of Hemet. They both gave excellent presentations. I'm not necessarily in favor because I don't believe our city doesn't do a good job. I believe they work very hard. I see them out there. It's a budget issue. I believe it'd be better for the city to go into outsourcing, not because our city doesn't do a good job, and excuse me because I'm a little bit tired here, but because of a budget issue. I mean, if we look at previous councils, they spent money and they weren't responsible with it, and now they left you guys with the huge responsibility of trying to continue to balance the City of Hemet's budget, and now we're pushed to the brink of trying to make a decision like this, which it shouldn't have even gotten this far in the first place. But that's the only reason why I'm really in favor of the outsourcing, and so thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Rigetti, and you'll have 6 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, thank you very much for letting everyone come here tonight to express their interest in this subject. This is not an easy thing for communities to decide. I've been here in the Valley for 40 years. In fact, prior to that, came here as a teenager to go to the Hemet Fairgrounds, and came here with dates and enjoyed the times that I had here. But things change. And as we look around town, it's not the same town it was 40 years ago, even 50 years ago. One of the things that I think we're not keeping in perspective, and I think that we're looking at this in the wrong way, is that this is not a rejection of the Hemet Fire Department. The Hemet Fire Department is made up of professionals, men and women who have dedicated their lives to this profession, just like CAL FIRE, just like the U.S. Forest Service smoke jumpers. My son was one for years, and he dedicated his life to that, and now he's doing other things. These individuals dedicate themselves to that profession, not to a name. And I think that the thing that we have to deal with, and this is something that you folks have provided tonight in this atmosphere of being able to bring this testimony forward, is an opportunity for good governance to work, where you can hear testimony and hear all sides of an issue, look at the factors that are involved, and make some good decisions on how to perpetuate the services that these people bring to you as professionals, not just as a name. And that is the important factor that needs to be remembered. I think that one of the things about the government that we have is it allows this kind of open procedure where we can have an open discussion on it. This is not something where people basically meet in a cluster in a closed room and make that decision and then come out and tell everybody that's done. This is something that I think a lot of cities across this country are dealing with right now. Recently, I was on the phone with a group in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Now, those cities are older than the city of Hemet, but they're wrestling with this very problem right now as to how to provide public services, where their fire departments and their police departments have been around a lot longer than this. But they're forced to deal with the circumstances that have been dealt with them because of the economy and because of liability, because of litigation, because of insurance problems. So many things have piled up against the cities that we're having to look at other ways to take care of these issues. And I think that this is the kind of process that we're looking at tonight. Good governance is not just about the question of economics. It's about the question of what happens 10 years from now and how things pile up. When you look at the city of San Bernardino, that did not happen overnight. When you look at the other cities around the state and around the country that are filing for bankruptcy, it did not happen because it was happening overnight. There are a lot of questions that go into play. For example, the liabilities that you incur. Right now, as it was pointed out, we have a $2.7 million liability that's hanging there. How big will that be in 10 years? Those are so many things that need to be addressed that, and I think that a lot of people have raised these issues, but we really have to look at how we're going to perpetuate that and not get hung up on the name. We have a lot of men who have given this consideration. I mean, 2/3 of the cities in Riverside County have addressed this issue. I was at the city of La Quinta here just a couple of weeks ago because I do work for them. And they had a standing ovation for the brand new fire chief. She's been with that department for a number of years, but she works for CAL FIRE, and that is the city of La Quinta's fire department. But they gave them a standing ovation for all the work that they had been doing and a standing ovation for the chief that was leading because they've done an excellent job. That city is prosperous, and they're doing a lot of things, but they've been smart about how they use their money and how they contract their services. And it's not just with fire, it's with so many things. They have an emergency operations center there. It's like a bunker, but it's incredible the things that they're doing there because they've had money available to make it happen because they've saved in other ways. And so that's the kind of stuff that the city of Hemet, that's what the leadership is all about here. People have talked about the citizens here are telling you that you work for us. Well, you know what? In November, nearly 10,000 people voted for you who liked what your platform was about bringing this issue forward. This is a small number of people that are here tonight, and that should not be forgotten. There's a large number of people out there who filled out those votes and asked for things to be done to make changes here, to make the public safety issue survive. There are a lot of things, as I pointed out, but there's things like labor negotiations that do tap this city. It costs money to deal with those things. How much was spent just in the last few years in dealing with those labor negotiations that you won't be spending now? There are other things like lawsuits that occur simply, as was pointed out, when somebody gets hurt or an accident occurs from a vehicle or something else. There's insurance that goes with that. There's retirement.
Mr. Righetti, 30 seconds.
Thank you. And all of these things have to be considered. It's about good governance, and it's about being able to make those decisions when you know that the people are out there asking you to give that commitment, not just listening to a few voices. So I ask you tonight, give that some consideration, look at the numbers, ask the questions, and bring back the answers to the people so that you can explain why you've made that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else wants to speak in favor of? Okay. We'll go ahead and close the communications at this time. I'll turn it back over to the city manager, Mr. Bradley, as we wrap up here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've heard a lot of testimony tonight. You have before you the staff recommendation if you wish to go forward. We need further information in 3 areas for sure, and we're prepared to deal with whatever your pleasure is.
Okay. Really quick, we'll just start from left to right. Shelley, anything you want to ask or anything, or as we move forward here and wrap up?
it's late. There is a lot of things that need to be covered. There's a lot of unknowns on both sides of the aisle, and the concerns of the citizens have to be done. I'd like to see more done on Measure C, hear from Eric on that. But I just move forward to answer the questions that are on the table as in the staff report, because there are a lot of unknowns that we have before us. This is not a decision to be made lightly, quickly, or in a rush process.
Councilmember Krupa.
Just very briefly, one of the important things is the service, the quality of service and the response time. And I'd just like to remind people that response time is a direct function of staffing and staffed units. I have some I think we need to clarify the response times that have been brought out in CAL FIRE's RFP. Closing Station 3, I think, would put us in great jeopardy of response time. I think we need to look at the financial obligation and ongoing costs of implementing a paramedic service. I think it's absolutely wonderful that the hospital and AMR are willing to step up to the plate and help us get one started. But there is going to be an ongoing cost. I'd like to know what that is. I'd also like to and this may sound very facetious, but with CAL FIRE, Riverside County Fire being part of CAL FIRE, which is part of the state of California, I just want to know how they can continue having decreases in their annual contracts when just in the state of, or in the county of Riverside, they're $5 million over budget right now. We in Hemet are in a heck of a lot better shape. Thank you.
I absolutely agree with a lot that Linda said, and I am certainly concerned with regard to closing Station 3. Chief Morris made a compelling case as to the detriment it would be to close Station 3, and I'm very, very concerned about our citizens on the West End in doing so. And so there's a lot of unanswered questions, and this is going to take a lot of time to go through. And I appreciate the work that the staff has done so far, but there's a lot more to do. Again, there's just a lot of questions yet. There's a lot of things that have been left unsaid that I think that we need to do extensive research on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, Mr. City Manager. One thing about this process is whichever direction this council decides to go, it looks like we are seriously looking at the opportunity to have paramedics in this city. And I think that level of service is deserving of the people of this community. So I, for one, there's too many questions that have to be answered. So I believe we need to move this process forward. And I am anxious to see Chief Morris put together a program that he says is no cost to the city for a paramedic program. So I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to move forward on item 1, item 2, A, B, and C.
I'll second that because, again, there's additional questions that we need to have answer. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. But in particular with the fire department and how they will bring the paramedics to the table and securing those negotiations with whoever's going to provide that. But also, too, in terms of AMR filling in over at Station 3 and relocating CAL FIRE trucks. So I have those questions that need to be answered as well, too. So I will second that recommendation. At this time, sir, I'll ask for a roll call.
Councilmember Milne?
Here.
Is it?
Actually, this is a record vote.
Record vote, yes.
Yes.
Move forward, yes.
Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Yes.
Mayor Youssef?
Yes. Mr. City Manager, anything else?
Thank you. I was just kidding.
I think
Joe
I
here.
think your mic may be dead. You may,
All right. Maybe
wanna-
I am too.
Step to this.
You want to maybe use this mic if it's still?
Give me 2 minutes. That's all I need. Anyway, I was kidding Joe that he just thought his work was done. We'll be back hard at it. Chief Hawkins, my new best friend over there, we're going to be talking a lot, and we'll bring the information back to you as quickly as possible. I don't want to give you a positive date right now, because I just don't know. We're going to have to, as Councilwoman Wright says, we've got a lot of work to do.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do I dare ask any city council reports?
Just 1.5.
I have one also.
Okay. Well, Councilmember Milne?
I went to the library meeting, and they are setting their goals and doing all kinds of stuff. So I was happy that I was able to attend this month and not be in Sacramento. So goal setting session. I'm looking forward to this next month's meeting to hear what goals that they came up with.
Councilmember Krupa?
Very quickly, I had the privilege of representing the mayor and the city council at the VFW Constitution and Voice of Democracy Awards last weekend, and then this past Friday represented the city at the Black History Essay Contest winners for middle, high school, and college students. The only thing I also want to add is that at RTA meeting this last week, there's some concern on the local in the state of California because of PEPRA, and we all know that a Public Employee Pension Reform Act was passed, and the federal government is looking at withholding all transportation funds to California because of the fact that the American transportation workers feel that the unions were not considered. They did not have a meet and confer before this was passed by the state. So we may be looking at a repeal of PEPRA in the state of California, which means all state employees will go back to the 3 at 50. Hemet Fire is not a state employee.
Councilmember Wright?
I did represent Mayor Youssef and the council at the Elks 65th anniversary on Saturday night. There was a number of people there, and they certainly appreciated our attendance. We provided a certificate of recognition to them, excuse me. And with regards to, it's not on here, but with regards to Crime Stoppers Plus, I understand that they are moving forward. I haven't had a chance to meet with them personally. We've kind of been playing phone and email tag, but I did get information that the process is moving forward, and I'll bring something significant back next time. That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
I just want to recognize the Hemet High School girls water polo CIF Championships, Division 7. I think they beat Irvine over the weekend, so it's a good positive thing for our girls. And tomorrow, 5 o'clock at Takowitz High School, there's another hearing on SR 79. Everybody should go, pro or con. Go tell RCTC what do you think about that project so I can get it into the record. That's tomorrow at Takowitz High, 5 o'clock till about 8, I believe. That's it.
And my reports can wait. Any future agenda items?
I have one. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead. There was an inquiry tonight with regards to whether or not we had a comprehensive safety plan. And I would like to know from the chief if we do, and if we don't, I want to know why, and if we do, I'd like to hear about it.
Okay. Councilmember Cooper?
That was kind of what I was going to do, is if the chief has a crime control, crime prevention program, I think I would like to hear about it at the next council meeting.
Okay. At this time, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting to March 12th at 7 p.m.